Chapter 187. After this terrifying result appeared, Akakawa Chuangshi felt his vision go dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. How? How is this possible? This is impossible? Is there something wrong with my eyes? He quickly put his hand on his forehead and looked at the words on the notes again and again. Akakawa Chuangshi, Ryudo Kiryu. These two names did not have a single word that was the same. It was impossible to misread them, and it was even more impossible to miswrite them. Wait, this is not right. This is impossible. This is... Just as President Arakawa was shocked silly by this unexpected scene, Subaru abruptly slammed the table and looked at the other three people as if he had seen a ghost. However, when Saburo looked at Ryuto, Tessa, and Kaiyang, he realized that these three people did not seem to be surprised by this unexpected result at all. Instead, they looked calm. Something's wrong. We've been tricked. These three people must have discussed this beforehand. Saburo was an old fox who had been in the underworld for more than 10 years. When he saw the expressions of these three people, he already knew what was going on. There were a total of 5 votes. Saburo and Akakawa Chuangshi naturally voted for the latter. Therefore, only when Ryuto, Tessa, and Kaiyang voted for Ryuto would there be such an unbelievable result. However, from the attitude of the two leaders of the Black Snake Alliance and Big Dipper Alliance towards Ryuto, it was impossible for them to vote for Ryuto. Instead, they had been leaning towards President Akakawa's side. However, the truth was better than guessing. From the final voting results, Tessa and Kaiyang's actions of leaning towards President Akakawa's side were 100% just a performance to fool people. And most importantly, it was actually Kaiyang who proposed the secret vote, and Tessa who proposed the written agreement in advance. These two actions seemed to be helping President Akakawa to stabilize the situation, but in fact, they were digging a hole for the other two to jump into. Voting to resolve this, right? We have 3 people on our side, and you have 2 people on your side. Are you going to vote? Let's see which side has more people in the end. After throwing, you realize that you had been tricked, right? It doesn't matter. The deed of formation of the Renxiao Alliance has your signatures and fingerprints. Do you want to deny it? Would he still want to work in this industry in the future? In this way, Ryudo played the bad guy, while Tessa and Kaiyang played the good guy. It could be said that Shoujo Arakawa and Shoujo Saburo were completely played in the palm of their hands. This wasn't just a case of losing the wife and losing the soldier, but losing the entire family's life. You 3. What a scheme, what a scheme. After noticing this, Subaru couldn't help but point at the 3 extreme Dao leaders who were sitting at the table with a happy and content expression. He simply wished he could grab them and hang them on the spot. What is he talking about? Why don't I understand? Tessa shrugged with a smile, looking innocent. I don't know. Weren't you very keen on voting before? Now that the results were out, what should he do? Can't afford to lose? Kaiyang was even more direct. He clasped his hands together and looked at Subaru with a sharp gaze, as if he dared to say no, he would open a hole in his head. You, Ryudo Kiryu, is this your plan? While Subarang was speechless from these two's retorts, President Huang Chuan, who was almost paralyzed in his chair, slowly raised his head, looking towards that extreme Dao young master whose expression had unknowingly become extremely calm. From the moment Ryudo Kiryu entered this room, he gave off a feeling of brainless and unhappy. He was arrogant and crazy, and his expression was very exaggerated. One look, and one could tell that he was a stinky brat without any foundation. But after everything was settled, Ryudo returned to his usual calm expression, making people feel that this guy was even a bit unfathomable. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. This old saying is very reasonable, right, President Arakawa? At this point, the corners of Long Do's mouth curled up, revealing an expression of the plan has worked. Indeed, if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. In this information age, a lot of things couldn't be hidden just because you wanted to, especially when Ryuto Kiryu had a group of very powerful companions. 1.5 hours ago, Ryudo received a letter from the White Tiger Society. There's definitely something wrong with that guy called Arakawa Soyu. There's probably some conspiracy behind this invitation. After explaining the situation to Colored Glaze said firmly on the phone. Ryudo heard this and asked with some confusion, "Why do you say that? I've seen the president of the White Tiger Society at an event before. He's a piece of trash that talks about benevolence and righteousness, but in fact, he's a piece of trash with a belly full of evil tricks. What kind of hero is he?" When mentioning Arakawa Soyu, Colored Glaze mercilessly scolded him as if she didn't care about that person at all. In fact, that was indeed the case. As the young lady of the Kamiyoshi family, Colored Glaze had seen all kinds of scum since she was young. Anyway, when she walked around those upper-class banquets, she would meet either scum or scum. Therefore, Colored Glaze was very good at identifying scum, and she was also very clear about the relationship between Jidaichi and politicians. Before meeting Ryuto, Colored Glaze had always thought that all Jidaichi were dogs raised by politicians. They were scum dogs that did some dirty work for the scum that appeared to be working for the people on the surface. The White Tiger Society was obviously this type of scum. Therefore, Arakawa Soyu considered himself as a hero in Jidaichi. This kind of stupid words was more than enough to fool people who didn't know the business, but it was impossible to fool Colored Glaze. After that, Ryudo immediately called Sensible and asked Sensible to help check the accounts of Arakawa Soyu and the White Tiger Society. He wanted to see their financial situation. From the information that Sensible found, the White Tiger Society's financial situation was quite good. It was so good that it was very surprising. After all, this organization was the same as the Rulon Group. They were not involved in profiteering industries such as anesthetics, firearms, nightclubs, etc. However, the White Tiger Society was much richer than the Rulon Group. In this era, it was very difficult for a Jidaichi who didn't do these dirty jobs to survive. Just look at how poor the Rulon Group was before Ryudo came. Between money and face, one could only choose one. Of course, there was no reason to accept both. However, the White Tiger Society was able to accept both. In particular, their president, Arakawa Soyu, had a very vague financial source. Even Sensible found it very difficult to find out. The accounts that send money to Arakawa Soyu are very complicated. I asked Gao Yuan to probe through his channels. In the end, it pointed to a few non-profit organizations. Non-profit organizations? What's that? It's a type of organization that doesn't belong to any government or established by any country. It's usually defined as a non-profit public welfare organization, such as environmental protection, human rights, and environmental protection. It sounds very high and mighty. It's just a saying. Most of these organizations talk about activism, but in their hearts, they only think about business. Their purpose is either to make money or to mess with people. They have a lot of money behind them. You'd be stupid to believe them. Money behind them? In other words, the person who sent money to that old man is the one behind him? Yes, and this money behind him is also supporting another Jidaichi organization called Psychedelic Saburo. Psychedelic Saburo? Wasn't that the trashy Jidaichi that sold anesthetics and banned drugs? After hearing this news, Ryudo had a new understanding of Arakawa Soyu. This old man used the name of chivalry to fool people in Tokyo, but he actually had a big money backer behind him. Moreover, he had the same boss as Psychedelic Saburo. What was Psychedelic Saburo? In the words of Mr. Fujiki, it was a complete piece of trash in society. They specialized in selling anesthetics and banned drugs to make huge profits. They were trash that deserved to die 100 times. The White Tiger Gang and Psychedelic Saburo had the same power behind them. In that case, there was a reason why President Arakawa called so many Jidaichi over for a meeting. 5 Jidaichi organizations. 2 of them are one. If the other 3 can't come to an agreement, then the direction of this meeting will be decided by these 2 organizations. At this moment, Colored Glaze suggested, Ryudo, immediately contact the leaders of the Black Snake Alliance and the Big Dipper Alliance. Tell them about the account problems that Sensible and Gao Yuan investigated. Also, ask them to advance and retreat together in this meeting. Is it enough to advance and retreat together? Should we do something else? If I'm not wrong, Arakawa will probably ask for an alliance or something. At this time, we must do this, and do it again. Just like this, under colored glazes arrangement, Ryudo successfully got in touch with Tessa and Kaiyang. After talking for a while, they came to an agreement about this meeting. After all, the leaders of the two Jidaichi organizations weren't idiots. When they knew that Arakawa and Saburo were one family, they naturally understood why this chivalry alliance was proposed by the two of them. Just as Longdo expected, these two fellows were planning to drag us down with them. Understanding this, Tessa winked at Kaiyang and began the following series of performances. In short, the leader of the Chivalry Alliance is now me. No one has any objections to this, right? After the vote for the leader, Ryudo slowly stood up from his chair and said to the two losers, Arakawa Chinori and Saburo, with a smile. Without waiting for their reply, Ryudo continued with a smile. Of course, no objections. After all, the agreement is here. Whoever dares to object will become the enemy of the entire Jidaichi world. I guarantee in the name of the Chivalry Alliance that they will die a horrible death. Chapter 188. It's over. It's over. After hearing Long Do's arrogant words, Subaru's forehead couldn't help but drip with sweat. Why? Why did it turn out like this? It's us, it's us. We were the ones who plotted against them first. Whether it's the secret collusion, the plan, or the meeting, we were the ones who came first. But why did it turn out like this? Why did we become the ones who were plotted against? Xiao Saburo did not expect the situation to turn out like this. What should I do now? The Renxia Alliance had been formed. Everyone had signed their names and even left their handprints on the formation document. If he went back on his words now, then Psychedelic Saburo and White Tiger Gang would have no place in the entire Extreme Dao. Xiao Saburo was sweating more and more as he thought about this. His clothes were soaked. Just as Xiao Saburo was at a loss of what to do, Akaragawa took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Very good. Since young Master Ryudo has been elected as the leader, then we can only follow his lead." Ryudo smiled and gave Akaragawa a thumbs up. As expected of Akaragawa, "You're so generous. You're able to let go of things. Leader, you're too kind. To celebrate the formation of the Renxia Alliance, let's have a good time here." Clap, clap. As soon as Akaragawa finished speaking, he clapped his hands and signaled the people outside to come over. This is the signal to attack. Is Akaragawa going to risk his life? After hearing these two claps, Subaru suddenly felt all the hair on his body stand up, and a cold current enveloped him from head to toe. At the end of the Renxia Alliance plan, there was an emergency plan that could only be used if there was no other way. That was to call people in and kill everyone here. Before the meeting started, Akaragawa had already gathered hundreds of elite fighters from the White Tiger Gang. They were armed with all kinds of weapons and even guns. They were lying in ambush in the Star Python apartment. No matter how good Ryudo was at fighting, in the face of a group of gun-wielding Extreme Dao, he could only surrender. This was Arakawa Genesis' final killing move. There was a well-known unspoken rule on this street, and that was that even if there was a conflict, no weapons could be used. Otherwise, one would be spurned and besieged by all the Extreme Dao experts. Therefore, it was even more forbidden to use force in the Star Python apartments. Even if one wanted to use force, they could only use their fists to solve the problem. Otherwise, they could forget about continuing in this industry. However, when he was preparing his plan, he didn't seem to have thought about this unspoken rule at all. Anyway, he didn't plan to stay in Extreme Dao anymore. He already had plans to leave. As long as I organize the League of Heroes and hand it over to that lord to manage, I can leave this small island with turbid air and head to the fresh air of free America to live a brand new life with my family. In order to achieve this goal, Arakawa Chuang didn't care about the rules of the underworld and directly attacked. And the current situation was the final moment where the old president was ready to risk his life. Ryudo and the other two Extreme Dao leaders' response was far beyond Arakawa Chuang's expectations. The league was successfully established, but he didn't get the position of the leader. Wasn't this just making a wedding dress for someone else? At this point, he could only kill Ryuto, Kaiyang, and Tessa and use force to unify these Extreme Dao groups. Although this wasn't in line with his initial expectations, Arakawa Chuang had no other choice now. After all, the position of the leader fell to Ryudo, which was equivalent to sentencing this old man and his family to death. Might as well go all out. If it really didn't work, then everyone would die together. Who's afraid of who? Clap, clap. With this thought, Arakawa Chuang clapped his hands and signaled the group of people lying in ambush outside to rush in and kill the 3 extreme Dao leaders. A second passed, and there was no response from outside. 5 seconds passed, and there was no response from outside. 10 seconds passed, and there was still no response from outside. What's going on? Why did the people I arranged? What's wrong? President Arakawa, didn't you say that you wanted us to have fun here and drink together? At this moment, Ryudo stood up slowly and walked to Arakawa Chuang's side. When Ryudo came close to him, a hint of panic flashed in the old president's eyes, and his body shrunk slightly. But even so, he still forced himself to say, This, maybe my people are distracted. I'll go out and urge them. No need to go. I know where they are, Ryudo said as he took out a small tablet from his inner pocket. He casually turned on the tablet and transferred the image to the position where the surveillance camera was recording. The moment the image appeared on the tablet, Arakawa Chuang felt cold all over and his scalp went numb. Because in that image, the group of White Tiger Gang subordinates that he had arranged were piled together like garbage. Almost all of them were tied up tightly with ropes. When the old hero was dumbfounded, Ryudo reached out and patted his face and smiled. How about it? President Arakawa, why don't you show me what you have? Let's see if you have more trump cards, or I have more trump cards. You. Who exactly are you? My people have already controlled all the surveillance cameras in the Star Python apartment. You don't think that we won't find out when so many of your people come in from the area you control, right? There were thousands of surveillance cameras inside the Star Python apartment, and these cameras were also managed by the 5 extreme Dao regions. That was, each extreme Dao region would monitor an area. Before the meeting began, Arakawa Chuang asked his people to sneak up from the surveillance area controlled by Psychedelic Saburo and the White Tiger Gang. He thought that he had done it very discreetly, but in fact, he had already hacked all the cameras in the apartment. There was nothing that the current Rulong group could not see. Therefore, after cutting off the vision of Psychedelic Saburo and the White Tiger Gang, the Rulong group cooperated with the Big Dipper Alliance and the Black Snake Alliance to wipe out all the enemies in the apartment. It was 3 against 2, not to mention that one side had come prepared, while the other side had been attacked passively. All kinds of cameras, radios, and cell phone communications had been cut off. In an instant, they had turned from an organized army into a group of scattered soldiers. With such a huge gap, the conflict between the two sides naturally started and ended quickly. Boom! The next moment, the door of the room was kicked open from the outside. Many apex cultivators dressed in black rushed in with guns and blades in their hands. They pointed their guns at Arakawa Chuang, Skinny Saburo, and Fat Saburo. Obviously, when the voting was still going on in the room, the battle outside had already ended, and it ended with Ryudo, Kaiyang, and Tessa winning. After a while, we will take over your territories and assets. From today onwards, Psychedelic Saburo and the White Tiger Gang will no longer exist, and only 3 of the 5 extreme Dao in Tokyo are left. After leaving Arakawa Chuang, who was scared out of his wits, Ryudo, Kaiyang, and Tessa came to the front of the group of subordinates and looked at the few bastards who were forced to the corner and trembling. It's over. It's all over. When Arakawa Chuang realized this, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground, and at the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. He was laughing, crying, and drooling. His body was constantly trembling, and the originally solemn kimono on his lower body had a trace of yellow water stain. He looked like an old madman who had reached the end of his road. From a certain perspective, Arakawa Chuang had given up thinking, because he knew that no matter how he thought, it was useless, and it was impossible to change this desperate situation. But Skinny Saburo, who was hiding behind Fat Saburo and leaning against the wall with this old man, didn't think so. He didn't give up on his life. Damn it, I knew this old man was unreliable. In the end, I can only rely on myself. Although I don't want Fat Saburo to eat that thing, it seems like there's no other way, or else we will all die here. Looking at the dozens of guns in front of him, Skinny Saburo could only pat the back of his brother in front of him and whispered, "Fat Saburo, take that thing out and eat it." That thing? Fat Saburo turned his head and asked in confusion, "It's the paper I gave you before. Hurry up." "Oh, this thing." Suddenly, Fat Saburo reached out and tore his sleeve, and took out a piece of paper that looked like a matchbox. The paper looked like some kind of ink paper, and it was stained with an ominous black color, giving people a strange feeling. No matter how you look at it, this thing didn't look like something that should be eaten, but Fat Saburo swallowed it without hesitation. Something's wrong? Seeing this guy's action, everyone present felt that something was wrong. So Kaiyang shouted without hesitation, "Shoot! Kill them!" Bang! 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 With the leader's order, the dozens of black suits in front immediately pulled the trigger of their guns, and fatal bullets were fired at the 3 people in the corner. Whoa! But as the gunshots sounded, Fat Saburo also reached out his big hand and grabbed the table in front of him, and used the huge round table as a shield in front of the 3 people. Bang! Boom! But how could such a table block the bullets of the guns? After at most 1 or 2 seconds, the table exploded from the bullets, and Arakawa Chuang, who was panicking, was directly shot into a hornet's nest. However, although Akanagawa Chuang was killed on the spot, the huge figure that appeared with the strange smoke was still standing straight under the storm of bullets. Chapter 189. Smoke? Why is there smoke? Moreover, this strange smoke seemed to be coming from that big guy's body. Just when the round table was smashed and the body of Arakawa Chuang fell to the ground, everyone looked at the burly figure standing in the same place. One of the 2 leaders of Psychedelic Saburo, Fatty Saburo, originally had a physique that was far stronger than ordinary people. He was born with divine strength, and with the help of a large number of forbidden drugs, he looked even more tall and strong. His body was incomparably burly, like a mighty and domineering king's statue. However, when the dozens of bullets smashed the round table and bombarded the huge body, a strange scene appeared. Huff, 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 huff. At this time, Fatty Saburo's hands were in front of his body, using his thick arms to cover the weakness of his face, and his lower body was standing very steadily, slowly exhaling. The dozens of bullets that were fired at him just now almost all hit his body, and no less than 20 bullets were hit. Even if most of these bullets only hit the arms, body, and legs, it was already a state that ordinary people could not withstand. However, after being hit by so many bullets, Fatty Subaru's body emitted a dense fog. It was as if a strange heat was rising from every pore of his body, causing the fatty's skin to turn red. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, his heart also issued a terrifying beating sound like a drum. The sound could be heard clearly even from more than 10 meters away, and it was not like the heartbeat of a normal human. Ding, ding ling ling ling. Just when everyone was dumbfounded looking at the huge body that suddenly changed, a strange crisp sound came from the ground. It was bullets, dozens of bullets that just hit Fatty Saburo's body. These bullets that hit his body that suddenly became several times stronger did not go too deep, but only stopped outside the skin and muscles, and were immediately pushed out by the continuously expanding muscles. Unknowingly, many parts of the man's body quietly underwent a terrifying change. His height had increased from 1.8 meters to about 2 meters. His arms, neck, legs, and even his torso had obviously become thicker. His muscles had also begun to bulge out of his clothes. He did not look like a body of flesh and blood at all. Instead, he looked more like bricks. What monster? What's wrong with this person? Seeing the sudden changes on Fatty Saburo's body, everyone in the room was stunned. Even the experienced Kaiyang and Tessa could not help but widen their eyes, with a look of disbelief. Indeed, what's wrong with this person? Or to ask a more direct question, is this guy really a human? To be able to withstand a handgun bullet, completely unnatural heartbeat, breathing, and the steam from the pores. All of this made Subaru look like a monster like the Hulk on TV. Moreover, it was accompanied by a strong sense of unreality, as if a monster on TV had come to the real world. As for this series of sudden changes, Long Do was definitely the one who understood what had happened the most out of everyone present. Before Peng Saburo ate the black paper, his personal attributes in the hooligan analyzer were as follows: name, Inada Saburo, age, 32 years old, attribute, wisdom LVL1, physique LVL4, courage LVL3, insight LVL2, charm LVL1. After eating that black paper, and after his entire body underwent a complete transformation, his personal attributes became like this: name, Inada Saburo, age, 32 years old, attribute, wisdom LVL1, physique LVL5, courage LVL5, insight LVL1, charm LVL1. How should he describe it? This guy had literally become a monster. Not only did this guy's physical ability increase from LVL4 to LVL5, reaching the highest level of superhuman realm. Furthermore, Fatty Saburo's courage directly jumped 2 times, from LVL3 to LVL5. What is the concept of LVL5 courage? This is the true meaning, not fearing the heavens or the earth. Even if the heavenly emperor came, I would still dare to ride on top of his head and shit. Judging from Fatty Saburo's situation, it is impossible for him to have such terrifying courage, unless he is in a state of extreme excitement, which is also the state of forbidden drug enhancement. Therefore, the root of all these changes is undoubtedly the black paper that this guy just ate. His current rapid breathing, rapid heartbeat, abnormal muscle strength, and other conditions are obviously caused by some kind of forbidden drug or super forbidden drug. Forbidden drug. In fact, this term is not just a simple drug, but a general term for all forbidden drugs that can cause abnormalities in the human body. At first, the place where humans used forbidden drugs is mostly on the battlefield, where flesh and blood splatters everywhere. Soldiers will take a series of synthetic drugs that have a significant central nervous system stimulating effect to reduce their fear of the battlefield. And with the continuous advancement of science, the place where forbidden drugs are used has become a sports field, but this does not prevent some people from secretly researching some drugs that can make people become superhuman in a short time. Clearly, the forbidden drug that Subaru was using right now wasn't something as simple as strengthening his muscles. Instead, it was an even more tyrannical Superman drug. This drug had directly increased his physique from international warrior to extreme Superman. After consuming this drug, it will bring about an extraordinary monster state. Of course, such an overbearing forbidden drug, the after effects of consuming it are also quite serious. But now Fatty Saburo is too lazy to care so much. Very good. Hell Butterfly has already shown its effect. After seeing the huge change in Fatty Saburo's body, Skinny Saburo, who was hiding behind him, nodded, laughed, and said, "Fatty, let's go first." Let's go. After hearing his boss's words, Fatty Saburo, who was gasping for breath, obviously somewhat delirious, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes and swung his thick right arm towards the wall beside him. Boom! Following a loud bang, the concrete wall, which was at least 30 centimeters thick, was smashed into smithereens by the terrifying monster's fist. Dust and gravel powder filled the room. After punching a hole in the wall, Fatty Saburo reached out and grabbed his boss and jumped out of the hole in the wall. Jumping out of the room. The direction of the wall is the direction of the window. There is nothing outside. Only the vertical courtyard of Star Python apartment, which is hundreds of meters high. Although Ryudo and the rest are currently staying in room 408. This room 408 is actually a code word for Star Python apartment. The actual location is not on the 4th floor, but on the 18th floor. With such a high vertical distance like the 18th floor, if a normal creature falls, it will definitely be smashed to pieces. But right after Fatty Subaru jumped out with his big brother, his gorilla-like thick arms directly grabbed onto the outer wall of the apartment building. Creak! The 5 fingers that can almost crush steel penetrated the outer wall of the apartment, as if the wall is soft like bubbles under this guy's hand. Relying on the cushioning force of the wall with one hand, Fatty Saburo brought Skinny Saburo all the way down from the 18th floor like a monster in a movie, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks on the outer wall of the apartment. No way. Is this guy really a human? Suddenly, Tessa, who came to the window and watched the two guys slide down, swallowed her saliva. At the same time, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch her slender and smooth thighs, wondering if she is dreaming. How is it possible? In the real world, how can someone directly jump down from the 18th floor and rely on one hand to hold the wall to cushion the impact until landing? It is just like shooting a Hulk movie without much Hulk. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Long Do silently came to the hole that was blasted by Pang Sanlang. Kaiyang, send someone to follow me and those two guys. Absolutely can't let them escape. Send someone. Wait, didn't you? After hearing Ryudo's words, Kaiyang couldn't help but look at him and wanted to say, aren't you here? Why did you send someone to follow you and those two guys? But halfway through Kaiyang's words, Ryudo's figure didn't hesitate to jump out of the hole. From the 18th floor in the air, he chased down. Even if the enemy is a monster with LV5 physique, Ryudo didn't feel fear. He even had a feeling of eagerness. This guy is looking for. But almost everyone who saw this scene almost wanted to say Ryudo, this guy is looking for death. But when Ryudo's body flew to the outside of the apartment, he used a more elegant way than Fatty Saburo to fly down the stairs. His slender body nimbly landed in the air. One foot stepped on the air conditioner on the 17th floor. Bang! The air conditioner that was stepped on made a muffled sound, but it didn't fall down because of this step. Whoosh! Then Ryudo once again jumped to the side, landed on the air conditioner on the 16th floor, and repeated this action. In the eyes of the people upstairs, this young master of the Rulon group was like a Spider-Man in a cartoon, nimbly moving around the air conditioner on the outside wall of the apartment, constantly quickly chasing down the Saburo brothers. An 18-story high-rise building. As long as one misstep, the entire vertical space could fall to their death. In such a dangerous area, relying on the air conditioner to continuously jump down, Ryudo's entire movement seemed so relaxed, as if he was walking on flat ground, as if he wasn't performing an amazing acrobatic performance, but strolling in his own corridor. Bang! Just as Long Do was about to land on the ground, Fatty Sanlang, who was not far away, also fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 190. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the Star Python apartment, at night, seemed to tremble. When Pang Subaru's huge body that was at least 300 kilograms smashed onto the ground, it actually directly smashed a crack that was at least 10 meters long on the concrete floor. It could be seen how strong the impact was. But even so, Pang Subaru's unnaturally muscular legs seemed to be completely fine. There was neither fracture nor pain, or it could be said that he already couldn't feel pain. After landing, looking at Ryuto, who was chasing behind like a ghost, Pang Subaru, who was grabbed by Pang Subaru, quickly shouted, "Go! Go quickly! Run as fast as you can!" Oh, okay. Although Pang Subaru was currently in a berserk state, he could still barely understand his big brother's words. Therefore, his huge body immediately took a step forward. Like a wild rhinoceros, he rushed out of the Star Python apartment. Pang Subaru rushed out of a wall in front of him, but he didn't care about it. Boom! Following a burst of explosive sound, Pang Subaru's shoulder hit the inside of the wall, completely smashing the thick wall into pieces. Moreover, his figure also quickly rushed out to the street outside. This guy's speed is so fast. This kind of physical ability is simply not something that a normal creature can have. If he rushed into the crowd, it would be troublesome. Although there weren't many people on the street outside the apartment, but at this time, there were still some people scattered around. What is that thing? Seeing the huge body break through the wall and rush into the street, the surrounding pedestrians suddenly let out a cry of surprise. At the same time, not far away, the two patrolling policemen also saw this guy's rampage and quickly rushed over. What is this? Did the gorilla run out of the zoo? Seeing Pang Subaru rushing in this direction, the young patrolling policeman immediately shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Quickly stop!" But the old patrolling policeman at the side quickly took out his gun and shouted, "Quickly take out your gun, or else both of us will be finished. That guy's mental state is abnormal." The old patrol officer, who had been on this street for a long time, could tell at a glance that Pang Sabin was in a manic state where it was impossible for him to listen. He was like a crazy person who had taken too much drugs. In addition, this guy had a physique that was comparable to a gorilla's. If he continued to run around on the streets like this, the damage he could cause would be unimaginable. Fire. So when Fatty Subaru rushed to the distance of only 10 meters away from the two patrol officers, the old patrol officer shouted while pulling the trigger in his hand. Bang! What the hell? The two pistols opened fire at the same time, and the street was flooded with deafening explosions and sparks. But even so, the behemoth that was hit by the bullet didn't stop charging. Instead, it continued to charge towards the two men like an enraged beast. Clearly, with the support of LV-5 physique, ordinary handgun bullets had no effect on the current Pang Sanlang. Unless they hit his eyes or other vital points, they would just tickle his steel body. Mamma mia! Just when the two patrol officers thought they were going to be crushed into meat paste, a slender figure rushed out from the side like lightning. Ancient Bajiquan, Iron Mountain Lean. In the next second, Ryudo stepped on the ground. Using the tremor kick, he twisted his body and slammed his shoulder into the left side of Pang Sabin's abdomen. Bang! When the two collided fiercely, a strong explosion sounded. The feeling wasn't like two living bodies colliding. Instead, it was like two trucks colliding at full speed. After the collision, the two unlucky patrolmen were also sent flying by the strong impact of the collision and fainted on the ground 4 or 5 meters away. This collision was earth-shattering. Ryudo's Iron Mountain Lean was strong enough to send a dozen people flying. But when he collided with Pang Sabin's body, he felt as if he collided with an iron wall. At that moment, Ryudo felt a pain in his shoulder. The strong impact forced him back a dozen meters before he could stabilize his body and land on the ground. Of course, no matter how strong Pang Sabin's body was, after being hit by Ryudo, he still fell to the other side. He was like a soccer ball that was kicked away. He rolled on the ground until he reached the lawn of the park a dozen meters away. Apart from Pang Sanlang, who had been caught in his hand, was also sent flying. After Ryudo's Iron Mountain Lean landed, the skinny guy felt as if he was hit by a truck. He fell to the ground in a daze. He saw stars and his head was bleeding. What the hell is going on? Before Pang Sabin could react, a hand like an iron clamp had already grabbed his throat and lifted his body from the ground. It was Ryudo. After all, Ryudo was the one who initiated the attack. The impact he received was not as strong as the other two brothers, so he quickly rushed over and grabbed the culprit's neck. He turned around and ran toward a remote factory outside the park. Let go of my big brother. After seeing the scene of his elder brother being taken away, Fatty Subaru also hurriedly got up from the ground. His eyes were red like an enraged bull as he chased after Long Gio. Just like this, the two sides went from one running and one chasing to one chasing and one running. That place should not be a problem. I have to control him as soon as possible. I can't let this guy continue to act recklessly. As he ran, Ryudo raised his head and looked at the nearby factory under the illumination of the night. It was especially quiet. Because it was already night, the factory was quiet. There was no one inside. Obviously, it was the best place to deal with this fat guy. Arriving at the interior of the factory, Long Do lifted the neck of Xiaosaburo, who was about to be strangled to death by him, and directly threw him up, letting him fall on a platform that was more than 10 meters high. Big brother. Pang Sabin, who followed behind, quickly wanted to save him. But Ryudo's figure had already arrived in front of him. In an instant, a fist suddenly flashed in front of Pang Sabin. Then he heard a crisp sound in front of him. Bursts of blood spurted out from the fat nose. Facing this monster who was obviously not human anymore after eating the drug, Ryudo obviously did not have any intention of holding back. He directly raised his hand and used an iron palm. It mercilessly smashed on Pang Sabin's nose. How could the fragile nose resist Ryudo's iron palm? After this palm, Pang Sabin's nose was almost completely broken. A broken nose would cause a large amount of blood loss. Moreover, this kind of injury would also cause severe pain. It would greatly reduce the enemy's fighting spirit. As if... Unexpectedly, Pang Sabin, who received this heavy blow, did not have any reaction at all. His face was full of blood, his nose was crooked, but he immediately let out a beast-like cry. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards Ryudo's direction. Even with a broken nose, he did not even blink. Sure enough, this guy could not feel pain now. After dodging this fatal grab, Ryudo once again sized up this body whose skin had turned into a strange red color. It was gradually becoming less and less like a human. Modified human, enhanced human, or Frankenstein. This was Pang Sabin's current situation. The only way to stop this behemoth was to kill it. Even knocking it out would be difficult. After all, this guy's brain was probably secreting all kinds of hormones to ensure that it wouldn't faint. Even so, Ryudo did not feel that he would lose. After all, although Pang Sabin's physical strength was heaven-defying, he still did not know how to use martial arts. If a martial arts master like Saito Ryudo had LV5 physique, he could almost instantly kill the current Ryuto. Or it could be said that he could instantly kill anyone. However, Pang Sabin was still far from it. Kill. I will kill you. After a series of beast-like roars, Pang Sabin rushed over with a posture that gave people a sense of great pressure. Because of his super strong physical strength, this rushing momentum was like a human tank. Even Ryudo did not dare to face it head-on. Thus, he dodged to the side. At the same time, he bent his body and used all his strength to kick the inner side of Pang Sabin's thick knee. This kick could be said to be extremely tricky. No matter what kind of monster it was, after being kicked from the inner side of the knee, it could only kneel forward. Bang! After the monster knelt on one knee, Long Do took the opportunity to press forward and quickly launched a storm of attacks. His pair of slender and powerful arms were like two soft whips filled with mercury. Coupled with the ancient Bajiquan fist technique, in a short 2 seconds, he consecutively punched a dozen times. His attacks were extremely fierce. Because he did not have any apprehensions, Ryudo's every attack was accompanied by a sound of breaking air as it solidly kicked Pang Sabin's vital points. Furthermore, it produced a loud sound of flesh and bone colliding. With Ryudo's current strength, if such a violent and murderous attack landed on an ordinary person, even if that person had 10 lives, it would not be enough to survive. Liver, abdomen, throat, back of head, and heart. This was the first time that Ryudo did not hesitate to attack these vital points. But even if he attacked these vital points, he was still unable to cause any damage to Pang Sabin. Although Ryudo already felt that this guy had suffered serious injuries, but he always felt that no matter how he attacked, he was always missing that final kick, unable to let his attacks reach the deepest part. Good heavens, this guy is too durable, right? This is simply. Just when Ryudo's continuous attacks were about to be interrupted after a few seconds, a thick arm seized this opportunity and hugged his waist. Hey, hee, catch. Here. Come. Obviously, Pang Sabin had been waiting for this moment. Although his consciousness was not very clear, the rich fighting experience was still engraved in every cell of this body. Taking advantage of the opponent's previous attack and the short time before the opponent's new attack, the bulging muscular arm had already hugged Ryudo's waist. Then, he suddenly began to exert force inwards. Go to hell. At this time, Fatty Subarang's thick arm tried to squeeze and break Long Do's lumbar spine. The latter immediately felt a tearing sensation as if his body was about to be bent into a U shape. Bastard! You forced me. But Ryudo would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. Before his waist was broken, he raised his empty left hand, and a small Uzi submachine gun appeared in his hand. Of all the martial arts, this was the submachine gun assassination technique. After taking out his Uzi submachine gun from the equipment slot, Ryudo directly stuffed the muzzle into Pang Sabin's nostrils and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 191. Tut tut tut. Tut 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 tut. The 9mm bullet directly exploded in Subaru's nostrils. The explosive force spread upward along the nasal bone, the frontal process of the maxilla, the frontal nasal process, and other parts of the body, all the way to the frontal bone and even the brain. No matter how hard Subaru's body was now covered with steel-like muscles, the internal bones and organs would not change. Bang! As the bullet exploded in his head, the huge body finally fell backward. At the same time, the arm that was holding Long Do also lost the huge force that should have been attached to it. Hey! Hee hee! While falling, the man's face still had a strange smile. Coupled with his face full of blood and bones, the scene was particularly horrifying. But no matter how horrifying it was, Subaru was still a human. The bullet directly went through the nose and into the brain. This kind of injury was not something a Frankenstein could withstand. It was a real fatal injury. Therefore, after this big guy fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back and his breathing and heartbeat stopped. He had completely seen a ghost. Finally, it's finally over. Just when Subaru's terrifying body fell to the ground and didn't get up again, Ryudo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He relaxed his mind and sat down. It had to be said that the battle just now could be said to be the most difficult battle Ryudo had experienced so far. Although the battle with Saito was actually more dangerous, it didn't mean that it was difficult. After all, the battle ended quickly and didn't bring too much torture. But the battle with Subaru was completely different. The battle with this monster could be said to be enjoyable for Ryudo from both the physical and mental aspects. He was forced to the limit in both aspects. The strange body that seemed to have no effect no matter how he attacked, and the terrifying murderous aura that was more ferocious than a beast, made Ryudo feel a lot of pressure. Strictly speaking, the current Subaru was simply not a human, but a monster that couldn't be defeated and wasn't afraid of death. These strange creatures were not something that could be dealt with by fists and feet. It was something that demon hunters or zombie Taoists should do. If Long Do hadn't used the unethical submachine gun assassination technique to shoot out his nostrils, he might have been the one lying on the ground right now. It hurts. My waist almost broke. Phew. Suddenly, Ryudo lifted his shirt and looked at his waist. There was a deep purple mark on the back of his waist. It was like a huge python was deeply imprinted on his skin. However, this was still considered good. If Subaru had been strangled for a while longer, Long Do's waist and spine would have been completely broken. At that time, he would have to pay another 1 million yuan. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. It's here. Come here quickly. Just as Ryuto was sitting on the ground to rest, Kaiyang rushed into the factory with his men. Because they planned to fight the monster that couldn't be penetrated by handguns, the members of the Big Dipper Alliance had already brought a lot of heavy firepower weapons. From shotguns to fully automatic rifles, to howitzers and even rocket launchers, these were the real weapons that the Big Dipper Alliance had. They looked very powerful. After all, this extreme do specialized in firearms. The firearms in their hands could be said to be the best on the island. If a fight really broke out, it would not be a joke. But now, no matter how powerful the heavy firepower was, it was useless because the monster that Kaiyang and his men were going to kill was now lying on the ground and turned into a huge monster corpse. What? It was already done? Relying on him alone? The moment he rushed into the factory, Kaiyang looked at Subaru, who was lying on the ground, and Ryudo, who was sitting next to him rubbing his waist. He couldn't help but have a look of disbelief. God, this was a monster that couldn't be penetrated by handguns. Ryudo Kiryu actually killed it by himself. This combat power was simply... Should he consider joining the Avengers or something? After seeing this ally, Ryudo also extended his hand and smiled. Brother Kaiyang, can you give me a hand? Amazing. I'm impressed. Kaiyang walked over and helped Ryudo up and praised him with a tone of admiration. As everyone knew, the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance, Kaiyang, was a very taciturn, tough guy. He rarely praised people, and he used this kind of tone to praise people. This was simply unbelievable to his men. After Kaiyang brought people over, the next thing was simple. Fatty Subaru had caused such a huge ruckus just now. The Metropolitan Police Department would definitely be frantically sending people over here. But before they arrived, Ryudo and Kaiyang had already taken away all the bodies of Subaru and Subaru. Not a single hair was left, so the police didn't find anything. Then, on the night of the same day, the entire underground world of Tokyo ushered in a wave of unprecedented perilous waves. The story of the White Tiger Gang and Psychedelic Subaru attempting to use the name of an alliance to murder the other three gang leaders was spread all over the internet. Almost the entire underground world knew about the dirty deeds of these people. The name of chivalry collapsed overnight. Karakawa Soyuki went from a well-regarded big shot to a scum that was despised overnight. It seemed like his name would go down in history. At the same time, the Rulon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, and Black Snake Alliance led the three gangs to attack the headquarters of the White Tiger Gang and Psychedelic Subaru. With the death or capture of Arakawa Genso and the Saburo brothers, the two extreme Dao organizations were like a group of dragons without a leader. Moreover, they were despised in name, causing them to be utterly defeated in the blink of an eye. When the sun rose the next day, the situation of the five gangs in Tokyo had completely changed. Most of the members of the White Tiger Gang who didn't know the truth were taken in by Ryudo and became non-staff members of the Rulon Group. The members of the Psychedelic Subaru were either killed or expelled. They were banned from entering the Tokyo area. From Ryudo's point of view, most of the members of the White Tiger Gang were still men. They weren't hopeless. They were only confused by Karakawa Soyuki's chivalry before. That was why they followed this boss for so long. Moreover, they didn't do too many evil things before. They were the same as the Rulon Group. However, the group of drug addicts in the psychedelic Sanlang were different. This organization was originally focused on selling all kinds of drugs. The internal members were naturally drug addicts and drug addicts. Each and every one of them had shifty eyes and pretended to be ghosts. For this group of garbage, Ryudo didn't plan to be soft at all. It was impossible to take them into his team. It was better to throw them into the Tokyo Bay as non-recyclable garbage to feed the fish. Therefore, the Tokyo Bay was particularly noisy that night. Groups of drug addicts and drug addicts were drowned in the bay with cement. Before they died, their mouths were stuffed with their favorite drugs. It was a worthy death. After everything calmed down, at noon the next day, Ryudo, Kaiyong, and Tessa, the two leaders of the gang, enjoyed the wine that the old guy Karakawa Soyuki kept in the base of the White Tiger Gang. Thank you so much for your help this time. Let me propose a toast to you too. On the table, Ryudo opened a bottle of aged white wine and filled it to the brim for Kaiyong and Tessa. Then, he raised his glass to toast them. It had to be said that the reason why this operation was so smooth was not only because Ryudo and the Rulon Group were strong enough, but also because of the cooperation of the Big Dipper Alliance and the Black Snake Alliance. Don't say that. This time, we should be basking in your glory. After raising her glass, Tessa covered her mouth and smiled. Her face was flushed, and she looked refreshed. After a night of property confiscation, the two large gang organizations, the White Tiger Gang and the Psychedelic Subaru, were completely disintegrated and annexed. Naturally, the three gangs that took action reaped a lot of benefits. This included the addition of personnel, various assets, and real estate, many connections, fame, and so on. It could be said that other than the Rulon Group, the Big Dipper Alliance, and the Black Snake Alliance also earned a lot. This made Tessa smile from ear to ear early in the morning. At this time, the more she looked at Ryudo, the more she liked him. Indeed, if we let that fake hero's plan go smoothly, let alone taking advantage, I'm afraid we won't even be able to keep our own belongings. Speaking of this, Kaiyong couldn't help but sigh. In fact, before yesterday, Kaiyong still thought that Karakawa Soyuki was a well-deserved hero, but he didn't expect him to be a complete hypocrite, a piece of trash in the human world. If it wasn't for Ryudo seeing through his scheme and reaching an agreement with the other two gangs in time, the Big Dipper Alliance would really have ended in the end. Then, this Rancha Alliance would really become a game where Shozo Arakawa and the Saburo brothers worked together to harvest the leeks. The Dragon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, and Black Snake Alliance would definitely lose everything. Just like this, because everyone reaped a lot of benefits, the meal could be said to be enjoyable. Ryudo, Kaiyong, and Tessa drank one cup after another, and the topics of conversation became more and more open, especially when he found out that Ryudo, a Japanese devil, could actually speak his native language. Kaiyong was even more delighted. He couldn't wait to become sworn brothers with him on the spot. At the table, Ryudo also told the two allies the identity of the boss behind the White Tiger Gang and the Psychedelic Subaru. After a full day of investigation, Sensible and Gao Yuan finally found out who the boss behind Karakawa Soyuki and the Subaru brothers were. Although the identity of the boss was hidden very well, as long as he moved in broad daylight, he would be exposed sooner or later. And the identity that was finally investigated shocked Ryudo and the others, because the boss behind the two gangs was actually the wife of the current Wuda Emperor, the current Empress, Kohishinya. Chapter 192. After investigating the identity of the boss behind the scenes, Ryudo was first surprised, but then he suddenly felt that this was not something difficult to understand. After all, Rue Hui had made it very clear before that the current empress was not as simple as she looked on the surface. Not only did she come from a political family, but she was also likely to be the spokesperson of the American forces. In other words, the empress was a politician through and through. How was it not news that a politician used extreme means? It was simply a matter of course. Using the seemingly benevolent White Tiger Gang to attack political opponents. Using the psychedelic Saburo to sell drugs to make huge profits. There was no doubt that Empress Wuda's ambition was much greater than it looked on the surface, and her heart was much darker than it looked on the surface. However, when they found out that everything behind the scenes was actually caused by the Empress of this country, Kaiyang and Tessa's expressions suddenly changed, and then they began to curse in a strange manner. Tessa sneered, gritted her teeth, and said angrily, "This country is really hopeless. The dignified empress is actually doing such despicable things." Kaiyang also cursed. The empress of a country should be the mother of the world. Who knew that she was actually such a black-hearted thing? It's really laughable. Kaiyang and Tessa were both foreigners, or rather, they were a group of people who were ostracized by their own people in this country. This group of people was already very dissatisfied with this garbage country, and when they heard that the one who harmed them was actually the empress of a country, their attitude was even more furious. The Japanese themselves were very xenophobic, or rather, they were very xenophobic towards the yellow-skinned Asians. If the white-skinned masters came, they would kneel down and lick them from head to toe, but if the Asians of other countries came, then they would show their true colors. The Big Dipper Alliance was famous for its firearms, and most of its members were like Kaiyang, originally from a mysterious eastern neighbor. According to Kaiyang, he and his brothers killed a few bullies in their hometown and had no choice but to flee abroad. However, after coming here, they were ostracized and had no way to find a proper job. In the end, when they were about to sleep on the streets, Kaiyang and a few of his brothers decided to band together and walk down this road. In the end, it was just a helpless move to make a living. However, because of Kaiyang and his brothers' hard work, they inadvertently made their business bigger and bigger, and even became one of Tokyo's 5 great extremes. This was something that Kaiyang had never thought of. Tessa's situation was similar. More than a decade ago, she was just a pitiful person who was kidnapped and sold to Tokyo to do some special jobs. She lived in endless pain and torture every day like a dog. Later on, Tessa could no longer stand the oppression of the locals on her and her sisters, so she tried her best to climb up step by step. However, she didn't expect that the path would become darker and darker, and she directly became a leader of the Great Path. Her experience was also very legendary. These 2 great path leaders were essentially different from the brothers Shirakawa and Saburo. They didn't do this for the sake of profit. They were forced by the situation and had no choice. Therefore, after 3 rounds of drinking, Kaiyang and Tessa looked at each other and then said to Ryuto, "Although the White Tiger Gang and Psychedelic Saburo have been eliminated, the current situation is still very unfavorable for us. The Queen will definitely continue to cause trouble for us, right? What's going on?" Hearing this, Ryuto couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After all, this time they had destroyed Owatamasa's Great Path Unification Plan and completely eliminated 2 of her most useful underground forces. It would be strange if the Queen didn't fly into a rage and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. In this case, the Rulon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, and Black Snake Alliance would still have to face threats from all sides in the future, and there was a high chance that they would be the kind that would attack both openly and covertly. At this time, Tessa continued to add, "If that's the case, why don't we really form an alliance and turn the 3 into 1? This way, everyone can take care of each other and cooperate with each other. What do you think? Although the Rulon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, and Black Snake Alliance were now members of the Rinxia Alliance in name, but with the death of Shirakawa and Saburo, the five Great Path Alliances existed in name only. Moreover, Ryudo and the others didn't want to use the alliance that Shirakawa and Saburo had planned to establish, so they had already burned the Rinxia Alliance document. In the future, they would never mention the Rinxia Alliance in order to avoid thinking of the disgusting Rinxia Alliance. However, the disbandment of the Rinxia Alliance didn't mean that the three of them couldn't form a new alliance and start afresh. After all, in essence, the business scope of the three Great Path Alliances didn't have any conflicts, and they could even achieve excellent complementary effects. The Rulon Group focused on martial arts. The group of people led by Ryudo were very good at fighting, and they were second to none in the Great Path Alliance. The Big Dipper Alliance focused on connections. The group of people led by Kai Yang had various armed connections all over the world, and they could buy many things that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The Black Snake Alliance focused on financial resources and intelligence. The group of people led by Tessa ran many nightclubs and unspeakable businesses. At the same time, they were also the place where all kinds of intelligence gathered. From this point of view, the business of the three Great Path Alliances didn't conflict, and they could even cover each other and protect each other. If they joined forces, they really had a chance to become an extreme path overlord, or even an extreme path empire. At that time, they would be the new Yanko Star, the Italian mafia in Japan, and the underground kings who would no longer be the running dogs of politicians. Ryudo had actually thought about this a long time ago, so after Tessa and Kai Yang expressed their intention to join forces, he also reached out to the two allies without hesitation. On the same day, the new formation document was completed. Following the three founders' ancient method of cutting off the head of a chicken, this new alliance called Black Hand Alliance was established, and it represented the Tokyo Extreme Path Alliance. Black Hand meant unscrupulous, and it also meant that the people in this alliance were all real villains. After all, the righteous people in this country were all despicable people like Empress Kawada and Hiro Karakawa. Ryudo and the others deliberately named the alliance Black Hand in order to show their disdain for those so-called righteous people. If you're righteous, then we'll be the villains. Let's see if your righteous people are stronger, or if our Black Hand is stronger. Bring it on. Although the work of establishing the Black Hand Alliance was quite complicated, and it involved the cooperation of the three organizations, Ryudo didn't need to worry about it. The Extreme Path side was handled by advisor Fujiki, the company side was handled by Gao Yuan, and the legal side was handled by Sensible. Basically, Ryudo once again became idle in the afternoon, and secretly avoided everyone to go to a place that he hadn't been to in a long time. And that place was called Kamishiro Daya. When Ryudo stood at the door of the Kamishiro Daya that he had been to a few months ago, he actually felt like it was a lifetime ago. A few months ago, Ryudo had just crossed over and was brought here by the Kamiyoshi people. Furthermore, he was almost poked to death by that old fellow Rabbit Ball. It was also in this place that Long Do made a vow to Luli for 2 years. In the end, he polished the statue for quite a long time with his face covered in dust. Only then did he leave like a plumber who would spend a whole night sweating profusely. However, the reason Ryudo came back today wasn't to secretly chat with Colored Glaze, but because he was invited by Rue Hui. Creak. When Ryudo came to the door, the side door quietly opened, and Rabbit Ball's figure slowly walked towards him. He came in front of Ryudo and slightly bowed, and lightly said, "Young Master Ryudo, please, Lady Rue Hui has been waiting for you for a long time." Now that he saw Ryudo Kiryu, Rabbit Ball's emotions were somewhat complicated. After all, he felt that things were getting more and more wrong. At first, Ryudo liked Colored Glaze, and even publicly said that he wanted to marry her. This was actually a very serious problem, and it also meant that Ryudo and the Kamiyoshi people should be serious enemies. But after he interacted with Lady Rue Hui seemed to like this young man, and obviously wanted to support him, which made Rabbit Ball very puzzled. What kind of magic does this young man have? Why does Lady Rue Hui value him so much? Rabbit Ball was a Kamiyoshi old man who watched Rue Hui grow up, but even so, He had never seen Lady Rue Hui have such a kind attitude towards anyone. Although this time Rue Hui called Ryudo over not because of personal matters, but to be able to call him home, this was a very rare scene. In this way, Ryudo followed Rabbit Ball around the Kamiyoshi villa, and after circling around, they came to a hidden basement. Walking down the stairs, Ryudo saw Rue Hui's graceful figure, and not far from her, there was something similar to a test bench, and on top of it was the body of Pang Saburo that had been dried up. In the dark basement, there was a beauty who bloomed like a flower, as well as a sinister corpse. This scene could be said to be a stark contrast, adding a dangerous aura to the beauty of the Kamikaze family's leader. Of course, in the basement, in addition to Rue Hui, there were several other staff wearing white coats. Looking carefully, there were many kinds of research equipment placed in the corner of the basement. From the clothes of these staff and the various research investigations being conducted, this should be a temporary small research institute. When Ryudo walked down the stairs, Rue Hui turned to him and smiled. "Ryudo, you are here." At this moment, it seemed that in Ryudo's eyes, she didn't look like the master of Kamiyoshi, nor was she a powerful woman in Tokyo, but a kind and lovely big sister. At least Ryudo thought so. Chapter 193. Yo, Ms. Ruehue, this guy seems to have changed a lot. Ryudo came in front of Ruehue and greeted her, then turned his head to look at Pang Saburo, who was lying on the experiment table. If Ryudo didn't recognize his appearance, it was really hard to imagine that this guy who looked very dry now was actually the same person as the strong monster who fought with him before. Last night, after killing Pang Sanlang, Long Do asked Rue Hui for help because he didn't have any medical talents. He asked Rue Hui to send someone to study this guy's body. There was no doubt that Pang Saburo's strange state yesterday was absolutely abnormal. The reason that led to the state that could almost be called a Frankenstein was actually just because he took a piece of black paper, that's all. Although Ryuto knew that the organization Psychedelic Saburo was an organization that sold various forbidden drugs as its main source of profit, he didn't expect that they actually had such an outrageous thing in their hands. If this strange drug was widely spread, not to mention the entire Tokyo's extreme do, perhaps the whole world would fall into chaos. This was a big trouble. In order to find out what was going on, Ryudo contacted Rue Hui and asked her to deal with the fat Saburo and the skinny Saburo. He believed that this kamikaze leader would be able to easily find out what was going on. It's indeed a big change. According to the investigation of our research department, this fat man's body is like a deflated balloon after death. Almost all the cells inside are rapidly withering. This should be the side effect of that forbidden drug, Rue Hui said while looking at the guy who was no longer human on the experiment table, at the same time showing a look of disgust. Forbidden drug. I can't imagine what kind of drug can achieve this effect, and it's actually just a piece of black paper? Hee, Ryudo-kun, about that paper, as a member of Extreme Do, you should know more about it than me. Who knew that when Ryudo talked about the black paper, Rue Hui pursed her lips and smiled. What do you mean? That's paper anesthetic. Haven't you heard of it? It's a very popular thing on the streets. Rue Hui picked up a piece of paper from the table beside her and soaked it in the reagent. After a few seconds, the liquid in the reagent was absorbed by the paper, and the color of the paper turned into the color of the reagent. Seeing this scene, Ryudo suddenly understood and said, "Ah, I see. Is this the paper anesthetic? I seem to have seen something similar." In the wee hours of the morning, Ryudo brought his men to raid the headquarters of Psychedelic Saburo. In addition to seeing a large number of various forbidden drugs, he also saw many small bundles of paper. These sheets of paper were stacked together like some kind of calendar or something else. They looked particularly out of place when mixed with various drugs. However, Ryudo was not interested in these things. He ordered his subordinates to leave some pills to sync with the group of drug addicts, and burned the rest. At this time, after listening to Rue Hui's explanation, he reacted. Those sheets of paper were not ordinary sheets of paper, but a kind of alternative drug. Various drugs were refined into juice, and then the paper was soaked in it. This way, the paper would be impregnated with the drug's composition. When needed to take it, just lick it or eat it whole. This kind of paper anesthetic was very easy to carry. Even in public places, it would not be easy to attract attention. It could be said that it was the favorite new product of the psychedelic Saburo group of trash. However, the anesthetic that Peng Saburo ate in the end was on a completely different level from the things they usually sold. That was the genuine Superman medicine. Because she disliked the air in the research institute, not long after, Ruehue brought Ryudo to the surface and returned to her room. This was the Kamishiro courtyard, where colored glaze usually lived. Most of the time, Ruehue lived in the Kamishiro garden, headquarters of Kamiyoshi. But even so, Ruehue still had her own room in the Kamishiro courtyard, but it looked like there was no life in the room. Obviously, no one usually lived here. After returning to the room, Ruehue sat in front of the tea table in a dignified manner. She stretched out her slender white hand to pick up the teacup, washed the teapot with warm water, took it out, put it on the tea tray, and then put the tea leaves into the pot. Ruehue was obviously very knowledgeable in the tea ceremony. Her every move looked quite elegant and smooth. Her hand swept across the tea table, teapot, and other places in a continuous manner, as if she was carrying out a graceful and agile performance. It was a leisurely afternoon. Looking at such a beauty sitting in front of him making tea, for Ryudo, it could be said to be quite a wonderful experience, especially when he just saw the corpse of a monster that he killed with his own hands. While making tea, Ruehue said, "Our professionals have just interrogated the skinny man. He said that the name of the anesthetic is Hell Butterfly, and it was sold to him by a seller who he didn't know the identity of." In addition to Panzaburo was also alive in the hands of Ruehue, and it seemed that he was tortured by the professional ninjas of Kamiyoshi. Speaking of torture, ninjas are professionals. Unless they are made of iron, otherwise, in a few moves, they are afraid that even their underwear will be revealed. Hell Butterfly is indeed a very vivid name. After eating it, you will be ready to go to hell. Indeed, although the effect of this Superman potion is strong, the accompanying risk is equally terrifying. Basically, after taking it, the mortality rate will reach 100%. It is completely burning oneself. Although the research team of Kamiyoshi hasn't completely analyzed the composition of this Superman potion, from the partial composition that has been analyzed now, the design of this Hell Butterfly didn't intend to let the people who eat it live. Suddenly, Ryudo couldn't help but ask, such a powerful forbidden drug is indeed impossible to be developed by psychedelic Saburo. Even the Owada behind him can't do it, right? It can't be done. As far as I know, such a fierce forbidden drug can only be made by a large international drug research center. This kind of research center is basically in the hands of a few developed countries. Heavenly Eye Group may be an exception. When she said those words, a sharp look flashed in Ruehue's eyes. In this world, there are not many companies that can have an international drug research center. In the entire island, only Heavenly Eye Group has this ability. After all, the four major departments under Heavenly Eye Group include Weapon Department, Secret Department, Guard Department, and Pharmaceutical Department. Weapon Department is responsible for researching all kinds of cutting-edge killing weapons. Heavenly Eye Group is an international-level super arms dealer. This department can be said to have great merit. Guard Department and Secret Department are responsible for protecting the safety of the group, collecting intelligence of hostile forces, or simply assassinating. These two departments are also easy to understand. As for the last Pharmaceutical Department, it is a low-key department that rarely appears on the table, and it is even rare to hear about them. Up to now, Ruehue only knew that Pharmaceutical Department has several large drug research centers, but she didn't hear that they have researched anything decent. However, judging from the incident with the Hell Butterfly, it wasn't that the Pharmaceutical Department of the Heavenly Eye Group didn't come up with anything, but that the things they came up with were rarely circulated outside. This time, the reason why the Saburo brothers had a Hell Butterfly was most likely because Saburo had accidentally contacted the Pharmaceutical Department through some channels and obtained a trial product from them. It was not a product that was ready to be sold. After all, from Ruehue's point of view, even if such a domineering forbidden drug could be mass-produced, the cost would be extremely high. Selling it for money would be a sure loss. Therefore, Iam's goal shouldn't be to use this drug to make money, but to give it to her direct subordinates to use as a combat amplification tool in some battles. Just imagine Yongji's direct subordinates spreading martial arts under the heavens. Each of them would have a hell butterfly, and all of them would turn into invulnerable monsters that would rampage on the battlefield. Just how terrifying would that scene be? It would be like a monster invasion. So that's how it is. I feel that Iam is behind this. Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't hear much about the Heavenly Eye group recently, it is obvious that this huge group has already started to prepare for the war more than a year later. Thinking of this, Ryudo felt a little helpless. After all, the more he knew how terrifying the Heavenly Eye group is, the more he felt weak and powerless in front of that woman. At this time, Ruehue had already poured the boiled water into the pot. The tea leaves in the pot floated around, and the tea was clear. After being steeped many times, the fragrance was even more distinct. He smelled the faint tea fragrance in his nose, and a faint mist rose from the table. This caused long dozed tiredness to surge. After all, he hadn't slept since last night, and he was already exhausted. Ruehue poured out the freshly brewed tea and turned to Ryuto. "Oh right, there's also Xiaotianya." "Oh?" When Ruehue turned around, she found that Ryuto was lying on the tatami in a daze, and he was even snoring slightly. The two were only halfway through their conversation, but one of them suddenly fell asleep. This should have been very rude. However, Ruehue didn't get angry when she saw this. Instead, she went over and put Ryuto's head on her lap so that he could rest more comfortably. In the room, the tea fragrance lingered. There was a young man lying on her lap. Ruehue reached out and stroked the blonde hair lying on her lap. She suddenly remembered that when Colored Glaze was still very young, she also liked to lie close to her mother like this. When did Ruehue start to be extra strict with Colored Glaze and started to resist her approach? It should be from the moment she realized that her death was near. In order to not let her daughter be too sad after her death, Ruehue decided to keep a certain distance from Colored Glaze. After that, no one enjoyed this kind of treatment until Ryudo appeared. Unfortunately, this guy's blonde hair was a bit prickly, and it wasn't as soft as Colored Glaze. After stroking Ryudo's head for a while, Ruehue shook her head regretfully, but she still revealed a motherly smile. Later that afternoon, the end of the Dori First High School also came as scheduled. For Colored Glaze, who didn't join any activities department, if she didn't have anything to do, she would go home early and do some daily study or entertainment activities at home. After getting out of the car, Colored Glaze stretched lazily, as if she felt a bit tired. It wasn't that she was tired because of a mere class. Colored Glaze's tiredness was clearly caused by the boredom of the past 2 days. That guy Ryudo, he didn't even respond to my messages this afternoon. But things over there should be settled. Colored Glaze couldn't help but complain to Dancing Costume behind her as she walked towards her home. Dancing Costume heard and replied, "Should be. According to our information, Rulon Group has completely taken over Psychedelic Saburo and White Tiger Gang's territory. They should be quite busy right now." "If they're busy, then it's fine." Isn't that Rabin? Why is he standing in the hallway?" After entering the Kamishiro courtyard, Colored Glaze took off her shoes and walked in the spacious wooden hallway with soft indoor shoes. But unexpectedly, she saw a figure that shouldn't be here. Generally speaking, unless there is an emergency, the Rabbitoshi in the cat house is the ninja responsible for guarding Ruehue. Now that Rabin was standing in the hallway, it meant that Ruehue should be nearby. That's Mother's room? Did she come here? Although Colored Glaze and Ruehue were mother and daughter, Ruehue was usually busy and rarely came to the Kamishiro courtyard to accompany her daughter. Not to mention, she had been deliberately distancing herself from Colored Glaze in recent years. So with a strong curiosity, Colored Glaze walked towards her mother's room. But after seeing Colored Glaze, Rabin's face changed slightly and said with a slightly awkward tone, "Lady Colored Glaze, you're back?" In Luli's impression, Rabbit Ball had always been an elegant gentleman who always wore an indifferent expression. He rarely showed such a strange attitude. How should she describe it? Right now, Rabbit Ball felt like he was a thief, or rather, he felt like he was helping a thief keep a lookout before being discovered. "Housekeeper Rabin, What's wrong with you? Why do you have such a strange expression? Is mother not inside? As Luli spoke, she stuck her head out and looked towards the room. The thick wooden door was tightly locked, and an elegant aroma of tea wafted out from the inside, mixed with the familiar scent of his mother. Although it was somewhat strange for Rue Hui to come here, it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, this was her house, so naturally, she could come and go as she pleased. But Rabin swallowed his saliva, and a few drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. What should I do? Lady Rue Hui and Ryudo, that little bastard, have been inside for 2 hours. What are they doing inside? If Lady knows, wouldn't it be troublesome? According to Rabin's knowledge, after Lady Rue Hui and Ryudo entered her room 2 hours ago, the door and windows were always closed, and there was no movement. For a man and a woman to stay in the same room for such a long time, Bunny Ball couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Even though Long Do was still an immoral person in his eyes, he still couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. That's right, at least in Rabin's opinion, Ryudo was still in a sealed state due to the needle, and Lady Rue Hui also knew about it. But at the same time, Rabin also knew that if Lady Rue Hui really wanted to do that, she could have another close ninja help to unseal Ryudo's sealed state. After all, the needle that Rabin injected before didn't completely remove Ryudo's thing. It just targeted the acupuncture point so that it couldn't raise the flag. With the understanding of the principle, another acupuncture point could be cured at any time, and then it could continue to play a variety of very interesting roles. In other words, Rabin actually didn't know if the two people in the room did something wrong inside. For Lady Rue Hui's personal affairs and her personal preferences, Rabin didn't intend to delve into it, and there was no need to delve into it. After all, that was his master, and his master could do whatever she wanted. What's more, Lady Rue Hui had lost her husband for many years. It was normal for her to find a male companion to relieve her loneliness. It was not worth making a fuss about. But the problem was that this time, the person in the room with Lady Rue Hui was Ryudo, and Lady Colored Glaze obviously had some unclear emotional disputes with Ryudo. Wasn't this a mess? If Lady Colored Glaze really liked Ryudo, and Lady Rue Hui used that kid in front of her, then wouldn't it be a mother and daughter fighting for the same man? What kind of scandal was this? Thinking of this, Rabin's face couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his frightened and sweaty situation increased Colored Glaze's doubts. Something's not right. Bunny Ball is rarely this shocked. Something must have happened inside. At this moment, Colored Glaze's mind suddenly appeared the plot of the novel that Yun Yin had written not long ago. In the novel written by Yun Yin, titled Zhu Yanxue, Chapter of Maternal Love, it described the image of an awkward and pitiful mother. The mother grew up in a large family and was forced to work hard for the family until she was almost 40 years old when she regained her freedom. After that, she commissioned a scientific research center to make a test tube daughter. She doted on her daughter since she was young. The mother and daughter loved each other, and their family was sweet. But when she realized that she was dying, in order to prevent her daughter from being sad, the mother consciously distanced herself from her cute daughter. And in the latter half of the novel, there was a time when the mother accidentally fell to the ground in her room due to a serious illness. Because she didn't want her daughter to find out, she ordered her bodyguards to block the door and not let her daughter in. Colored Glaze originally sneered in disdain after reading Yun Yin's novel that the story is purely fictional, and if there are similarities, it is purely coincidental. What kind of lousy novel was this? There was no logic at all. How could there be such a thing in the world? It was too ridiculous. Other than Kamiyoshi's Zhai Wang, what kind of work would keep people busy until they were almost 40 years old to regain their freedom and have the right to live their own lives? Ridiculous, ridiculous, completely impossible. But just as Rabin was covered in cold sweat and blocking the door of her mother's room, scenes from the novel quickly flashed past Colored Glaze's eyes. No, it can't be, right? Could it be that something really happened to Mother? That's why she, thinking of this, Colored Glaze suddenly felt a little panicked. So she quickly said to Rabin, "Move, I want to go in." This, Madame Rue Hui is still inside. Young Mistress you also know that I'm the young mistress? That's my mother inside. Is there anything that I can't know? Move. Because of the tense situation, Colored Glaze was too lazy to care so much. She reached out to push Rabin away and opened the door without hesitation. The moment she opened the door, Colored Glaze saw a figure lying in the room. From the black-sleeved kimono embroidered with double-leaf sunflower pattern with golden thread, the person lying there was definitely Rue Hui. But with Rue Hui's usual dignified manner, how could she casually lie on the tatami like an ordinary person? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something must have happened to her mother. Maybe she vomited a lot of blood. She was struggling on the line between life and death. Suddenly, Colored Glaze rushed in and shouted as she rushed in, "Mother, you're not ah?" After Colored Glaze entered the room, the first thing she saw was Rue Hui collapsed on the tatami. The second thing she saw was Ryudo, who was sleeping soundly in Rue Hui's arms. The last word, "ah," contained all the doubts and confusion in Colored Glaze's heart. For a moment, she thought that she was seeing things and hurriedly rubbed her eyes. After rubbing her eyes once, the situation was still the same. After rubbing her eyes twice, the situation still didn't change. After rubbing her eyes 3 times, what the hell was she rubbing her eyes for? That's right, in the master room of the Kamishiro courtyard, Rue Hui was sleeping soundly with Ryuto on the tatami. Rue Hui even hugged Ryuto in her arms and rubbed his hair with a doting expression. For a moment, Colored Glaze didn't know what to say. Colored Glaze Kenzaki, returned home and saw mother being intimate with her future boyfriend. What kind of expression should Colored Glaze have at this moment? Just as this young lady's face revealed an incomparably complex expression, Ryudo also woke up amidst a soft and fragrant feeling. The moment he woke up, Ryudo felt something soft on his face and something slippery and cold on his head. What is this? It's so fragrant and soft. Out of instinct, Ryudo took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. After raising his head, the first thing he saw was Rue Hui lying in front of him. Perhaps it was because she was also very tired, or perhaps it was because she saw that Ryudo was sleeping so soundly. Rue Hui also laid down with a peaceful expression on her face. After seeing Rue Hui lying next to him, Ryudo's second sight was the young lady standing not far away. Her hair was almost standing on end, and she had an expression as if she was looking at trash. Ryudo Kiryu, you're awake. Is it comfortable hugging mother while sleeping? When he saw Colored Glaze's murderous expression and Rue Hui lying next to him, Ryudo suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into the most powerful hell in history. Chapter 194. Cough, cough. Let's deal with the situation first. Because he was too tired this afternoon, he suddenly fell asleep while chatting with Lady Rue Hui. When he woke up, he noticed that Lady Rue Hui was also asleep beside him, and she even hugged him. Coincidentally, Madame Rue Hui's daughter, Miss Lieli, happened to see this scene. Question. In this situation, how should I, Ryudo Kiryu, escape? A. Kill myself on the spot. B. Kill myself on the spot. C. Kill myself on the spot. Sorry, it wasn't because Ryudo had serious suicidal tendencies. It was because he couldn't think of how to explain the current situation. Especially when Luli looked at him as if he was looking at unrecyclable trash, Longdo couldn't help but tremble. And Ryudo's trembling made Colored Glaze's misunderstanding even more, making her believe that Ryudo and Rue Hui had some kind of secret relationship. Humph. After leaving a cold humph, Colored Glaze turned around and ran out without hesitation. She ran away just like that? Ryudo originally thought that Colored Glaze would directly slap him and activate Shiraba mode. Who knew that she just left a cold humph and ran away like a little girl who was bullied? Seeing this scene, Ryudo immediately stood up and wanted to chase after her, but a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Wait, let her calm down. Under Ryudo's shocked gaze, Rue Hui slowly sat up from the ground and calmly tidied up her slightly messy hair. What's going on? Lady Rue Hui. Lady Rue Hui. When did you wake up? About half an hour ago. So you're saying that when Colored Glaze came in, you were actually pretending to be asleep? What kind of situation was this? What was Lady Ruehue thinking? Ryudo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because he couldn't understand Kanai Ruehue's thoughts at all. Generally speaking, if Ruehui woke up early, she would have left before colored glaze came in. How could she lie down with Ryudo and let her daughter see such a scene that could easily lead to misunderstandings? It's all right. Ruehui smiled faintly and said, people always need to grow. That exciting scene just now was a good opportunity for colored glaze to grow. I think it's too exciting. I feel like the colored glaze is going to chop my head off at any moment. If the colored glaze could cut you with a hatchet, it means that she has indeed grown. Unfortunately, she won't. At this point, Ruehui sighed slightly. Ruehui had noticed a problem a long time ago, and that was that his daughter Kinzaki colored glaze was incredibly lacking in personal initiative. Personal initiative had two meanings. The first was that people could actively understand the objective world, and the second was that they could actively change the objective world under the guidance of their knowledge. The colored glaze didn't lack the ability to understand the objective world, but she lacked the motivation to actively change the objective world. This was reflected in real life. The colored glaze was rather passive in everything. She rarely took the initiative to make her own choices. Every day, she lived lazily without a goal. Ryudo had noticed this problem as well. After all, in normal life, the colored glaze would almost never take the initiative to call or text him. She would only respond when he looked for her. In this regard, the colored glaze was far inferior to Dunia and Yunyan. After all, the two of them would always chat with Ryudo about their novels or go out a spar. However, the colored glaze would never do such a thing. It was as if she was always passively waiting for others to approach her, while she remained in a lazy state of doing nothing. If there was a difficult mission that required the colored glaze's help, with the colored glaze's intelligence, she would be able to give the perfect answer. However, this was under the premise that others gave her a clear goal. If no one gave her a mission, this young miss would be like a blind fly, flying around aimlessly in the same place. This situation was actually very bad. Although Ryudo faintly sensed it, there was nothing he could do about it. Just as Ruehui said, if it had been Yunyan and Dunia who saw the situation just now, they would probably have drawn their swords in anger. At the very least, they would have slapped Ryudo. However, the colored glaze only knew how to turn around and run. She didn't even dare to come up and slap him. She was very weak. Ruehui obviously didn't like her weak and passive personality, so she decided to give her daughter a harsh punishment. That was to let her daughter make a scene outside and do whatever she wanted. Ruehui explained her intentions to Ryudo, and Rabbit Ball also came in and reported, Madame Ruehui, colored glaze ran away without looking back. She ran away while shouting that she wanted to run away from home. Run away from home? Not bad, not bad. If she runs away from home, it means that she can still be saved. If she doesn't even dare to run away from home, then she's done for. After hearing that her daughter ran away from home, Ruehui revealed a satisfied smile. Good fellow. You're the ghost mother. You're so happy that your daughter ran away from home. Although he knew that Ruehui was very strict with colored glaze, Ryudo didn't expect her to go to this extent. So he couldn't help but complain. Really, Madame Ruehui, if you want to do this, you should at least tell me in advance. You made me, Speaking until here, Ryudo couldn't help but blush. It was obvious that he couldn't handle the hugging a man in his arms just now. Until now, Ryudo felt that his nose was filled with the sweet fragrance of Ruehui's body. It was as if he could still feel her soft body touch his face. This situation was a bit too exciting for Ryudo, who was still a pure and innocent virgin. It was to the point where he was about to have a nosebleed. Aya. But Ruehui heard him and walked over with a smile. She smiled and said in his ear, What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you have some weird thoughts about an old woman like me? You can't be, right? After hearing Ruehui's words, Ryudo's face turned even redder. But he still said seriously, How could that be, Madame Ruehui? You're not an old woman, you're very, very charming. Indeed, Ryudo's words could be said to be from the bottom of his heart. Without a doubt, Ruehui was a very charming lady. This didn't only refer to her appearance, but also her personality and temperament were very special. She was as fragrant and charming as freshly brewed tea. So Ryudo definitely didn't think of her as an old woman, but as a very charming older sister. After hearing the young man's serious comments, Rue Hui opened her mouth slightly, then turned her head away. It's not a good habit to be glib-tongued. I still have something to do. You go back first, but don't pay attention to colored glaze for now. Just have Rabbitoshi follow her. Were my words too direct and made Madame Rue Hui angry? Rue Hui's words more or less sounded like she was asking him to leave, so Ryudo could only sigh and leave the Kamishiro courtyard dejectedly. Today was a failure. He angered colored glaze and angered Madame Rue Hui. What a miserable day. On the way back, Ryudo looked listless, but in reality, that wasn't the case. What Ryudo didn't see was that when he left, Rue Hui turned her face away and blushed slightly. The master of Kamiyoshi casually picked up the mirror beside her and looked at the red lips, white teeth, and beautiful face in the mirror. This face didn't change much in the past few decades, and her appearance had been maintained at a very stable level. And because of that special genetic disease, until her death, Rue Hui's appearance shouldn't change much, as if she was frozen at around 30 years old. Am I still very charming? Unfortunately, for an old woman who is about to die, charm and whatnot are completely meaningless. Thinking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile, and her mood became a little depressed. Of course, even if her mood was depressed, she couldn't be as depressed as Colored Glaze, who was running alone on the street. If Colored Glaze was now shooting a TV series, then the TV series should be called Run, Miss. After seeing the sensational scene before, Colored Glaze only felt that her head was buzzing. She didn't know what to do, nor did she know where to go. In short, Colored Glaze knew that she must first run out of the Kamishiro courtyard and run along the road and run and run and run. Huff, huff, huff. However, even though it was said that she kept running forward, in fact, Luli was already panting after running for a distance of over 100 meters. Hence, she changed to a tortoise-like pace. After all, Colored Glaze's physical fitness was at the level of LV1, dust of the world, so running was too difficult for her. Seeing Colored Glaze running alone on the street, Dancing Costume, who was not far behind, didn't know whether to laugh or cry and asked, "Madame Rue Hui is really too much. Is it really okay for the lady to run on the street like this?" "No problem. It should be okay." Beside her, Bunny Ball took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his face and replied with a somewhat complicated tone, "Secretly protect Colored Glaze from afar, but don't interfere with her actions." This was the order that Rue Hui gave to Bunny Ball and Dancing Costume. So unless there was something that Colored Glaze couldn't solve, or something that involved personal safety, her followers couldn't do anything. From a certain point of view, Rue Hui understood her daughter very well, because this method of keeping a distance allowed Colored Glaze to completely vent her resentment and to think deeply on her own. But at this time, the lady walked on the street hatefully and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, annoying, shameless thing." Colored Glaze's mind was in a mess, very, very mess, to the point that she didn't even have the energy to think. She just walked blindly on the street, not knowing where to go. Walking and walking, she left the Kamishiro courtyard of the rich people's villa district. Judging from her appearance, Luli was a delicate, elegant, and beautiful young lady. Naturally, such a young lady would be very conspicuous walking on the street by herself. Thus, not long after she left alone, a few sloppily dressed delinquents set their eyes on this young lady in distress, and they sneakily surrounded her. Chapter 195. This cute lady, where are you going by yourself? Do you need us brothers to accompany you? Just as Colored Glaze was walking with her head down, she suddenly heard a slippery and perverted voice in front of her. She looked up and saw 3 delinquents dressed in gaudy clothes. No matter how she looked at them, they didn't look like good people. They were smiling frivolously at her, as if they were saying, "Girl, come play with me." Facing these delinquents, Colored Glaze naturally couldn't be bothered with them. She just wanted to leave. But as soon as she took a step, one of them blocked her way. The smile on his face was even more disgusting. "Move." Colored Glaze took a deep breath and said in a commanding tone. Not to mention that she was in a bad mood. Even in normal times, Colored Glaze had this kind of attitude. However, her commanding tone clearly angered the three hooligans. One of the delinquents who had dyed his hair red, as if he had changed into headshot battle-damaged skin, frowned and said, "Yo, this little girl is quite arrogant. She doesn't put us brothers in her eyes at all." That's right. Maybe she's a young lady from a famous family. What a joke. Would a young lady from a famous family walk outside like this? She would probably have a few bodyguards by her side. That's true. Walking outside alone? Wouldn't she have a few bodyguards by her side? After hearing the words of these delinquents, Colored Glaze suddenly reacted and quickly turned her head to look. There was no one behind her. The dancing costume that she was used to following wasn't there. The rest of Kamiyoshi's bodyguards weren't there either. No, it can't be, right? I already ran out like this and none of them actually followed me? When she realized that she didn't bring anyone behind her and was alone, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, they should be silently protecting me in the dark. There shouldn't be no one following me. That's too ridiculous. Just as Colored Glaze was sighing, the three hooligans beside her couldn't hold it in any longer. After all, her expression of not treating others as human beings was very sarcastic. It was as if she was standing next to three large pieces of trash. Heh, we brothers have roamed the Jianghu for decades, and this is the first time we've met someone who doesn't put us in their eyes. What? At such a young age, she had already learned to look at people through the cracks of the door, right? She was treating him like a two-dimensional piece of paper. One of the thugs couldn't help but snort, "Humph. We're from the Rulong group. If you don't give us face, we'll burn your house down." But it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said the words Rulong group, Colored Glaze's eyes immediately turned cold. She slowly lowered her head, her facial muscles trembling slightly, as if she was gritting her teeth. At the same time, she asked coldly, "What did you say? Rulong group, right? Are you scared? Our Rulong group is Tokyo's #1. Get lost." Without waiting for the hooligan to finish speaking, Colored Glaze couldn't help but raise her hand and slap him in the face. Colored Glaze wanted to slap Ryudo not long ago, but she didn't dare. Now, this self-proclaimed member of the Rulong group actually took the initiative to come over. Wouldn't she slap him like Ryudo? Damn it, I don't dare to hit Ryudo, but I don't dare to hit you? Who do you think you are? Pa. A burst of crisp applause sounded. The hooligan was stunned, and the other two were also stunned. Colored Glaze held her painful palm and jumped up on the spot. It hurts. It hurts. Hitting people is actually such a painful thing. Colored Glaze held her palm and secretly cried out in pain. The other person who was being hit was not going to take it. What's going on? Isn't the Rulong group very powerful now? Us three brothers impersonating this extreme Dao organization to rob people should be able to scare a lot of people, right? Why aren't they giving face to a little girl? Looking at the little girl who was jumping up and down because of the pain, the three brothers who called themselves Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard finally couldn't take it anymore. One of them reached out to grab Colored Glaze. Suddenly, Dancing Costume, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but angrily say, "Damn it! These guys actually dared to hurt the young Miss Hand. They deserve to die." But before Dancing Costume could angrily rush over to protect the young miss, Bunny Ball suddenly reached out to stop her. "You are?" Just when Dancing Costume was wondering why Bunny Ball didn't let her attack, the situation over there changed again. Just when one of the hooligans' hand was about to grab Colored Glaze, a white shadow inserted itself between the two like lightning and landed a punch on the stinky hand that was reaching out. Crack. On the other side, Colored Glaze was just about to hold her head and crouch down when she suddenly heard the crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a miserable scream like a crushed grasshopper. Everything happened too quickly. The hooligan who reached out his hand didn't even have time to react before a burst of intense pain washed over his nerves. At the same time, his hand seemed to fly out. "Oh, my hand. My hand, ah." After the earth-shattering punch, the 5 fingers that were originally outstretched like an eagle's claw were twisted beyond recognition. It looked like some kind of postmodern art piece. The culprit who caused all of this was only a delicate doll-like beauty. She looked petite, her silver hair was like snow, and she wore light sportswear. When she hit someone, she didn't hesitate at all. Stinky trash. With this little ability, you dare to come out and take liberties with an innocent woman. Are you tired of living? Under Colored Glaze's stupefied gaze, Dunia, who came out of nowhere, shook her small wrist, a trace of disdain appearing in her eyes. Dong. Dunia? Wait a moment. Let me clean up the trash first. Dunia didn't even turn her head as she snorted at Colored Glaze. Following that, her petite figure quickly rushed towards the two hooligans who didn't know what was going on. What followed was a violent beating that made Colored Glaze's heart palpitate. Colored Glaze found it hard to imagine that Dunia's small body was actually so strong and could be so ruthless when hitting people. At most 10 seconds passed, the three hooligans fell to the ground. Some even fainted from the intense pain and injuries. Their injuries were so severe that it was almost certain that they would be permanently disabled, but this was already the result of Dunia's mercy. After all, with Dunia's current strength and killing intent, if she was a little more serious, the floor would have already turned into a sea of blood. That scene would have been very bad. After quickly dealing with these hooligans, Dunia turned her head towards Colored Glaze, raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you okay? Why are you running around here by yourself? This kind of situation is quite rare." For Dunia, encountering Colored Glaze was a complete accident. It was just that when she was running to the next location after school, she happened to run to this street and happened to see Luli being pestered by these three hooligans. Therefore, she casually made a move. Although Dunia was just passing by, it was a fact that she saved Colored Glaze. Colored Glaze hurriedly nodded and thanked her. "I'm fine. Thank you very much." "No need to thank me, but a young lady like you shouldn't be out here alone. You should go home quickly." Dunia sized up Colored Glaze, shook her head slightly, and then turned to leave. Whether it was in terms of body size or age, Dunia was younger than Colored Glaze. But when faced with an unexpected situation like just now, her method of dealing with it was much more effective than Colored Glaze, and her attitude was also much calmer. Other than the previous Ryudo kidnapping incident and the $1 billion chase night, Dunia's personality was naturally more outspoken and more independent, so she looked more mature in this kind of situation. Seeing that Dunia was about to leave, Colored Glaze hurriedly chased after her, ran to her side and asked, Wait, you. Where are you going now? Can I go with you?" Speaking of which, Colored Glaze wasn't very familiar with Dunia, and the two of them didn't even like each other. But at this moment where she just experienced the betrayal of her mother and future boyfriend, and met with bad people, even if it was just being with someone who couldn't be considered a friend, it would make Colored Glaze's mood slightly better. So she didn't mind taking the initiative to talk to Dunia, and even walked behind her. Whether it was shopping or shopping, at least she would have someone to accompany her for the time being, so she wouldn't be alone. However, Dunia wasn't going shopping or shopping, but gave an answer that Colored Glaze never expected. She casually replied as she walked, "I'm actually planning to challenge the dojo. Are you interested in this too?" Challenge? Challenge the dojo? Hearing this term that seemed to have popped out from a parallel universe, Colored Glaze was stunned. What she knew about the dojo challenge were usually martial artists who went to other dojos to challenge them in order to test their own martial arts level. This was called dojo challenge. But this term used on Dunia was a bit strange. You're a 15-year-old high school girl, and such a cute little loli. It's fine if you don't participate in any activities to enjoy your youth, but you're actually going to challenge the dojo after school? Although Dunia had already changed into sportswear, this term didn't match her at all. But in fact, Dunia wasn't lying. Challenging the dojo was already a daily occurrence for her these days. Since a few weeks ago when she experienced the night of hunting with Ryudo, Dunia understood how weak she was, and also understood how laughable her past arrogance was. Whether it was to protect oneself or to protect others, one must have sufficient strength to do so. So Dunia recently learned Saido-style martial arts from her father, Wu Hong, while occasionally finding a place to challenge the dojo to hone her combat experience. When she told these things to Colored Glaze, Dunia's body emitted a calm demeanor unique to martial artists. If the Dunia that Colored Glaze knew before was just a capricious and fake young lady who wore a mask every day, then now she had grown into a real martial artist. After a bear cub experienced life and death hunting, it would quickly grow into a majestic bear. The current Dunia was the same, but a young lady like you probably wouldn't understand. After all, your life seems very leisurely. After telling her experience, Dunia glanced at Colored Glaze and walked towards the building not far away. There seemed to be a rather famous karate dojo there, which was why Dunia came. My life seems very leisurely. After being told this by Dunia, Colored Glaze instinctively wanted to refute. But when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say a word. She could only follow Dunia numbly. This soulless walking posture was like a portrayal of Colored Glaze's life. Chapter 196. Indeed, compared to the others, Colored Glaze's daily life was indeed very leisurely. Ryudo was busy every day with Rulong Group and Rulong Security Company. He also had to find time to beat up hooligans and earn money in the battle arena. From time to time, he also had to accompany the little ancestors. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to sleep. Yunyan was also fighting every day for her dream of becoming a novelist. Although her struggle hadn't ended, she had been working hard to walk down this path until she could see the dawn of the future. Dunia wasn't to be outdone. She went to school during the day, and after school in the afternoon, she didn't do anything but run straight to the dojo. At night, she had to practice martial arts under her father's guidance. Her days were very fulfilling. But what about Colored Glaze? What did Colored Glaze usually do? She just went to school every day and helped Ryudo when he had something to ask of her. When she had nothing to do, she would go home to practice calligraphy, read books, learn some music, tea ceremony, and so on. Although on the surface it seemed that Colored Glaze had a lot to do every day, these things weren't what Colored Glaze wanted to do at all. They were purely playthings to pass the time. What dreams do I have? What kind of person do I want to be? What direction should I strive towards? Colored Glaze had never thought about these questions. It wasn't that she didn't think about it, but that she didn't even think about it. After all, in Colored Glaze's subconscious mind, she was still the unlucky person who was sent to be a vegetarian king at the age of 18. When she came out, she was already close to 50 years old. Dreams? Future? These words had nothing to do with Lioli's life in the first place. Her future was just bleak. With this kind of thinking, although this young miss of Kamiyoshi had outstanding ability and amazing potential, she always muddled through every day. Every day was boring and meaningless. However, Ryudo's appearance had already given her the power to have dreams and a future. If Seiji was able to truly take control of his own Naruto empire in a year's time and completely destroy the high and mighty Shinto system, the position of vegetarian king that restricted the Kanzaki family would also disappear. Of course, if they wanted to destroy the Shinto system, they would have to face many enemies in addition to the Kanzaki family. After all, this was essentially an act of digging up the country's roots. They would have to become enemies with more than half of the country. So to do this, Ryudo had to put in a lot of effort and bet his life many times. But up until now, Lioli's future had always depended on Dragonfight. She rarely took the initiative to fight for herself and only waited for others to summon her. She was like a human-shaped box of tricks that would come at the drop of a hat. Am I really going to go on like this? What should I do? Seeing Dunia walk into the Rasen Club karate dojo with her head held high, Colored Glaze couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But when she followed Dunia into the karate dojo, Colored Glaze's shame disappeared, only leaving behind astonishment. Ha, 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 ha. Another 30 rounds of straight punches. You bunch of trash. Grit your teeth and persevere. Otherwise, die. The time now was around 4:30 in the afternoon. Hundreds of students were sweating profusely in this Rasen Club karate dojo, unceasingly honing their techniques under the request of the teachers. Hundreds of people shouted one after another. A large group of fierce men wearing karate clothes unceasingly punched and raised their legs. The teachers holding the pointer scolded and fought. The scene was very spectacular. Isn't this the Rosin Club? This is the dojo famous for its actual combat karate? Dunia is planning to challenge this place? However, just when Colored Glaze was surprised, Dunia walked into the door of the karate dojo and went straight to the place where the students were training. Before Luli could react, she said to the hundreds of people present in a clear voice, "Who is the person who is the best at fighting here? Please come out and spar with me." This is so direct. After hearing Dunia's words, Colored Glaze couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then she turned her head and looked at the group of martial artists who collectively stopped their training because of this sentence and slightly stepped back, as if afraid of being beaten up. Generally speaking, suddenly rushing in when people are training and asking to spar with the best fighter should be quite rude. So Colored Glaze initially thought that the people in the dojo would be angry and mercilessly kick the two of them out or something. However, what she didn't expect was that the people in this Rosin Club seemed to be very familiar with this kind of scene. They were not surprised at all, but quickly made the corresponding preparations. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Under Colored Glaze's stunned gaze, hundreds of students separated neatly to the left and right, divided into two, leaving a large space in the center of the dojo. The brawny man who was waving the pointer just now glanced at Dunia and said in a deep voice, "Is it you? The young lady of the Saito family who recently took down many dojo signboards, the monster known as the Silver Violent Bear." See, I'm quite famous in this area." After hearing the teacher's words, Dunia turned her head and showed a proud smile to Colored Glaze. Recently, a very rare thing was circulating in Yodo's martial arts world. That was a girl who looked at most 12 or 13 years old, Dunia. "I'm 15 years old." The little girl was constantly challenging the dojo. Generally speaking, for these martial artists, challenging each other's dojo was a common occurrence. However, such a young dojo challenger was truly rare. What made this rumor even more interesting was that this little loli was actually the daughter of Saito Takahiro, the current dojo master of Saito Club, and her strength was very strong. She had defeated many strong enemies. Of course, when Luli heard this strange conversation, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "Wait, what the hell is Silver Violent Bear?" "Dunia, you don't have any objections to this title at all." Indeed, Dunia didn't have any objection to this title at all. She even liked it. After all, she was a little bear that came from a land of ice and snow. Although she was young, the nature of the bear in her bones was natural. Under this strange atmosphere, the first black belt of Rosin Dojo stood in front of the Silver Violent Bear. Rosin Dojo was a karate sect that focused on actual combat. All the techniques were used for actual combat. To be able to obtain a black belt in such a place, his strength must be quite outstanding. However, it was useless. Furamaki-style martial art, Tiger Fall. Just as the black belt cultivator was about to punch out, Dunia's petite body had already flashed forward, and her fist landed squarely on the middle of his torso. Saito-style Palea martial art, Lightning Hand. Following that, her slender hand gathered strength and fiercely grabbed the black belt's chin from below. The might of this strike was extremely domineering. From the bottom to the top, it actually caused the body that weighed 170 to 80 kilograms to rise a meter into the air. Dunia casually caught the unconscious black belt and placed him on the ground. She turned to the dumbfounded crowd and said, "Next one, a stronger one. This is the legendary Silver Violent Bear? It really lives up to its name." After the first black belt was cleanly defeated, Rosin Dojo also realized the seriousness of the situation and started to take action. Dunia's second opponent was a normal generation, but his strength was limited. Under the pressure of the Silver Violent Bear's superhuman strength and speed, he could only hold on for a few minutes. However, when the third opponent, which was the normal generation with the teaching staff, came out, the situation changed. As the normal generation of Rosin Dojo, this middle-aged man had experienced no less than 1,000 battles in his life. He could be said to be a true Tao-seeking type of person who devoted his life to exploring the endless martial arts domain. His physical condition was at the peak of his life. In terms of combat experience and martial arts attainment, he completely crushed Dunia. In an instant, the little bear felt an immense pressure. After 10 minutes of difficult resistance, Dunia finally fell to the ground with a plop, smashing a large hole in the floor of the dojo. Damn, a normal generation is really strong. If I can't kill him, it won't be easy to defeat him. It didn't take long for Dunia and Lioli, who had just suffered a defeat, to walk on the street at dusk. Dunia's slightly purple face was still chattering as if she were the final victor. Although she didn't defeat the strongest person in Rasen Dojo, Dunia didn't look dispirited at all. Instead, she excitedly talked about when and how she planned to get back at him. Seeing the visible bruises and swelling on her body, Colored Glaze couldn't help but ask, "Dunia, you took so many punches. Doesn't it hurt?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Go up and take a few punches. I broke a few bones." No. But if it hurts, why do you have to go to this extent?" Colored Glaze looked up and down at Dunia, as if she couldn't understand her thoughts. Normally, a normal girl would cry and complain to someone after being beaten, but Dunia obviously wouldn't. She acted as if nothing had happened. To this question, Dunia straightforwardly replied, "Of course it's because I want to become stronger as soon as possible. If I don't push myself to the limit, how can I grow?" "Become stronger? Is this very important?" "It's very important. You know about the assassination attempt on my dad, right?" Suddenly, Dunia raised her head slightly and looked at the sky where the golden afterglow of the sun shone down from above. Colored Glaze obviously knew about the assassination attempt on Saito Takahiro by the Tenmu Group's secret department, so she replied with an N. "Actually, I was there when my dad was assassinated, but my first reaction at that time was to run away. I was like a piece of trash." Hearing the words "run away" and "trash," Colored Glaze couldn't help but tremble. Because not long ago, Colored Glaze also chose to run away when she saw the scene of Ryudo and Ruehui hugging. Actually, if she thought about it carefully, it wasn't hard to think that there might be some misunderstanding. The two of them shouldn't have any special relationship, or even if there was, they wouldn't mess around in the Kamishiro courtyard. But Colored Glaze didn't even have the courage to understand all of this. She instinctively chose to be a piece of trash and ran away. At this time, Dunia didn't notice the shock in Colored Glaze's eyes. Instead, she said, "So later, I decided that no matter what happens in the future, I will never run away. For this, breaking a few bones is nothing." Chapter 197. Willpower was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Intellect, constitution, courage, insight, charisma. No matter which attribute it was, it couldn't be used to measure a person's willpower. As for the invisible attribute of willpower, it just so happened that it was one of the key factors that determined whether or not a person could unleash their full potential. Even if a person's 5 body parts were perfect, if their willpower wasn't strong enough, they still wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Colored Glaze was the perfect example of this theory. Was Colored Glaze's brain working well? Was her IQ high? Of course, there was no doubt about that. But the problem was that Colored Glaze didn't have the willpower to match her intelligence. Her willpower was extremely weak, and she was basically at the level of run when there's trouble and stay where you are if you can't run. Colored Glaze in the original Red Photo Album 2, No Survivors, was the same. In the first half of the game, she was like a rich young lady who didn't have any opinions of her own. She was forced to participate in most of the events. She was like a rubber ball that would move with every kick. However, she would experience a huge transformation halfway through the game. And the event that caused that transformation was Ruehui's death. Ruehui Kanzaki was without a doubt the backbone of Colored Glaze, and even the entire Kamiyoshi clan. As long as her mother was there was nothing that couldn't be solved. Colored Glaze always believed that. But after Ruehui's death, the backbone of Colored Glaze's heart disappeared. Her mother's departure, coupled with the Kamiyoshi clan's internal and external troubles, and the Tenmu Group's covetous gaze, finally pushed this young lady's mental state to the limit. As the saying went, a cornered dog would jump over a wall, and Colored Glaze would bite when cornered. And so, not long after Ruehui's death, Colored Glaze completely got rid of her weak willpower and lack of initiative. Her willpower became stronger, and she began to see the big picture and act in all directions. From that moment onwards, Kenzaki Colored Glaze truly displayed his true strength as an SSR rank companion, especially in the last part of the plot where Colored Glaze and Ayam had a one-on-one duel. The strategy and willpower she displayed were not below that of her mother, Rue Hui, and she brought a lot of trouble to Ayam. Even Ayam, who was unruly and arrogant, had no choice but to admit that this little princess was the second biggest opponent in her life. She regretted not taking advantage of the fact that she had not gotten rid of her when she was still young. However, in today's world, Ryudo did not intend to let Ruehue's death happen. In that case, would Colored Glaze lose the opportunity to transform? That might not be the case. After all, Colored Glaze's luck was pretty good. As she ran, she would encounter a growing silver bear. So after Dunia ran to see the doctor with a bruised face, Colored Glaze strolled alone on the streets of Tokyo at night. She walked very, very slowly. Judging from her posture, the girl wasn't shopping, nor was she trying to go somewhere. She was just walking. Why was she walking? She was walking to think. What was she thinking about? She was thinking about her future. Am I someone with a future? The Colored Glaze from before didn't dare to think in this direction. The more beautiful the future was, the more tragic it would be when it was stabbed in the back by the cold reality. That was why Colored Glaze had always muddled along and habitually avoided it. Even after she made a 2-year promise with Ryudo, she still didn't dare to take it to heart. Did she really not need to be a vegetarian king in 2 years? Did she really not need to be locked up in a cage like a canary? Ryudo's answer was that she really didn't need to. And apart from saying it, Ryudo was also working towards this goal from various angles. In just a few months, Ryudo and his forces had undergone earth-shattering changes. If Ryudo, who kidnapped Colored Glaze in the seaside warehouse, was just a gangster who didn't know the rules, then he could be said to be in Tokyo. Now, he could be considered the extreme Dao Master of Tokyo. His subordinates were strong and powerful, and his forces were intertwined. Even the Kamikaze clan had to look at him seriously. In the past few months, Colored Glaze had to admit that Ryudo did a really good job and worked very hard. But what about herself? What did Colored Glaze do for this 2-year promise? Indeed, Colored Glaze also acted as Ryudo's backing in many matters and helped him a lot. But that was purely passive help. If Ryudo encountered specific difficulties, he would go to Colored Glaze, and Colored Glaze could help solve it. But if Ryudo didn't go to Colored Glaze, she would just sit aside and watch. This had happened many times before. I'm not very familiar with him, so there's no need to get too involved in his affairs. Colored Glaze always lied to herself like this. But was that really the case? That wasn't the case. Colored Glaze clearly knew that she was just afraid of making the first choice. She never took the initiative to contact Ryudo because she didn't have this habit. She never took the initiative to intervene in the business of Rulong Group and Rulong Security Company because she didn't have this habit. She never took the initiative to communicate with her mother because she didn't have this habit. Even in Colored Glaze's eyes, she was quite a weak existence, especially compared to Dunia, who was willing to risk her life in order to become stronger. The two formed a stark contrast. Just as Colored Glaze's mind was undergoing such a violent storm of thoughts, Dancing Costume finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Is Missy okay? She's been walking for more than an hour. She's never walked such a long distance in her life. If she continues like this, her legs will break. Dancing Costume hid behind and secretly watched Missy's figure continuously walking forward. She had a pained expression on her face, as if she wanted to go over and carry her. I don't think she'll break her legs after walking for an hour. Missy isn't made of glass. Rabbit Ball silently complained in his mind, but his expression was much more relaxed than Dancing Costume's. Obviously, compared to Dancing Costume, Rabbit Ball, who had more life experience, could understand Missy's current state better. Self-doubt, self-denial, and even self-loathing. To some people, this could be a destructive blow, but to others, it could be a sign of transformation. From Rabbit Ball's point of view, Missy wasn't so weak that she would destroy herself over such a small matter. Therefore, after experiencing this incident, the young mistress would definitely become stronger and more successful. Ah, so annoying. But just as Rabbit Ball was thinking that Missy would definitely become more mature, Colored Glaze, who was walking in front, covered her head with her hands and roared angrily on the street. This sharp roar startled the people on both sides of the street, and they all looked in the direction of this young girl. Hearing Colored Glaze's roar, Dancing Costume immediately rushed over, while Rabbit Ball was stunned. No, no way. I just said that Missy wasn't that kind of person, and now you're slapping me in the face? Dancing Costume immediately ran to Colored Glaze's side and held her shoulders while shaking her left and right. Missy, 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 don't scare me. Are you okay? Colored Glaze reached out and slapped Dancing Costume's hand away, then said indifferently, Let go. You're shaking me to death. Okay, okay, okay. I'll let go. Actually, it's already late. Let's go home first, okay? Go home? I'll go back, but not now. Hearing this, Colored Glaze slowly raised her head and then said in a serious tone, Before going home, I have something to do. Where are you going? I'm going to Roulon Group HQ. Prepare the car immediately. Going to Roulon Group HQ? After hearing Missy's request, Dancing Costume couldn't help but gulp. She roughly knew why Missy left home in a fit of anger, but Missy said that she was going to Roulon Group HQ. That was the home of that heartless Ryudo Kiryu. Could it be? Missy is going to cut off all ties with that bastard? Thinking of this, Dancing Costume was first shocked, then a trace of joy secretly surged in her heart. If that's the case, then it's fine. That stinky hooligan said that he likes Missy, but at the same time, he's together with Madam. It's definitely not a good match, so it's fine if it's broken. So Dancing Costume hurriedly stopped the car from the side of the road, took out a check and bought the car on the spot, then drove Colored Glaze in the direction of Roulon Group HQ. At night, Kamadachi was brightly lit. Gaudy neon signs were piled up everywhere as if they didn't cost money. Many handsome men and beautiful women were also walking around with their arms around each other's shoulders. The whole street was filled with a romantic and unrestrained atmosphere. However, at the end of Kamadachi, where Roulon Group HQ was located, the atmosphere nearby was much quieter and more solemn. Not long after, Colored Glaze stepped out of the car and walked toward the huge Japanese-style courtyard. The bright door at the entrance was full of grandeur. A plaque with the words Roulon hung on the door frame, letting people know whose territory this was at first glance. Humph. After Lioli took large strides to the door, she first snorted coldly, then lifted her slender right leg and kicked at the door with great familiarity, before her feet, which were clad in stockings and leather shoes, could touch the door. Bunny Ball had already struck out with his palm and blasted the heavy door open, to prevent the young mistress from covering her feet and jumping around again. Rumble. A huge muffled sound was transmitted into the house inside. The Roulon Group members who were originally in the hall and the surrounding rooms were also shocked by the movement at the door. A minute later, Consultant Fujiki rushed to the door with dozens of Roulon Group members, but when he saw Colored Glaze, Bunny Ball, and Dancing Costume swaggering in, he couldn't help but be very surprised. Regarding Colored Glaze, young Master Ryudo's friend, Fujiki definitely knew her, but he didn't expect Colored Glaze to suddenly kick the door at around 7 o'clock. That, Missy Colored Glaze? Today you are. Don't call me Missy Colored Glaze. Just when Consultant Fujiki walked over in confusion, Colored Glaze solemnly extended her hand to him and then said something that made everyone's brain boil. From today onwards, I'm no longer Missy Colored Glaze, but the big sister of Roulon Group. All of you better remember this. Understand. What? In an instant, Fujiki was dumbfounded, Bunny Ball was dumbfounded, Dancing Costume was dumbfounded, and dozens of other Roulon Group members were also dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Chapter 198. From today onwards, I'm no longer Lady Colored Glaze. I'm the big sister of the Roulon Group. All of you better remember this. Do you understand? Colored Glaze's words were indeed shocking, because if Fujiki didn't misunderstand, this lady came here today to rebel against Ryudo? As everyone knew, in Kyudo, Big Sister referred to the female leader of a gang. In other words, Colored Glaze rushed into the Rulon Group HQ and asked to be the female leader of the Rulon Group, as if she wanted to have the same status as Ryuto. Even if Consultant Fujiki wanted to help Colored Glaze give a proper explanation. But what's there to explain? Isn't this a fucking rebellion? You're a lady of the Kamiyoshi clan, and you came here to rebel against the young master of the Rulon Group in the middle of the night? You want to steal his power? Because this situation was too magical, Consultant Fujiki didn't even know how to react. Not only him, the dancing costume beside him was also stunned and quickly ran over to ask, "Miss, lady, what are you talking about?" "Nothing special. I'm just asking for my legitimate rights." "Legitimate? How is that legitimate?" "Anyway, I'll be the wife of the Rulon Group leader in a little over a year. So what's wrong with being a big sister now? Isn't this normal?" A little over a year later? Like, being the wife of the Rulon Group leader? If Luli's inexplicable big sister's proclamation had already made their brains boil, then this team leader's wife's proclamation had shocked them so much that they almost died on the spot. Before Tozai Kazuma left the country to seek refuge, he had already officially passed the position of the Rulon Group leader to Ryuto. Colored Glaze declared that she would be the wife of the Rulon Group leader in a little over a year, which was equivalent to announcing that she would marry Ryuto in a little over a year. This is too bold, isn't it? Is this really the lady of the Kamiyoshi clan? Such an impactful statement naturally made everyone, including Consultant Fujiki, at a loss of what to do. They didn't know what to do for a moment. It was said that everyone also felt that young Master Long Do was a little interested in Miss Lioli, but this girl openly ran over to the man's house and said such words in front of so many family members. Wasn't this a little too bold? But no matter what, since Colored Glaze claimed to be the future wife of the Rulon Group, Consultant Fujiki didn't dare to slight her. This old man could only respectfully invite the future wife of the Rulon Group in. At the same time, he hurriedly contacted the Rulon Security Company leader. "What's this? Say that again?" Half a minute later, Ryuto, who was in the manager's office of the Rulon Security Company, held the phone in his hand. His face revealed a shocked expression, as if the end of the world and the end of the universe had come together. "I'm sorry, although it's hard to believe, but Lady Colored Glaze." Cough, but Big Sister really said that. On the other side of the phone, Consultant Fujiki wanted to say the words Miss Lieli out of habit. However, after being glared at by Luli, who was staring at him from the side, he hurriedly changed back to Big Sister, which was a very unique way of addressing her. At the same time, in the room, Sensible and Gao Yuan were sitting at the table discussing some official business. Who knew that they would see Ryuto, who was holding the phone, performing a strange face-changing show. The muscles on his face were constantly squirming like some kind of mysterious creature. Sometimes he wanted to laugh, sometimes he wanted to cry, sometimes he was shocked, sometimes he was sluggish, sometimes, in short, he was constantly changing various expressions. It was as if he was talking to a Martian on the other side of the phone. What's wrong with the boss? It's hard to say, but I don't think it's anything serious. Just as Sensible and Gao Yuan were watching the boss face-changing show while organizing the documents, not long after, Ryuto finally hung up the phone. Then he immediately said to his two companions, "Sorry, I have something to do. I have to go home quickly." Before he finished, his figure rushed out of the office like lightning and rushed downstairs to the garage. It's too weird. It's really too weird. Long Do called Uncle Fujiwara, the king of street racers, and called him over. Then, he sped towards the headquarters of the Dragon Group at a crazy speed. Long Do was completely dumbfounded. Colored Glaze not only ran to the Rulon Group headquarters, but she also claimed to be the future wife of the group leader. This kind of attitude was really beyond Ryuto's expectations. After all, well, he and Mrs. Ruehue were caught red-handed by Colored Glaze. This situation was indeed embarrassing. Although Ryuto accidentally took a nap because he was too sleepy, he didn't actually take the initiative to do anything. So from a rational point of view, this matter couldn't be blamed on Ryuto. But for a teenage girl, it should be impossible for her to be rational about such a sensitive issue. Ryuto had long been prepared for Colored Glaze to lose her temper. Whether it was scolding, hitting, or cutting off all ties, Ryudo would accept it and find a way to coax her back. But what he never expected was that Colored Glaze actually took such a drastic measure and directly went to Ryudo's house. Indeed, Ryudo and Colored Glaze had a 2-year agreement. The two agreed that after 2 years, if Colored Glaze could regain her freedom, she would go to the Rulon group and become the wife of the group leader. But wasn't this agreement still more than a year away? Why was Colored Glaze so fast? Why did she suddenly become so proactive? This kind of thing was impossible for the previous Colored Glaze, but for the current Colored Glaze, it might not be the case. When Ryudo returned to the Rulon group's headquarters, a group of craftsmen stood outside the simple solid wood door, repairing the door. In addition, there were dozens of strong men wearing black suits and pink heart-shaped hats. Under the lead of Kamita, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, they were waiting for their boss's return. This description wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really was dozens of strong men wearing black suits following behind a man holding a bouquet of flowers. Their suits were well-ironed, and they wore dark sunglasses on their noses. Their neatly groomed crew-cut heads were all wearing pink hats with heart-shaped patterns on them. The most flirtatious thing was that in the middle of the big hearts, the name Ryudo Kiryu X Colored Glaze was written with a black oil pin. After Ryudo staggered out of the car, the group of strong men immediately rushed over and respectfully bowed to their boss. Congratulations! Congratulations! May boss and big sis be together forever. May the child be born early. May the old white come to an end. What kind of prank is this? When this group of strong men in black suits shouted congratulatory words, their hands neatly clapped, and at the same time, Kamita also handed the bouquet of flowers in his hand to Ryudo. He really wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. Shame. It's really too shameful. Obviously, after Kamita knew that his boss had big sis, he immediately organized a group of people to congratulate his boss at the door. This should be a spontaneous congratulatory behavior, and at the same time, he also wanted to flatter his boss. It was just that this guy's taste and culture were obviously at a level that made people speechless, so he came up with something that looked like a prank show. It made Ryo look like a pranked groom in a prank show. Even so, Long Do didn't have the time to deal with this group of idiots. He punched Momo in the face and strode into the house. He happened to see Advisor Fujiki standing outside the living room with his hand on his forehead. So he quickly asked, "Uncle Fujiki, where is Colored Glaze?" "Big sis is in your room. She said you can go alone." "Ah, Colored Glaze is in my room? She wants me to go alone? No way." The moment he heard this sentence, Ryudo's face became obviously worse. A man and a woman alone together in a man's room. This was originally a very youthful and hormonal scene, as well as a scene that would make people feel restless. Of course, the premise was that the girl wasn't angry right now and didn't have any intention of physically destroying the boy. Colored Glaze's body is so weak. She shouldn't be able to cut me with a hatchet, right? I have copper skin and iron bones. With a fluke mentality, Ryudo fearfully returned to his room door, and Dancing Costume, who was guarding the door, angrily glared at him. Originally, Dancing Costume thought that Big Sis came here to completely cut off all relations with Ryudo. But in the end, Big Sis didn't know what went wrong in her brain. She actually started to think of herself as the wife of the group leader. It was simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. So, how could Dancing Costume be in a good mood at this time? It would be strange if she was in a good mood. She was the one who wanted to swing the hatchet the most. But no, Dancing Costume couldn't do that. She could only coldly snort and say, "Humph, go in." Today was a good day to die. After pushing open the door to his room, Ryudo felt for the first time that this familiar building looked like the stomach of an evil dragon, as if he would be melted by the stomach acid if he went in. After opening the door, the first thing he saw was a figure sitting upright in the middle of the room. It was Colored Glaze, the Colored Glaze sitting alone in Ryudo's room, giving off the feeling that she was the owner of the room. Because the girl's back was facing him, Ryudo couldn't see her facial expression, so he couldn't determine whether it would be a hatchet or poison. "You're here?" When Ryudo pushed open the door and closed it from the inside, Colored Glaze slowly stood up and asked in an unfathomable tone, "This feeling, it's not right. I should use my trump card." Seeing that the situation was not right, Ryudo said in a very powerful tone, "Cough, cough. Colored glaze. What do you want? Just say it. I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry." Chapter 199. A man should be able to go out in the hall, get into bed, be a boss, and be willing to put down his pride. Moreover, Colored Glaze was his future wife. What was the big deal about apologizing to his wife? This wasn't showing weakness, it was an act of loving his wife. That's all, however. Unfortunately, Ryudo's apology did not have any reaction. Colored Glaze's slender neck turned slightly, half of her head tilted, and asked in a calm but powerful tone, "What do I want? Do you really want to know?" "Of course, if you want to kill me, just say the word. My head will be as big as a bowl." "Very well, then let's be clear. I want to be the world's #1 extreme, madam." "What?" For a moment, Ryudo was stunned. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. After a moment, he asked in confusion, "The world's #1 arrest, madam? What kind of joke is this, extreme, madam? That's what you're doing now." Colored Glaze turned her head completely and walked steadily to Ryudo, trying to put on a high and mighty look as she looked up at him. Ryudo's height was about 1.8 meters, which was quite tall, but Colored Glaze was only 1.6 meters. Therefore, the scene of her looking up at Ryudo with a high and mighty look looked very pitiful. After realizing the difference in height between her and Ryudo, Colored Glaze raised her eyebrows and gestured for him to get down. At this time, Colored Glaze's body was filled with a strong aura of superiority. Ryudo could only sit cross-legged on the ground, intending to listen to what this big sister had to say. After finally being able to look down at Ryudo, Colored Glaze nodded in satisfaction. Then, the girl put her hands on her hips, straightened her back, and said seriously, "My previous personality was more lazy. I didn't have much initiative. You know this, right?" "I know. Even if you know, it's none of my business. But this version of myself makes me feel disgusted, so I've decided to change. I'll start by finding my life's goal," Miss Colored Glaze said proudly as she flipped her hair. With a goal, there would be motivation. With motivation, people would have a strong will and would no longer be lazy. This was what Colored Glaze had learned. Hearing this, Ryudo gulped and asked doubtfully, "Then the target you found is, Kanzaki Colored Glaze, will become the world's #1 Majorei." Suddenly, Colored Glaze said in an impassioned tone, "I must become the Hokage, or I am the man who will become the Pirate King," which sounded quite hot-blooded at first. But this goal of hers, when she thought about it carefully, was very strange. After all, what the hell was the world's #1 extreme, madam? This wasn't some glorious title. It was more like being a prisoner ready to be sent to prison at any time. But before Ryudo could recover from his shock, Colored Glaze pointed at him and said, "In order for me to achieve my goal, I must support you to become the world's #1 extreme, madam. Do you understand?" "What? What does this have to do with me?" "Ah, so that's how it is." Suddenly, Ryudo seemed to understand Colored Glaze's logic. From her perspective, her goal of leaving the Kamiyoshi clan in a year or so was something she had to accomplish. In other words, she would definitely marry into the Rulon group and become Ryudo's wife. Since she was going to become an extreme madam, Colored Glaze didn't want to be an ordinary extreme madam. She wanted to be the world's #1 extreme madam. For the aimless Colored Glaze, she wanted to use this to light up a beacon of light for her future. Although it could also be a beacon of light, it didn't matter. After all, even if this sounded ridiculous, for the current Colored Glaze, this was already the only life goal she could think of. If she couldn't leave the control of the Kamiyoshi clan, then she could only become the Zhaiwang. If she wanted to leave the control of the Kamiyoshi clan, then she had to marry Ryudo and become the Rulon group's wife. Obviously, compared to being the Zhaiwang, being the Rulon group's wife was better. Moreover, the Rulon group's wife could be upgraded to the world's #1 group leader's wife. After understanding Colored Glaze's meaning, Ryudo couldn't help but laugh. "What, in the end, you still want to become my wife? Isn't that simple? You can do it now." Who said we should aim for something like that?" However, Luli raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Her face was filled with disdain. Don't you want to be the world's #1 extreme, madam? Isn't that my wife? Humph. Don't misunderstand. You're just my stepping stone. What? Colored Glaze crossed her arms and said in a condescending tone, My goal is to become the world's #1 extreme, madam. But you happen to have the potential to become the world's #1 extreme, madam, and save me from the palace. So I'm with you. It's that simple. What do you mean? Are you using me? That's right. So, no matter what you do outside, it has nothing to do with me. I won't care about you. Don't care. Speaking of this, Luli emphasized the word messing around, as if she was hinting at the scene she saw this afternoon. However, after hearing Colored Glaze's words, Ryudo couldn't help but laugh. Good heavens, this fellow had been beating around the bush for so long, but in the end, he was still jealous. Colored Glaze repeatedly emphasized that she and Ryudo were only using each other because she was dissatisfied with the scene of Ryudo being so close to Ryudo and Ruehue. Colored Glaze wanted to break away from the country's control and not be the king of fast, so she had to rely on Ryudo. So it was difficult for her to separate from Ryuto in reality. Since it was impossible to separate them in reality, then it was better to separate them in spirit. Don't you like messing around outside? Then go do it. I'll ignore you. You be the world's #1 extreme, madam, and I'll be the world's #1 extreme, madam. Although we're in the same pond, we'll stay out of each other's way. You go through your sewer, and I go through mine. Humph. Humph. That's more or less what it means. After understanding what Colored Glaze was up to, Ryudo felt that her thoughts were a bit cute. She was like a little ostrich that wanted to bury its head in the ground and pretend that everything was calm outside. At this time, Colored Glaze was still standing straight. She raised her head high as she talked about her next step after becoming the world's #1 extreme, madam. When the time comes, I'll destroy everything related to the King of Fast. I'll burn all the shrines, palaces, royal families, and palaces in this country. They're all trash remnants. It's very uncomfortable to look at. Ahem. The world's #1 extreme, madam. Aren't you tired of standing and talking? To what? Just as Colored Glaze was passionately talking about a bunch of distant plans, Ryudo suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled forward, causing the girl's body to fall forward. Ugh. With a slight sound, Colored Glaze was pulled to the ground and into the arms of Ryudo, who was sitting cross-legged. You bastard, what are you? There's nothing between me and Lady Ruehue. I don't know if there will be in the future, but there's nothing now. I was too tired today and accidentally fell asleep. She should be the same. It's that simple. Just as Colored Glaze was about to flip out, Ryudo hugged her body and stopped her from moving. He looked straight into her slightly cloudy eyes and said in a serious tone, As the saying goes, a man is the most charming when he's serious. Ryudo's charm was already at LV4, an international level warrior. Now that he was serious, it naturally made people unable to stop themselves. Thump, 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 thump. So when Colored Glaze looked at his handsome face and seriously explained to her what happened, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat a lot faster. As expected, it's really like this. As I said, there's definitely nothing between him and Mother. Cough, cough, cough. But even though she was ecstatic, Colored Glaze still turned her head and said in an awkward tone, What does it have to do with me if there's something between you and Mother? Anyway, I don't know where my father is. Even if you become my stepfather in the future, I don't mind. Oh? Ryudo smiled slightly. Really? Of course it's true. Well, after all, Lady Ruehue is so beautiful and has a good temperament. If that's the case, I can consider getting closer to her in the future. You. After hearing that this stinky pervert wanted to get closer to her mother, Colored Glaze couldn't help but turn her head and wanted to scold him. There's actually such a shameless person in the world. But before she could say anything, Ryudo had already leaned over and kissed this young lady's smooth little face. Although Colored Glaze's skin wasn't as white and tender as Dunia's, it was still as smooth as agar. The feeling of this kiss could be said to be quite wonderful. Suddenly being kissed on the cheek, Colored Glaze's body immediately stiffened. The scolding that she was about to blurt out was stuffed back into her throat. Her dumbstruck expression was very interesting, and the corners of Long Do's mouth curled up slightly in a doting smile. Then he smiled. This is the first time I've kissed a girl's face. I've never done this with Yun Yin, Durnia, and Lady Ruehue. Are you satisfied? Long Do had learned this sudden sneak attack kiss and kiss technique from a romance novel written by senior sister Yun Yin. No matter how unreasonable his girlfriend was, as long as he suddenly kissed her, it would be able to offset 90% of her anger. However, in the novel, the male protagonist kissed on the mouth. Ryudo was more embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to kiss Colored Glaze's little mouth, so he could only kiss on the face. Although it seemed to be effective, after realizing what was going on, Colored Glaze's white face suddenly flushed red. Even if it was just a kiss on the face and not on the mouth, this was an action that could only be done in a very intimate relationship. Therefore, Colored Glaze instinctively wanted to jump out of Ryudo's arms and turn around to run away. But the moment her instinct was about to activate, she suddenly remembered that she had already decided not to run away. That's right. Today, I just decided to take the initiative to deal with every day in the future. How can I run away because of a little thing? This won't do. I have to become more active. I can't always be messed up by this bastard and led by the nose. But what should I do specifically? I should. That's right. Let's just do this. I'm going all out. Colored Glaze? Are you okay? Are you angry? However, Ryudo misunderstood Colored Glaze's hesitation and thought that it was a sign of anger. So he carefully leaned over and asked, wanting to see the expression on the face of this young lady who had her head lowered. In the next second, Colored Glaze suddenly raised her head and leaned forward. At the moment when Ryudo didn't have time to react, chirp, he kissed her lips. Chapter 200. Ryudo was a steel-like virgin who could stand on his fists and walk on his arms. He was a pure and innocent man. Even in his past life as Li Lan, this pure man had never been so intimate with a woman. Therefore, even though he had just kissed Colored Glaze's cheek, Ryudo already felt very embarrassed, not to mention this real kiss. When she kissed him, Colored Glaze actually felt like she had nothing left to lose. After all, she had just made up her mind to be a new person, and she couldn't accept being led by the nose by Ryudo again. Therefore, she wanted to do something that would surprise the other party. Didn't you suddenly kiss my cheek just now? Very well. If you can do that, do you think I can't? You kissed the cheek. I kissed the mouth. Let's see who's more ruthless. Let's see who can't take it more. Come on. Let's fight. Therefore, in the same second, both of their first kisses were written off. There was one less steel-like man in the world who didn't get close to women. Ryudo really couldn't handle Colored Glaze's overly aggressive attack. This is a girl's. His nose was filled with Colored Glaze's pleasant scent. Her moist pink lips were extremely soft to the touch, like a piece of milk-flavored pudding. The place where the two touched felt numb, as if an electric current was flowing through it. Ryudo, who had never experienced this before, was electrified. His heart started to beat faster, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. His hands that were originally hugging her were unconsciously flung to the side, and they started to tremble. His originally shifty eyes didn't even dare to look straight ahead. Instead, he rolled his eyes slightly. He was panicking. From all of Ryudo's current physical signs, it could be seen that he was really panicking. This kind of obvious panic on the surface made Colored Glaze, who was the one who initiated the attack, feel very satisfied. She even felt a strong sense of accomplishment in her heart. Humph, humph, humph. Ha 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 ha, you can't take it anymore, right? If it wasn't for the fact that Colored Glaze's mouth was busy, she would have mocked Ryudo mercilessly. What a useless fellow. Isn't it just this level of lip contact? Isn't it just, irk? Just as Colored Glaze thought of the word lips in her mind, she unconsciously focused her senses on the area where the two of them were in contact. It was fine if she didn't think about it, but when she suddenly realized what kind of state the two of them were in, Colored Glaze realized that there was a tingling sensation on her mouth. Science said that friction could produce electricity, which meant that there was a scientific basis for this. Their lips rubbed against each other, generating a small amount of electricity. However, this small amount of electricity made Colored Glaze feel as if she had been thrown into a massage chair that was vibrating at level 10. The vibration made her entire body go soft. Why? It's just a little bit of lip contact. Why would I? Unknowingly, Colored Glaze's entire body became soft, and she fell forward like a noodle. After noticing the change in the young mistress, Ryudo quickly hugged her, but he didn't move his mouth away. At this time, whoever moved first would be the coward, and a man couldn't be the coward. Her warm and fragrant jade-like body was soft and boneless, and it was quite comfortable to hug. If the intimate contact of their faces was added, the feeling was even more irresistible. Waves of stronger electricity seemed to spread from the point of contact, wrapping the two of them in it. In terms of this kind of intimate contact, not only did Ryudo have no experience, Colored Glaze had even less experience, so she didn't have the right to laugh at him. But after all, Colored Glaze was a smart person, and Ryudo was an old pervert, so they quickly entered the state and gradually immersed themselves in this strange contact. The location was Ryudo's private bedroom. This kind of private place had a somewhat special atmosphere. Coupled with the intimate actions of the two, it caused the air to unknowingly become hotter and more sticky, filled with pink bubbles. After enjoying the soft touch of Lu Li's red lips, Long Do took a deep breath. He planned to make a mistake according to the description that he had read in novels and movies. He wanted to see if he could pry open a certain treasure and explore it. But just as he was about to do so, Colored Glaze suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her body bounced back like lightning and slapped Ryudo's face. Ryudo instinctively dodged the slap and then smiled bitterly. Hey, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Where's the gentleness just now? But Colored Glaze's expression was bristling with anger, and she scolded, You stinky pervert! What were you planning to do just now? You don't intend to do anything? I just reached in. Pooey, blarg, shameless, pervert, scum, $%. It was unknown which nerve of Colored Glaze was touched, but she began to angrily scold Ryudo, as if he had done something outrageous. After being scolded, Ryudo was a little puzzled. After all, you were the one who moved your mouth first, and I only leveled up a little. You don't have to be so angry, right? Could it be that I have bad breath? Ryudo breathed out and smelled his palms, and it felt fine. After all, he brushed his teeth 3 times a day, usually didn't eat garlic, and had the good habit of chewing gum. So he could only honestly ask, Sorry, I didn't know you would be so sensitive to this kind of thing. This only shows how perverted your heart is. That kind of thing can only be done by married couples. But you were the one who took the initiative to kiss me? I didn't open my mouth. What you did was crossing the line. Crossing the line, do you understand? You're shameless. After she was done scolding, Lu Li turned her head around and moved her body to lie on Long Do's bed, looking as if she was saying, I'm angry. It had to be said that Colored Glaze's view of intimacy was a bit strange. At least, Ryudo couldn't understand it. Kissing the face, okay. Hugging, okay. Kissing, okay. Deep kissing, no. What kind of strange view of intimacy is this? Speaking of which, what is our relationship now? Fiancé and wife? Ryudo's fiancé is theoretically Dunia, right? And he and Colored Glaze didn't have any parental matchmaking. So where did the unmarried relationship come from? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Ryudo's girlfriend is actually Yunyin, and the two of them don't feel like they're a couple, but more like they're competing with each other. After thinking for a few seconds, Ryudo found a way to describe his relationship with Colored Glaze, Schrodinger's husband and wife. They weren't engaged because the two of them didn't have a marriage contract, only a verbal agreement. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend because the two of them didn't confess and accept the confession process. Right now, Ryudo and Colored Glaze's relationship was like Schrodinger's cat locked in a box. They were constantly in a state of husband and wife and stranger, which was really mysterious. But looking at colored glaze lying on his bed, pretending to be dead, Ryudo felt slightly relieved. At first, when he accidentally slept with Madame Rue Hui and was seen by colored glaze, Ryudo thought that it was over and that he would definitely walk into the worst possible ending. But he didn't expect that colored glaze seemed to have figured out something after jumping around outside and suddenly showed signs of awakening. Especially that active personality, it was more like the capable and decisive colored glaze in the later part of the original work, not like the young lady in the early part of the work. Of course, Ryudo didn't expect colored glaze to take the initiative to the point of chirping, although that feeling was pretty good. After thinking about the ecstasy just now, Ryudo couldn't help but lick his lips. He leaned on colored glaze's bed and asked with a smile, "As long as it's not too much, I can continue to kiss you in the future, right? Don't talk to me, stinky pervert. Get out of here." Colored glaze's pretty face blushed when she heard this, and she picked up the quilt next to her to cover her head. "I may need to remind you that you're in my room now, lying on my bed and covered with my quilt. You want me to get out? That's not good, right? Humph. During the time when I run away from home, this room will be used by me." It seemed that after awakening, colored glaze's face became extraordinarily thick. At this time, she didn't feel a trace of shame for using Ryudo's room as if it was natural. Run away from home? Hearing this, Ryudo raised his eyebrows and asked, "You really plan to run away from home? Madame Rue Hui will be worried." "She won't. Thinking about it carefully, this matter should be arranged by her. That old woman is the most insidious." Suddenly, colored glaze, who poked her head out of the quilt, grinned, and there was a trace of displeasure in her tone. With colored glaze's current LV4 International Warrior level intelligence, it was easy for her to figure out the cause of the whole thing after calming down. Without a doubt, the reason why colored glaze saw the scene in the room before should be planned by Rue Hui herself. It was to use Ryudo to stimulate her and force her to grow up. This method was indeed very effective, even too effective. It even made colored glaze have a trace of resentment towards her old mother. And since she was born, it was the first time colored glaze used the adjective old woman to describe her mother. This was something she didn't even dare to think about before, even more so when she ran away from home. But now colored glaze's heart suddenly thought it through. As long as she was happy, she didn't care about anything else. "So this time when I run away from home, I don't plan to go back so soon. I have to play here to my heart's content." Humph. After chasing the long-winded Ryudo out of the room, colored glaze laid on the clean bed full of masculine scent. She unconsciously stretched her body in a very relaxed posture with a charming smile on her face. As for Ryudo, who was chased out of his room, he could only temporarily ask the servant to clean up a guest room and carefully move his things in. In this way, colored glaze's experience of the world's first extreme madam began, and her cohabitation life with Ryudo also began. Chapter 201. The next morning, Ryudo opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. "Where is this? Did I cross over again?" He first rubbed his eyes, then got up from the unfamiliar bed and stretched his body. Of course, Ryudo didn't cross over. It was just that the place he slept in last night was the guest room at home. An unfamiliar guest room, an unfamiliar bed, an unfamiliar ceiling, an unfamiliar wall. And the main culprit that caused all of this to happen was naturally the young miss of the Chow family who suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, colored glaze really did sleep in my room. How could she be so shameless? Ryudo got up to wash up and couldn't help but secretly ridicule her in his heart. But seeing that the young miss paid a kiss as accommodation fee yesterday, Ryudo didn't plan to continue ridiculing her. Instead, he returned to the bamboo forest where he usually trained and continued his daily training. The bamboo forest where Ryudo trained was not far from his original room. He could almost see it when he opened the door. Because he had recently developed a habit of practicing martial arts, he always woke up an hour earlier than the usual school time and ran to the small bamboo forest to train diligently. But colored glaze definitely didn't have this habit, so the young girl slept until around 7:30 before waking up. When colored glaze opened her eyes, she also saw an unfamiliar ceiling. "Where is this? Was I kidnapped again?" She first rubbed her eyes, then got up from the unfamiliar bed and stretched her body slightly. At this time, Colored Glaze was wearing a comfortable silk nightgown, exposing her round shoulders and beautiful collarbones to the air. The air in the room was still filled with Ryudo's scent, which made Colored Glaze, who woke up, suddenly realize what she did yesterday. So embarrassing, I want to die. After waking up, the first thing Colored Glaze did was to pick up a pillow and cover her red face, then crazily rolled around on the bed. She had forcefully rushed into someone else's headquarters and demanded to be the big sister. She had also taken the initiative to kiss someone else's room. In the end, she had even kicked out the owner of the room and occupied it. Was this really something a normal person would do? At least for the Colored Glaze, who had always followed the rules since she was young. The things that happened last night didn't seem to be her doing. It was as if she had been possessed by something strange. It seems that I was in a state of excitement yesterday, and I didn't act rationally at all. But forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in thinking about it now. Immediately, Colored Glaze got up, washed up, and put on her clothes and socks. Last night, the dancing costume company had already put all the daily necessities the young miss needed in the room. They also took Ryudo's things out of the room and cleared them out, so the Colored Glaze's life was not affected. However, when Colored Glaze had just put on the Dory First High School uniform and opened the door, she looked straight ahead and saw a familiar figure in the bamboo forest. It was Ryudo. Early in the morning, Ryudo had been diligently cultivating in the bamboo forest. Cultivating would cause one to sweat, and it was sticky and uncomfortable. Moreover, there weren't any females around, so Ryudo usually took off his shirt when cultivating. With Ryudo's current extraordinary physique, after a certain degree of training, the inside and outside of his body had almost reached the same level. In other words, the clothes he was wearing now were nothing special, but once he took them off, he looked like a well-built statue with distinct features. The smooth lines of his muscles were tight and firm, but not overly bloated. Every part of his body was just right. It didn't give people the feeling that his muscles were made of sticks. Instead, it felt like every inch of his muscles and bones contained explosive power. When he stood, he looked very stable, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. When he moved, his steps were nimble, and his momentum was like a meteor catching up with the moon. Especially when he punched, he used his waist as his shoulder and his shoulder as his arm, and when he punched, his entire arm made a crackling sound like a whip, as if the air in front of him was blown away. Oh ho ho ho. So powerful. When she saw the figure in the bamboo forest concentrating on cultivating, Colored Glaze couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then she looked up and down with an admiring gaze. On TV, it was common to see bodybuilders posing in all kinds of wonderful positions for people to watch, but Colored Glaze only felt that those scenes were greasy. Ryudo was different. His smooth body constantly made all kinds of nimble movements, and it only made people sigh at the great potential of the human body to be able to do such unimaginable activities. Therefore, Colored Glaze was unknowingly stunned, until the dancing costume came over and waved her hand in front of her eyes. "Miss, you can go eat breakfast now. Do you still want to watch?" Oh, eh. After being shocked by the dancing costume, Colored Glaze almost jumped up from the ground, but she immediately hurriedly walked to the left. "Wait, miss, the restaurant is in the opposite direction." "I know, I'm just going to take a walk." As though she didn't want to admit that she was addicted to the physical temptation of that stinky pervert, Luli still had a dark expression on her face when she sat down to eat breakfast in the small dining room, as though she had been hit by a stick early in the morning. Before leaving, Colored Glaze still didn't have a good expression, and people who didn't know would think that Ryudo owed her a few $100 million, although it was hard to say what it was. But even so, Ryudo still shamelessly got into Colored Glaze's car and sat with the miss happily driving to Dory First High. Looking at the stinky pervert sitting next to her, Colored Glaze curled her lips. "Don't you have your own car at home? Do you have to sleep with me?" "No, I usually take the subway there." Ryudo was also a master of lying without blinking. He directly replied with a smile. "Young miss, he's talking nonsense. I've seen him being picked up by a car with my own eyes. Hey, the driver in front, drive properly. Don't look around. You have no professional ethics. I'm the young mistress chauffeur, not yours. Your missy is living in my house now, and you're also living in my house. It's not too much to ask you to be a chauffeur to pay the rent, right? Oh, how infuriating. In this relaxed and humorous atmosphere, the car that originally belonged to Colored Glaze arrived at the entrance of Dooley First High School. Oh, it's Miss Colored Glaze. When the students saw the familiar car, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the parking lot. After all, Colored Glaze was the untouchable flower of Dooley First High School. No matter where she went, she would attract a lot of attention, especially when they saw Miss Colored Glaze elegantly step out of the car when they arrived at school early in the morning. It really made them feel like it was another refreshing day. When the students who were secretly watching from not far away wanted to admire the beautiful scene of Miss Colored Glaze getting out of the car door opened and a man stepped out. Miss Colored Glaze, who the F***ck are you? At that moment, many students couldn't help but want to curse. However, when they saw that the person who got out of the car was actually Ryuto Kiryu, they swallowed their curses back into their stomachs. It's actually him. Then it's fine. When they saw that the person who got out of the car was actually that big bastard, almost all of the students with ashen faces quickly walked into the school gate. They didn't dare to look in that direction anymore. After the Dooley First Martial Arts Tournament, not long ago, the name Ryuto Kiryu had completely become the nightmare of Dooley First High School. Many students hated and were afraid of him, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only suppress it in their hearts. Many of them even became mentally ill and only dared to say things like Tong Sayf **cku up in their dreams. This disease was later called Ryuto Kiryu syndrome. It even spread to the whole of Japan. But that's a story for later. In short, just like that, Ryuto and Colored Glaze got out of the car together openly and walked towards the school under the stunned gazes of many people. The two figures walking together were obviously very conspicuous, but because of Ryuto's fierce reputation, not many people dared to look in their direction. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare to look in their direction, but it didn't mean that some acquaintances didn't dare to. Isn't that Ryuto and Colored Glaze? Good morning. Before the two walked into the school, not far away, a tall senior hurried over after seeing them with a bright smile on her face. Early in the morning, being able to see Yunyan's bright smile really made people feel happy. Unfortunately, if her smile hadn't been directed at Long Do, that little brat, the surrounding students would have definitely felt much happier. Yunyan, good morning. Yunyan, long time no see. When Yunyan came to the two, Ryuto and Colored Glaze also greeted her. However, Yunyan looked at the two people who came to school together and asked with a smile, "You two just happened to meet on the road? Or, did you two agree to come together?" It had to be said that with Yunyan's identity, this question was more or less sensitive. After all, she was Ryuto's official girlfriend, and Colored Glaze also knew this. Thus, Colored Glaze quickly replied, "Of course it's just a coincidence." It's neither. It's just that this guy's rebellious period has come to an end. He was arguing with his mother and ran away from home. He stayed at my house last night. Without waiting for Colored Glaze to finish, Ryuto said the truth with a smile. What the hell is your head stuffed with? How can you say such things to your girlfriend? Suddenly, Colored Glaze couldn't help but cover her face with her hands, but she slightly opened her fingers to see how Yunyan would fly into a rage early in the morning and scold Ryuto. However, to Colored Glaze's surprise, Yunyan didn't fly into a rage. Instead, she smiled in surprise and said, "Aya, that's great. I also want to run away from home recently. Do you mind if I move in with you?" It's over. This woman isn't normal either. After seeing Yunyan's reaction, Colored Glaze couldn't help but think. Chapter 202. Sakujiri Yunyan, this senior, had always been a very mysterious existence in Colored Glaze's heart. The reason why she used mysterious instead of wonderful to describe her was because her heart was complicated. It was because Yunyan's inner thoughts were complicated and profound. It was difficult to understand them using normal theories and thinking methods. For example, when she heard that her boyfriend was living together with another girl, Yunyan's first reaction was, "That's great." It made Colored Glaze want to shout, "What the hell is this? Hee hee hee. Did you see that? This is Yunyan's magnanimity. It's different from yours." At this time, Ryudo looked at the stunned Colored Glaze with a provocative gaze. At the same time, he glanced at her magnanimity that was very small compared to Yunyan's. "Bastard, what are you looking at? Who said I'm small? It's not obvious." Colored Glaze seemed to have received the message from Ryudo's gaze. After angrily glaring back, she looked at Yunyan's magnanimity and the corner of her mouth twitched. What did this girl eat growing up? Is this really the level of a high school student? C? No, at least AD? What the hell is this? After secretly ridiculing Yunyan's magnanimity, Colored Glaze couldn't help but ask, "Yunyan, you're also planning to run away from home? Really?" If Colored Glaze wasn't mistaken, Yunyan's words did reveal that she wanted to run away from home. This was a bit strange. After all, Yunyan was the eldest daughter of the Tsukujiri group. Her father, Tsukujiri Kyoji, was a famous entrepreneur and inventor. Her mother, Makoto, was a famous singer. The husband and wife were harmonious. The family was happy, and they both doted on Yunyan. She shouldn't have any reason to run away from home. Don't mention it. Speaking of this, Yunyan was clearly confused. She smiled bitterly and said, "Recently, my mother joined some great beauty association. She kept saying that my father and my skin are too yellow and that we need to do some special whitening. I really can't stand her." From Yunyan's tone, she clearly didn't understand her mother's strange thoughts. "We're all yellow-skinned people. Why do we have to go for special whitening and make ourselves so white? Isn't this against the natural order?" But the problem was that Makoto obviously didn't think so. The reason could be traced back to the strange Great Beauty Association organization. Great Beauty Association? I know. Is it the association that's especially popular in the political and business circles recently? Hearing this name, Colored Glaze thought for a while, then frowned. As the eldest daughter of the Kamiyoshi family, she naturally received a lot of news in the political and business world. Among them, the Great Beauty Association was obviously the one that had risen the fastest recently. In all of Tokyo, there were many social associations. Actually, even Ryudo's Rulon group could be considered a part of these associations. Some special associations often participated in various social, economic, and even political activities. Some could even interfere with national affairs behind the scenes. The Great Beauty Association was a typical example. Every association had a core, a basic axis. For example, the Rulon group's axis was loyalty and chivalry. According to what Colored Glaze knew, the Great Beauty Association was an association that promoted great American culture. Its core was naturally related to America. For example, all the members of the Great Beauty Association ate hamburgers, drank cola, and watched American movies together. They dyed their hair blonde and had to whiten their skin. The official language of the association was American English, and the emblem was the Statue of Liberty. From Colored Glaze's perspective, this association was truly absurd. This was because they pursued a Yamato when you enter, a beautiful person when you leave. They whitewashed people from the inside out and from the outside in again. They whitewashed people in various ways. It could be said that it was almost to the point of morbidity. Such an almost morbid association should logically be a party for a small group of enthusiasts, but that wasn't the case. Before many people could react, the Great Beauty Association had already developed to the point where it had tens of thousands of members. There were also some famous people in the political and business world. For example, Yunyan's mother, Makoto, was one of them. At this thought, Colored Glaze and the other two had already walked through the school gate. They were about to head to different school buildings. "Yunyan, are you free this afternoon? How about we have lunch together?" Thus, Colored Glaze invited Yunyan to lunch. It was obvious that she had something to discuss with her. "Me? Really?" "Of course." Previously, Ryudo and Colored Glaze didn't invite Yunyan to their lunch gatherings. This time, they specially invited her, which made this senior very happy. She even skipped away. However, when Ryudo saw Colored Glaze's expression, he asked in confusion, "Is there a problem with the Great Beauty Association? Your expression seems to have changed." "Of course there's a problem. It's a big problem related to you." Colored Glaze glanced at Ryudo. She felt like she was looking at an idiot who didn't know he was being schemed against. "It's related to me? When did I offend the people from the Great Beauty Association?" The president of the Great Beauty Association is Father John. Although he makes himself look like a foreigner, he's actually Japanese. You should be familiar with his original name, Kawada Hideo. Kawada Hideo? Kawada. That bastard queen's brother? In an instant, Ryudo immediately remembered the names he saw when he was investigating Kawadaya. As the queen, Kawadaya had a brother named Kawada Hideo, who was the young master who stole the test papers that Ryuto beat up. He was Kawada Makaki's father. After the Rinxiao Alliance incident not long ago, Ryuto knew that he already had a deep grudge with the queen. He didn't expect to be connected to her family in this seemingly unrelated place. Great Beauty Association. This association, whether it was the name or the content, was led by America. If one thought about it carefully, their goal should be to destroy the native culture and the confidence of the people. They were definitely an organization that harbored evil intentions. Anyone with a brain could see that. According to Rue Hui, Kawadaya and America were inextricably linked. They might even be a pawn sent by the other side. Kawada Hideo changed his name to Father Ja and did this weird cultural invasion. After all, he was a traitor. He wouldn't tremble in fear if he did something like this. However, how the siblings rebelled was none of Ryudo's business. Whether or not the culture of this stupid country was invaded had nothing to do with him. What made him feel troubled was the grudge between him and the siblings. As the elder sister, the plan that she came up with was completely destroyed by Ryudo. As the younger brother, the son that he raised single-handedly was beaten up by Long Do. Long Do wouldn't believe that the other side wouldn't take revenge on him, even if he was beaten to death. So now, Ryudo didn't just have to be wary of Kawadaya's open and covert attacks. Even the Great Beauty Association would become his enemy. Unfortunately, Union's mother was a member of the Great Beauty Association. This was giving him a headache. If one day Ryudo had a conflict with the Great Beauty Association and Union's mother happened to be inside, the situation would be too scary. Colored Glaze had obviously expected this. That was why she asked Union to come over for lunch. She wanted to talk about Union's mother, Jinqin. No matter what, she had to get Jinqin to leave the association. Otherwise, Ryudo would be in the way when he did many things in the future. After the association found out about the relationship between Union and Ryudo, they might even take advantage of it and cause an irreparable gap between Ryudo and Union, or Union and Jinqin. If that was the case, who could stand it? His future mother-in-law going against him, that would be too humiliating. So during this morning's class, Ryudo didn't do anything. He just flipped through the information about the Great Beauty Association that Sensible found for him. However, from the information that could be found on the internet, this association didn't do anything out of line. They just organized for members to study American culture. There was nothing wrong with it. The most ridiculous thing was that their members didn't even have to pay a membership fee when they joined. After joining, they would be given free uniforms and free meals. From time to time, they would even organize trips to American. It was so friendly that it made people click their tongue. Of course, the qualifications to join such a friendly association were naturally not available to just anyone. The lowest-ranking members were those low-ranking managers, and most of them were even the family members or partners of many business owners. Incredible! What a huge organization! After carefully reading through Sensible's information, although Ryudo didn't find any evidence of this Great Beauty Associations doing anything bad, he had a more direct understanding of their organization's scale. One word to describe it was awesome. 2 words to describe it was awesome. 2 words to describe it was very awesome. 2 words to describe it was one hand covering the sky. Through the member list that Sensible obtained through some special means, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Great Beauty Association was close to covering the sky with one hand in Tokyo. After all, The members ranged from the cabinet to the Metropolitan Police Department, from the Self-Defense Forces to the Chamber of Commerce. They were almost everywhere and had infiltrated the entire capital. For such a laughable organization to be able to achieve this in such a short period of time, it was impossible to say that there wasn't a huge force behind it, and that Empress Kawada, as well as the American organization behind her, was the main culprit. Chapter 203. That afternoon, in the corner of the garden that was emitting a fresh aroma, Colored Glaze and Ryuto accompanied Yunyin to eat while telling her what they had found out. No, it can't be, right? That association is a place like that? After knowing what kind of strange place her mother had entered, Yunyin couldn't help but cover her mouth and reveal an expression of disbelief. Although she didn't agree with her mother following the Great Beauty Association and making herself like an American, she didn't think that there was such a complicated situation behind it. Although senior sister Yunyin was relatively naive and didn't participate in these strange matters, she could tell that this bullshit association definitely didn't have good intentions. If her mother, Jinqin, stayed there for too long, something would happen sooner or later. In a moment of desperation, Yunyin picked up her phone and shouted, "No, I'll call my mother to withdraw from the association right now." But before Yunyin could dial that familiar number, Ryuto gently pressed down on her hand. "Ryuto? If you call your mother now and tell her about this, do you think she'll believe you?" This. After hearing Ryuto's words, Yunyin was first stunned, then she sighed deeply. Indeed, as Ryuto said, Jinqin wouldn't pay attention to such guesses and deductions without evidence even if she told her. There was even the risk of alerting the enemy. After all, up until now, the Great Beauty Association hadn't done anything bad. They just took in members normally and promoted American culture normally. They didn't have any responsibilities. Thinking of this, Yunyin couldn't help but sigh. Is there really nothing we can do? Do we have to wait until something happens to them before we can do anything to them? That's the case for now. But Yunyin, I want to know what your father's attitude is about this. This is very important. Father, he doesn't really understand Mother's passion for the Great Beauty Association. But Father has always respected Mother, so he won't interfere. Then, can your mother interfere with some of your father's decisions? As a member of Dark Crow, he has a lot of say in many things. Colored Glaze asked without hesitation, even though Yunyin mentioned some very special terms, as if she believed that Yunyin naturally knew what Dark Crow was. However, Yunyin scratched her head. I'm sorry, what's a Dark Crow? I've never heard of this term before. Yunyin then looked at Ryuto. Ryuto also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what a Dark Crow was. Hearing this, Luli slapped her forehead and asked in disbelief, "It can't be? Both of you. All right, let's start with Yatsuki." Yatsuki. What's that? Yatsuki is a secret society, and it is the oldest secret society in the history of this country. It is also the core that truly controls this country. What? Hearing this, Ryuto and Yunyin couldn't help but widen their eyes. After all, this was simply too sensational. A secret society was actually the core that controls the entire country? Of course, looking at the world, it wasn't that there weren't similar secret societies. The more well-known one was the legendary Freemasonry. Freemasonry was the main force behind the government and political parties of Western countries. It was called the shadow government. It was said that there were many famous people among the members of the Freemasonry, such as presidents of America, governors, justices, world-class rich, etc. The power of this society was said to be enough to affect every corner of the world. In the distant island country of the East, a similar huge society was the Yatsuki that Colored Glaze mentioned. This secret society was said to have started in 660 BC, when the first emperor, Kidney Marshal Emperor, ascended the throne. Yatsuki was originally a small group formed by many nobles. Later, they gradually recruited members to expand their sphere of influence. Until modern times, it even became a real shadow government that truly controlled the island country. The structure of Yatsuki is divided into 3 levels. The highest level is Golden Duck, which has been fixed for generations by the leaders of religious, political, and military circles. But after World War II, Japan was not allowed to have an army, so it was changed to the leaders of the business world. Speaking of this, Luli casually picked up a pen and carefully wrote on the tablecloth that was spread out on the table. The second level is known as the Dark Crows. There are 12 members in this level, and they will be selected from the current political elites, noble families, and business giants. Senior Sister Yunyan's father, Gong Si, and my mother, Rue Hui, are all members of the Dark Crows. Mrs. Rue Hui is also a member of Yatsuki. This kind of thing wasn't mentioned in the game. After hearing that name, Ryudo couldn't help but gasp because this was something he didn't expect. After all, in Red Album 2, No Survivors, as a player, the protagonist could only see the side of the game. There were many things hidden under the surface that he didn't know. However, in the second half of the game, after Iam led her Tenmu group to openly rebel, it was said that hundreds of missiles blew up a lot of high and mighty old men. Now that he thought about it, it was probably referring to the people of Yatsuki. While Longdo was pondering, Luli finally wrote, "The third level structure is Last Feather." The number of people has changed from about 1,000 at the peak to more than 600 now. Basically, they are all well-known big politicians, big bosses, or famous scholars, scientists, artists, lawyers, and so on. After finishing, Colored Glaze's tablecloth was already filled with words. She had also drawn a pyramid structure with 3 levels, which symbolized the power of Yatsuki. I see. As expected of the legendary secret society, it's quite exaggerated. After listening to Colored Glaze's explanation and her writing, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. Golden Duck, Dark Crow, Last Feather. These 3 levels of Yatsuki basically included the upper echelons of Japan's elite forces. Although there were only 600 or 700 people, their influence was stronger than the remaining 100 million people. Colored Glaze used the phrase "this society controls the core of the country" to describe it, and it wasn't wrong at all. Thinking about it, Kaneshiro Rui and Tsukujiri Kyoji were basically at the level of a tyrant, but in Yatsuki, they were only members of the Dark Crow in the middle level of Yatsuki. In other words, there were 10 other members of Yatsuki who were on the same level as them. Even without looking at the 3 Golden Duck at the top and the hundreds of Last Feather at the bottom, just the 12 members of the Dark Crow at the middle level were already terrifying enough. At this moment, Ryudo finally understood what kind of organization he was fighting against and what kind of organization Tenmu Iam was fighting against. From a certain perspective, Ryudo and Iam actually had the same enemy, Yatsuki. After all, if Ryudo wanted to destroy the vegetarian king system, it would be useless to convince the Kamiyoshi. His enemy wasn't the Kamiyoshi, but the Yatsuki behind them. Especially in the Golden Duck at the top level, there were 2 big shots in the religious and political world, the Shinto Lord and the Inner Cabinet Prime Minister. The vegetarian king system passed down by the Kamiyoshi was, in essence, to serve the Shinto Lord and the Inner Cabinet. It was a method passed down from ancient times to strengthen the lower level of management. In the name of God, they ruled the lower level, and humans took over the position of God. Therefore, the existence of the Kamiyoshi was a sign that the upper level gave their own people the right to take over the position of God. It was a sign that made everyone obey. Therefore, it was almost impossible to abolish the vegetarian king system, and that would be destroying the Golden Duck reputation. As long as the Golden Duck still existed, they could even eliminate the current Kamiyoshi and replace them with other people who were willing to carry out the vegetarian king system. In any case, it was fine as long as they were called Kamiyoshi. It didn't matter whether they were the same people or not. So far, it was the first time that Ryudo said these things, but Rue Hui was obviously clear about it. Ryudo didn't quite understand why Rue Hui didn't pursue to break away from the shackles of the family with her strength, and why she was willing to be locked in the heavenly temple for 20 years. Now he understood that it wasn't that Rue Hui didn't want to resist, but that Rue Hui knew the existence of the Yatsuki and knew that she was powerless to resist this huge organization. No matter how smart Rue Hui was, no matter how scheming she was, The big difference between her and Ayam was that Rue Hui didn't have Ayam's arrogance and boldness that could subvert the world. In the original work, Ayam basically gave people the feeling that she was crazy in the end. She directly threw missiles to the group of Tokyo dignitaries to take a bath. She didn't care what their fucking identity was. All living things were equal under the missiles. From this point of view, the Yatsuki wasn't invincible. Ayam successfully killed them, proving that as long as she found the right opportunity, there was a possibility of winning. But the most troublesome thing for Ryuto was that he had to deal with the Heavenly Eye group while dealing with the Yatsuki. After all, when Ayam randomly threw missiles in a period of time, she wouldn't deliberately avoid Ryuto and the Rulon group. She would blow up everything that needed to be blown up. However, these things didn't have much to do with Ryuto for the time being. At present, he still had to focus on the Empress siblings and the Great Beauty Association. If the matter of Union's mother wasn't resolved, they would always feel that they had a big weakness in the hands of the enemy. It would inevitably make them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 204. If that's the case, we should investigate this Great Beauty Association first. At the same time, we should start with Union's mother. As the saying went, the one who started the trouble needed to untie it. Colored Glaze naturally understood this principle very well. Currently, the rope around Ryuto and the others' heads was Union's mother, Jinshin. If they wanted to unravel this trap, they had to investigate what the Great Beauty Association was up to. They also had to start with Jinshin. If he didn't figure out why Jinshin joined the Great Beauty Association and why she trusted those people so much, it would be very difficult to pull her out of there. At this time, they especially couldn't use violence. Otherwise, it would only make the victim fall deeper and deeper, making Jinshin even more determined to join the Great Beauty Association. Instantly, Ryuto rubbed his chin. Investigating the association can be left to Sensible and Gao Yuan. As for Union's mother, let's go see for ourselves after school. See for ourselves after school? You want to come to my house as guests? That's great. You're very welcome. Hearing this, Union's face lit up, as if she was very happy with this suggestion. After all, although Union was the school's idol, she didn't have that many close friends. There were even fewer friends who could come to her house to play. Very good, then it's decided. Wait for us at the parking lot after school. We'll go to Union's house together and have a chat with Andy. Ooh. With Colored Glaze's arrangement and Ryuto and Union's cooperation, this lunch meeting that wasn't easy finally came to an end. That afternoon's class was long and boring for Union. Perhaps it was because her mind was already focused on the special home visit after school, and she kept secretly hoping that time would pass faster. Hee. Even in class, Yin would occasionally let out a light chuckle, which gave the students of Grade 3 Class AA fright. What's going on? Did Yin encounter something good today? Of course, Yin did encounter a good thing. It could even be said that it was a very good thing. However, my boyfriend will bring his future wife to my house to find my mother. Even if she only said it out loud, it would be too scary. Naturally, Yin wouldn't be stupid enough to tell anyone. At most, she would add this kind of plot into her own novel to make that future masterpiece more realistic and realistic. T. But no matter what, after school in the afternoon, the two cars belonging to the Tsukimori group and the Kamiyoshi clan respectively drove in the same direction. Perhaps because she was too excited, Yin didn't even sit in her own car. Instead, she squeezed into the car driven by Dancing Costume. She squeezed in with Ryuto and Colored Glaze. On the way, in the back seat of the car, Ryuto was enjoying the treatment of an emperor. Because on both sides of him sat two beautiful girls, each with their own unique characteristics. The back seat of Colored Glaze's car was not that wide. When the three of them sat in a row, their body parts would naturally have some contact. This naturally made Ryuto very satisfied. Great. This feeling was really great. Now, Ryuto was sandwiched by the shoulders and legs of the two beautiful girls, forming a state of two pieces of bread sandwiched between cheese. The soft touch and sweet smell was simply irresistible. After seeing the silly smile on Ryuto's face, Yunyin couldn't help but ask, Ryudo, why are you smiling like this? Are you looking forward to coming to my house that much? But before Ryuto could answer, Colored Glaze on the other side frowned in annoyance. I advise you not to delve too deeply into the answer. Why? Because this guy is an old pervert. His mind is only filled with strange things. After last night's Spit-Tongue Gate incident, Colored Glaze now had a great prejudice against Ryuto. She had already fixed his image in the realm of wretched old pervert. Strange things. Ah, is it that, the H thing? Pfft. When Yunyin said that word openly, Colored Glaze couldn't help but turn around and spit on the car window next to her face. What's wrong with this woman's brain? Why isn't she embarrassed at all? Colored Glaze quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and the car window. She smiled bitterly. Yunyin, you dare to say this in front of Ryuto. At this point, Colored Glaze glared at Ryuto, who was smiling foolishly, as if warning him not to laugh out loud. But as long as it develops into a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, then isn't it normal to have intimate physical contact? This is human nature, and also an expression of love. This. Facing Yunyin's serious explanation, Colored Glaze didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yunyin's words were indeed reasonable. Humans were born with certain desires, and humans also relied on this desire to reproduce. This was a feeling that everyone had, and there was really nothing to be ashamed of. Especially after falling in love, it was normal for men and women to have physical contact with each other. After all, this was also a kind of expression of love. So when he heard these very reasonable words, Ryuto finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Sorry, I thought of something happy. What's the happy thing? Just now, someone couldn't help but spit on the car window. Pa. In the next second, Colored Glaze suddenly pinched Ryuto's leg, but because his skin was too hard and Colored Glaze's strength was too weak, she almost didn't feel anything. Then she said sternly, Don't think that just because Yunyin said so, you can touch us as you wish. Also, don't laugh. I didn't? Oh right, I don't know who forced their head yesterday. Hey, let's get back to the topic. That you just said touch us. To what extent are you referring? It's not a question of what extent, it's just that you can't touch us when we don't let you touch us. Only when we let you touch us can you. Yunyin, can I touch your hand? Sure. Before she finished speaking, Ryuto held Yunyin's hand and shook it in front of Colored Glaze. Yunyin and Ryuto have been together for a while, so it was very natural for them to shake hands, although they didn't have time to do more intimate actions. Seeing Yunyin's cooperative action, Colored Glaze unconsciously took a deep breath to avoid being angered to death by this bastard couple. What did you say just now? I can't touch you when you don't let me touch you, is that right? You're too much. I've tolerated you for a long time. You still have the nerve to laugh. I really did get permission to touch you just now, and I didn't laugh. You were clearly laughing. You didn't even stop. Miss Colored Glaze, I have the quality and dignity of a team leader, so no matter how funny things are, I won't laugh. Unless I can't help it. Just when Colored Glaze was about to bite him in anger, the car finally successfully arrived at the destination and temporarily stopped the flirting in the car. Just like Colored Glaze, who got a Kamishiro villa for her family in the port area to make it convenient for her to go to school, the Tsutsumira that Ryuto went to was actually not Yunyin's home. Her parents were also afraid that it would be troublesome for their daughter to go to school, so they deliberately got a house near the school. And Yunyin's home, Tsutsumi Villa, was located in Tokyo's Setagaya, about 20 kilometers away from the city center. Setagaya was the most representative residential area of the rich in Tokyo. Almost all the houses in the area were independent, without the oppressive feeling of modern high-rise buildings. The design was more comfortable, and it was called the world's top mansion. It was understood that most of the people who lived in this area were famous entrepreneurs, big-name stars, and cultural celebrities. After all, the houses were particularly expensive, so as long as they lived in this area, they would be associated with the rich. But even if this was the area of the rich, the big house where the chairman of Tsutsumi Group lived was very special and very eye-catching. The mountain path in the suburbs closest to the north of Setagaya was full of all kinds of flowers and green quilts. Because this area was a little far from the city center, there were very few cars and pedestrians around. At this time, Ryudo's car had even reached a higher position halfway up the mountain. When Ryudo got out of the car and looked into the distance, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked even though he had experienced a lot of wind and rain. Because there, a huge, luxurious Western-style building that seemed to be the residence of a royal family was quietly standing there. The size of the building made it difficult to associate the word home with the word. It looked like some kind of hotel or resort. Indeed, after all, the facade of this Tsutsumi Villa building was paved with various natural stones. It looked layered, and it covered an area of more than 2,000 square meters. There were more than 20 bedrooms, 12 parking spaces, a huge endless swimming pool, a tennis court, a private theater, and other facilities. Walking together with Yunyan through the porch built with fragrant wood, Ryudo almost had an old man, subway, mobile phone expression the whole time. Although he already knew that Yunyan's family was very rich, he also saw this Tsutsumi Villa that was said to be worth billions in the original game. But only when he really came here, he could understand what was called the bastard luxurious enjoyment of the rich. It simply made Ryudo have a feeling of envy. Chapter 205. However, no matter how luxurious the villa was, Yunyan didn't have any special feelings about it. After all, this was her home. She had grown up here. It would be strange if she had any special feelings about it. Young mistress, you're back. Are these two your friends? After Ryudo and Colored Glaze followed Yunyan into the lush green courtyard that presented nature and modern luxury, an elegant old butler came over and bowed to the three of them. Unlike the butler in Kamiyoshi, the butler in the Tsukumi family didn't have a cold and aloof temperament. Instead, he made people feel comfortable like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Yes, mother is home, right? I'd like to introduce a friend to her. She was, but young Mistress Shinchin received a call a few minutes ago and left in a hurry. She said she was going to a gathering with friends. She should be back around 7 or 8 at the earliest. Call? Gathering? Friends? When she heard these words, Yunyan couldn't help but recall the gatherings that the Great Beauty Association often held. Her expression instantly turned sour. However, the more troublesome thing was that Shinchin wasn't home. Wouldn't that mean that Ryudo and Colored Glaze had made a wasted trip? It was only 4 in the afternoon. Originally, Ryudo and Shinchin didn't plan to stay here for too long. They planned to chat with Shinchin and find out more about her, pretending to be interested in the Great Beauty Association and get ready to go home. However, Shinchin would only be back around 7 or 8 at the earliest. If they chatted with her again, they didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, Yunyan turned around and said awkwardly, I'm sorry. Why don't you have dinner here tonight, or just stay here? How about that? When they were in the car earlier, Yunyan had mentioned that because her father was on a business trip, apart from the dozen servants and 20-odd bodyguards, only Yunyan and Shinchin lived in the Tsukumi Villa. It was quite lonely. Therefore, when she heard that Colored Glaze and Ryudo were living together, she thought of running away from home to find them. However, the effect of letting them stay in her home seemed to be the same. Are we going to stay here? It doesn't seem to be a problem. Anyway, I'm now a runaway, so I can live wherever I want. Not to mention this guy. He's been raised casually. Colored Glaze pursed her lips and glanced at Ryudo, as if she had no intention of asking for his opinion. Of course, how could Ryudo have any objections to this proposal? After all, Yuejian Villa was such a luxurious villa, and it was Yunyan's home. What a joke! To be able to live in the home of a cute girlfriend, that was something that many people dreamed of. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to have a cute girlfriend. Woo-woo. Just like that, the three of them entered the first floor of the entire villa under the guidance of the butler. A large floating ring was used as decoration outside the door, which not only echoed the style of the space, but also added a sense of ceremony to the entrance, reflecting the high-tech attribute of the Tsukujiri group. After he led Ryudo and the others to the living room, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw the 4 to 5-meter high ceiling and 1 to 200 square meters of living room. The design of the living room was simple but not lacking in quality. It used white marble, transparent glass, and a black chandelier like an art installation, which added a luxurious atmosphere to the space. However, no matter how luxurious the living room was, it was still just a living room, and it still couldn't help them pass the time. Right now, it was only 4 o'clock, and there were still more than 2 hours before dinner, so they had to find something to do. Yunyan, do you have any entertainment in your house? It's good to pass the time. There's a home theater, spa, gym, study, bar, tennis court. Okay. You're telling me the names of the dishes? Then, other than reading and writing novels, what do you like to do the most? Usually. Oh, right. How about we go to the swimming pool? My swimming pool is really fun. Swimming pool? Ah, is it the endless swimming pool I saw just now? It seems to be pretty good. The endless swimming pool was a swimming pool with no borders as its design effect. Through the special design of the pool's edge, it made the swimming pool look like it had no edges and pool walls, as if it could extend to a very far place. The endless swimming pool of Tsukuminari Kazuna was very special. Its size almost surrounded the building area, which meant that the horizontal swimming pool area was as exaggerated as thousands of square meters. You could even play electric hoverboards in it. And according to Yunyan's introduction, there was a water directional laminar flow system in the pool. The pool water could be set to flow with or against the current, so that the effect of swimming forward without having to change directions was similar to the principle of a treadmill. Although Ryudo didn't particularly like swimming, he was still quite interested in such a special swimming pool. The most important thing was that he could also see Yunyan and colored glazes, swimsuits. Before the arrival of summer and before everyone had plans to go to the seaside, it was very difficult to see the swimsuits of these two beauties. However, at this time, senior sister Yunyan took the initiative to suggest this. Only a fool would refuse. However, colored glaze refused without hesitation. It wasn't because she was a fool, but because this unlucky woman was afraid of water. When she heard that they were going to the swimming pool, and such a big swimming pool, colored glaze shook her head like a rattled drum. No, I'm afraid of water the most. I have a psychological shadow of water since I was a child. Psychological shadow? When did you fall into the water? Something like that. It's just that when I was young, my mother was in the mood to personally help me bathe. Then, the bathtub at home was too deep. She slipped and threw me into it and drank to her heart's content. When she thought of the tragedy, colored glaze couldn't help but roll her eyes. And when Ryudo thought of Mrs. Ruehue holding the little colored glaze to take a bath, but slipped and threw the baby in the bathtub, he couldn't help but laugh. You laughed again, bastard. I'm not talking to you anymore. After this, colored glaze couldn't help but leave angrily. She ran to the study not far away to read some books to pass the time, leaving Ryudo and Yunyan here. Yunyan looked at the direction where colored glaze ran and asked with a smile. She ran away, then we go. Go change now. Okay, I didn't expect Ryudo to like swimming so much, although I like it too. Yunyan showed a gentle smile when she heard this, as if she didn't care whether Ryudo liked swimming or other things. In this way, the two went to the changing room to change their swimsuits and prepare to swim in the huge swimming pool. As a boy, Ryudo changed his clothes very quickly. After entering the changing room, he directly took off his shirt and changed his pants into swimming trunks. He was ready to go at any time. After changing into his swimsuit, Long Do went to the endless swimming pool outside the courtyard alone and looked at the endless city scenery in front of him. Originally, the rich area in the Setagaya district was almost all bungalows and villas, and it was difficult to find high-rise buildings. In addition, the Tsukuminari villa was built in the mountainside area with the highest terrain, so there was almost no obstruction at a glance. He could see the blue sky and the distant edge of the city. White lounge chairs were set on the edge of the pool, allowing people to lie there and rest at any time. If combined with the warm sun and a glass of iced cola, it was simply the best place to enjoy leisure time. However, just as Long Do got into the pool and soaked in the clean and clear water, a beautiful figure walked over to his side in a natural manner. Tap, tap, tap. After hearing the footsteps of the flip-flops at the edge of the pool, Ryuto knew that Yunyin was here. Thus, he hurriedly turned his head and greeted, Yunyin Shuijiwa. Originally, Ryuto planned to greet his girlfriend, but the moment he saw the figure at this time, his eyes widened as if he had never seen such a beautiful scenery. The vast mountainside scenery and the city skyline just now were nothing in front of Yunyin's graceful figure at this time. Because she needed to swim, Yunyin naturally wore a swimsuit. Moreover, she was not wearing an ordinary one-piece swimsuit, but a more daring bikini that completely emphasized the graceful curves of women. This was a classic light white bikini with a seashell edge. The slender belt went around the back and was tied around the swan-like slender neck. The waist of the swimsuit was tied with a unique white bow, allowing people to naturally notice the soft lines around the bow. At this time, Yunyin's brown wavy hair was tied into a high ponytail, which looked very young and energetic. However, her slender and fair legs and the 2 lumps of slime that were squeezed together at certain parts of her body had nothing to do with the word youth. Instead, it made one think of her as being charming and something else. Sorry to keep you waiting. It seemed that she was very satisfied with Ryuto's attitude when he saw her swimsuit. Yunyin had a victorious smile on her face. In fact, when she swam at home, Yunyin wore a very conservative one-piece swimsuit. The reason why she deliberately changed into a bikini this time was that Yunyin wanted to show her boyfriend her most beautiful side. A woman's body is a powerful weapon for men. This was a theory that Yunyin had read many times from some books, and it was believed that there was no problem most of the time, especially after knowing that her boyfriend had other fiancés and future wives. Yunyin wanted to show her best side even more to make Ryuto like her more. Speaking of which, Yunyin actually didn't object to Ryuto being with colored glaze and Durnia. After all, they had already reported in advance. But even so, there was a sense of competition between girls, and they hoped to be the number one in their lover's heart. And Yunyin's biggest advantage compared to the classic beauty of colored glaze and the cute contrasting Dunia was her figure. In this regard, the two were simply not on the same level as her. They directly jumped from A, B to D, and there was still a C in between. He had to admit that this kind of competitive awareness was quite good. As long as it didn't develop into a palace fight, Ryuto didn't mind the 3 in his family competing with each other. In this way, he might have the opportunity to see something more exciting than Yunyin's bikini. Slurp. Chapter 206. Just as Ryuto was indulging in the bikini and body that made people want to have a nosebleed, Yunyin had already jumped into the water. Splash. A large splash of water splashed on Ryuto, and he was knocked back from the nosebleed fantasy. Ha ha ha, who told you to be in a daze? Seeing Ryuto being splashed, Yunyin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You dare to splash me? Don't run. Come here. Come and chase me if you have the ability. Let's see who swims faster. Maybe it was because he hadn't swam for a long time. Or maybe it was because his interest was aroused by Yunyin's swimsuit. Ryuto chased Yunyin around the pool, and the two played with each other from time to time. After playing for a while, the two leaned on the edge of the pool, looking at the vast horizon in the distance and chatting with interest. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Long Do suddenly remembered and asked, "Speaking of which, when your mother comes back later, will she find me an eyesore?" Well, she should have heard of my name, right? It's not that Ryuto boasted, but there should be very few people in Yodo who don't know his name. After all, this is the #1 stinky rogue in the world. Puff. Yunyin smiled when she heard the words. You didn't realize that your reputation is bad until now, right? But you can rest assured that I usually mention you in front of my father and mother. You. How did you introduce me? I just said that you are a good person, and you have good accomplishments in literature. It's nice to be friends with you. What was your parents' reaction? They didn't call the police on the spot, right? They didn't call the police. They just repeatedly reminded me not to get too close to male classmates. But I didn't seem to care about this sentence. Speaking up to this point, senior sister Yunyan looked at the arm she was hugging and revealed a mischievous smile. Because the two were chatting together, Yunyan also hugged her boyfriend's arm in the water, like a pair of lovers with a good relationship. However, this action made Ryudo a little exciting. The smooth jade-like skin was especially moist due to the flowing water in the swimming pool. It stuck to Ryudo's arm. Half of the slime also quietly stuck to his arm and even changed its shape. This was the first time in Ryudo's life that he had experienced this kind of smooth and soft feeling. It was many times more exciting than when he hugged the colored glaze last night. Colored glaze in the study. Achoo. Although Ryudo had lost his first kiss, he was still an innocent young man. How could he resist such temptation? Thus, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his face turned slightly red. After noticing the young man's embarrassment, Yunyan was not shy. Instead, she quietly stuck her head close to Ryudo's ear and asked, "What's wrong? Are you shy?" The girl's gentle voice gently echoed in his ear. That kind of exciting feeling made Ryudo unable to stop. He could only take a deep breath, turned his head and whispered to Yunyan, "If this isn't your home, you'll know what it means to invite trouble." Originally, Ryudo only wanted to scare Yunyan. Who would have thought that she would laugh and say, "Aya, so what if it's my home? Isn't that more exciting?" Okay, I forgot that she's such a woman. Seeing that pretty face that was sparkling with little stars because of excitement, Ryudo finally pulled her into his arms and kissed those rosy red lips. Compared to the unexpected kiss with the colored glaze last night, this time, Ryudo and Yunyan were obviously more active. Or it could be said that he was seduced more actively. After being kissed, Yunyan first moaned emotionally. Then, she reached out and hugged her boyfriend's neck and responded enthusiastically. As the two hugged each other, the cool pool began to fill with a blazing aura. Even the flowing water was stained with a wonderful color and smell, making people feel a little shy. From the beginning, Ryudo had somewhat forgotten that Yunyan was actually a very bold woman. Moreover, she was originally a very active woman. She was also the only carnivorous female lead in Red Album 2. No survivors. Once a carnivorous woman saw someone she liked, she would take the initiative to express her love like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She wouldn't be hesitant and would do what she should do. This type was very focused on carnal desires and enjoyment. Because their personality was similar to carnivorous animals, they were called carnivorous, corresponding to herbivorous. But when most people saw Yunyan, they probably couldn't imagine that she actually had such an active and passionate personality. After all, in terms of appearance, Yunyan belonged to the kind of gentle and virtuous appearance, which should make people think of a more conservative, more traditional woman. But in reality, that wasn't the case. In the original plot line, Yunyan was the only female lead who dared to rebel against her family, against her parents, and even against the world. Because she didn't want to follow the future career that her parents had decided for her, she pulled the main character away from home and ran across Japan to avoid capture. This courage was stronger than colored glaze and dunya. Therefore, Yunyan was originally very bold, very bold. In the early days, when she was just a high school student, she already had Courage Level 3. After graduation next year, she would directly rise to Courage Level 4. Her courage was super fat. In this way, the two of them were intimate in the pool for a long time before slowly separating. After separating, Ryudo felt like he was floating in the air. After all, when he did the action that colored glaze didn't allow him to do with Yunyan yesterday, she didn't seem to be unhappy. Instead, she was even more enthusiastic than him. Yunyan reached out and touched her slightly red lips, excitedly smiled and said, "Hee, in this case, we can be considered to have crossed the stage." A stage? What do you mean? Hey, don't you know? It's the ABC of love. It's the 3 stages that lovers will go through. 3 stages. A is kissing. Then the other 2 stages are, of course, it's caressing and sleeping together. But these 2 stages still have to be left for the future. It's still a bit early for now. When the two of them climbed into the pool, Yunyan didn't hesitate to say these embarrassing words. From her tone, this Missy was even looking forward to B and C. You really dare to say that? If Colored Glaze heard this, she would spit out again. Spit it out, but she has to go through this process sooner or later. This is love. Although I came first, hee hee. After hearing Yunyan's proud laughter, Ryudo was too embarrassed to tell her that he had already crossed the stage with Colored Glaze last night, so he could only rub his head and act dumb. After the two of them finished swimming and being intimate, the sky had gradually darkened. It was almost time for dinner. Before dinner, Yunyan asked Ryudo what he wanted to eat for dinner. I have two chefs at home now. One is a French chef, the other is a Spanish chef. There are actually two chefs from different countries. There were originally three, but in the end, the chef who made Chinese cuisine was brought to England by my father. Every time he goes to England, he has to bring a chef, or else he will die from eating fish and chips every day. Damn it! What kind of Versailles tycoon is this? After secretly complaining in his heart, Ryudo still chose the French chef to make dinner. After all, there were two ladies. It was better to be as romantic and flirtatious as possible. The main dining room of Tsukuminari Kojo was very magnificent. The rectangular table that was enough for dozens of people to sit side by side had the aristocratic style of Hogwarts School of Magic. The three crystal chandeliers above the head and the famous paintings on the surrounding walls showed a noble atmosphere while not being too ostentatious. Of course, at this moment, there were only three figures sitting at the front of the long dining table. They were the eldest Miss Yunyan and her two friends. The surrounding servants who were responsible for serving them were serving the dishes one by one on the table in order. The first dish was caviar with avocado and prawns. The wine should have been naturally sparkling Bonocco grape wine, but because the three of them are not yet old enough to drink, the wine was paired with Bonocco grape juice. Oh, delicious! When Ryudo scooped up a spoonful of food with a special mother-of-pearl spoon and bit into it, the strong freshness suddenly burst out. Under the caviar and avocado, there were also crushed apples and prawns. With one bite, in addition to the strong freshness in the mouth, there was also a faint fruity aroma in the mouth and nose, making one feel as if they were attacked by the sea and the orchard. After Ryudo finished the first dish in a few bites, the warm and fragrant black truffle crispy skin soup was served, followed by the classic French dish, braised veal with white sauce, and the fresh and smooth almond goat's milk cheese were served one after another. How should he describe this feeling? It was as if an authentic French restaurant had been moved into his home. Whether it was the chef or the ingredients, they were all first class. F*CK the capitalists. The meal lasted for more than half an hour. When Long Do finished the last dessert, the French strawberry ice cream tower, he patted his stomach and heaved a sigh of relief. The dishes were delicious, but eating was too tiring. It would have been better to serve them all in one go, Ryudo obviously thought. After the meal, Ryudo, Yunyan, and Colored Glaze sat in the living room and played a game of cards. However, as the clock gradually pointed to 8 o'clock, the key person that everyone had been waiting for, Shinchin Suki, finally returned home. When she saw the familiar figure enter the living room from the front door, Yunyan quickly stood up and walked over. At the same time, she said, "Mom, why are you?" Yunyan originally wanted to ask, "Mom, why are you back so late?" But she suddenly froze in the middle of the sentence. Because when Yunyan saw her mom coming back, she also brought a very bright, handsome, and tall foreigner with her. This was something that Yunyan never expected. Chapter 207. Unlike Yunyan, her mother, Zenkoto Tsukimi, was a naturally slow-witted woman. This woman, who had previously debuted as a singer, had a gentle voice and a beautiful appearance. Later, after marrying a well-known entrepreneur, Kyoji, she gave birth to her precious daughter, Yunyan. However, her natural airhead personality had never changed. In her normal life, Yunyan had seen Zenkoto do stupid things when she was out of her mind. For example, she wanted to cook a meal on a whim, but after lighting the fire, She burned the pot until it set off the fire alarm, or she tidied up her clothes and threw them into the trash can. But even so, Yunyan didn't expect Zenkoto to bring home a young man in his 20s in the middle of the night. Wasn't this too strange? This guy is… It's him? But the moment Ryudo saw the foreigner, he frowned and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Although it was Yunyan's first time seeing this guy, Ryudo had seen this man more than once in the original plot of the game, John Teddy. Judging from his appearance, this guy was a typical American male. His blonde hair was styled very elegantly, and his well-tailored suit revealed his burly and muscular body. He always had a sunny and handsome smile on his face, and he always looked energetic. The reason Ryuto knew this foreigner was because he was Yunyan's suitor in the original plot. He was a minor antagonist similar to the original Ryuto Kiryu. If the antagonist in the Colored Glaze arc who wanted to fight for the female lead was the original Ryuto Kiryu, then in the Yunyan arc, this foreigner was a similar character. On the surface, this guy looked like a sunny young man, hardworking, honest, and wealthy. However, in reality, he was a scumbag who fooled around everywhere. He even had the hobby of taking special photos of girls and keeping them. In the original plot, because Yunyan ignored him, Hardadef vented his anger on the main character and tried every means to kill the main character. In the end, it was Mingji who stole some special photos from his computer and released them to the public. Only then was this scumbag thrown into jail, where he lived a life of picking up soap every day. But why was John here? Didn't Jinshin attend the gathering of the Great Beauty Association? Wait, could it be? Just as Ryudo was thinking about John's relationship with this matter, Yunyan asked curiously, "Mom, who is this gentleman?" "Ah, this young man's name is John. He's a junior I met at the Great Beauty Association. He said that he was interested in several oil paintings in our collection, so I brought him here to have a look." After introducing them to her daughter with a smile, Jinshin looked at Ryudo and Colored Glaze, who were standing not far away, and blinked in confusion. Jinshin had obviously seen this Kamiyoshi's daughter before, but she couldn't seem to recall who she was. And so, Colored Glaze walked over and greeted her. "Hello, Aunt Jinshin. I'm Colored Glaze, Kamiyoshi's daughter. Do you remember me?" Colored Glaze. Oh, I remember now. You're Ruehue's daughter." After realizing that she was the daughter of that old friend of hers, Jinshin looked this young lady up and down and said with a smile, "You've grown so big without me noticing. Children grow up so quickly." "Actually, we just met 3 months ago. Is that so? Look at my memory." Jinshin patted her head with a smile, not at all realizing how speechless her words sounded. However, just as Jinshin and Colored Glaze were chatting, Hardadef fixed his collar and walked up to Yunyan with his head held high. He extended his hand in a friendly manner and revealed a smile that he thought was full of charm. "Hello, Miss Yunyan. I heard a lot about you when I was chatting with Aunt Jinshin at the Great Beauty Association. I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future." Hardadef's every action was as elegant as possible. Combined with his very American-style charm, his youthful appearance was very impressive. In the past, he had used this trick to trick many girls. Hello? However, Yunyan obviously wasn't very good at dealing with people like this. She looked at Hardadef's outstretched hand and revealed an awkward expression. But before Yunyan could think of an excuse to avoid shaking hands with this foreigner, Ryudo walked over with a smile and shook Hardadef's outstretched hand up and down. Hello. Nice to meet you." Ryudo had a friendly smile on his face, but it made Hardadef speechless. This guy is… Is there such a person in the living room? From the moment he entered the door, Hardadef's eyes had been focused on Yunyan. He didn't even look at other people, so he didn't realize Ryudo's existence until now. "Look at the atmosphere, stinky brat. Who wants to shake your hand?" After cursing in his mind, Hardadef still asked with a smile on the surface, Hello. May I ask who you are, Yunyan? Speaking of which, where did I put those oil paintings?" Mr. Hardadef is very interested in those things. Just as Ryuto was about to introduce himself, Jinshin, who had finished chatting with Colored Glaze, shouted at Yunyan with a puzzled expression, Oil paintings. Are you referring to the ones you rolled up and placed under the table leg? They seem to be in the study. I'll go get them with you. As if she had a good understanding of her mother's nature, Yunyin nodded at Ryudo and quickly left. She clearly didn't want to deal with this foreigner named Hardadef. From the moment he entered the door, he had been looking at Yunyin with an undisguised gaze. This made Yunyin feel very uncomfortable, as if she was being stared at by some strange, dirty thing. Now that she had the chance to run, she would run. When Jinqin and Yunyin left the living room, Colored Glaze went somewhere, and only Ryudo and Hardadef were left in the living room. The situation changed. PSK. Humph. Hardadef first curled his lips, then snorted coldly and shook off Ryudo's hand. At the same time, he took out a handkerchief from his chest and wiped that hand. After wiping it, Hardadef threw the handkerchief into the trash can next to him and then looked at the stinky brat standing in front of him with a condescending gaze. 17? Around 16? This brat should be Union's friend, or her boyfriend. In short, I'll test him first. After throwing away the handkerchief, Hardadef stood in front of Ryudo and sneered condescendingly. Kid, you're a high school student? What do you want? I'm a top student who graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. Have you heard of the University of Pennsylvania? Never heard of it at all. Then have you heard of my family's Teddy Corporation? My father is one of the top 500 companies in the world, and he is one of the richest people in the world. He has 100,000 employees under him. That's amazing. Will he give me money? Seeing Ryudo's completely indifferent and even a little strange expression, Hardadef couldn't help but sigh. It couldn't be helped. This stinky brat didn't seem to understand human language, so he had to make it clearer. So he shook his head and said righteously, from your actions just now, you're interested in Ms. Yunyin, right? I advise you to give up this idea. Why? Because she's the woman I want. None of the women I want can leave. Oh, why? Why? Because of this. Hardadef reached out and pointed at his face. No one knew what he was trying to say. I don't understand. Can you give me something from the world of the living? Phew, you're so dumb. Did you see my face? Am I handsome? Am I sunny? The typical look of a movie protagonist, understand? You still don't understand? Have you seen a movie? The main characters in the movie are all people like me. An American hero like me is responsible for saving the world. I'll always stand at the center of the stage. It's the same in reality. This is the natural order of things. John shrugged as he spoke, his tone revealing a sense of superiority that seemed to be innate to him. Hardadef wasn't mocking Ryudo on purpose, but he knew it from the bottom of his heart. As an American, he was instilled with the concept that everyone else was supporting characters. Only the Americans were the main characters. Only they were allowed to be the main characters. An East Asian brat like Ryudo didn't deserve to stand at the center of the stage in Hardadef's opinion. He could only dance in the corner. If this guy really wanted to overstep his boundaries and run to the center of the stage to fight for a spot, Hardadef would represent God to give him a punishment filled with justice and freedom so that he would know who God was protecting. Just as Hardadef aggressively announced his main character declaration, Jinqin walked over with the oil paintings that she had just pulled out from under the table. She called this outstanding young man from the Great Beauty Association over. Until Hardadef left, Ryudo only looked at him as if he was looking at a clown. He was so calm that it was incomprehensible. I thought you would directly attack him. You're not angry at all? This isn't like you. At this time, Colored Glaze walked out from behind a screen and looked at the bastard who was hypocritically praising how precious Jinqin's oil paintings were. Rotten person, rotten to the bone. Trash of the world. Colored Glaze obviously heard the conversation just now, so that was the extent of her evaluation of Hardadef. After all, what he said just now was too much. He didn't even treat others as humans. But what surprised Colored Glaze was that Ryudo didn't fight back. Instead, he was indifferent to the words that even made Colored Glaze angry. But in the next moment, Ryudo's face revealed a bright smile. He replied with a smile, angry? Why would I be angry? Have you seen anyone angry at a dead person? Dead person? What you mean is... Instantly, Colored Glaze understood why Ryudo wasn't angry. Didn't he boast that he was chosen by God? Then let's see if the God he talks about can protect him and let him live through tonight. At this point, Ryudo turned his head to look at Hardadef, who was pretending to be sunny, and revealed a relaxed smile. That expression was like watching a person who was about to lie in a coffin, trying to put on the last performance of his life. Chapter 208. Are you planning to kill him tonight? Isn't this a bit too much? After understanding Ryudo's meaning, Colored Glaze couldn't help but frown slightly. Colored Glaze wasn't a saint who opposed killing, but she believed that killing indiscriminately wasn't a good thing. At least from the current situation. Although John's mouth was foul, his character was bad, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't deserve to die. Colored Glaze felt that sentencing him to death just because of his foul mouth towards Ryudo and his desire to pursue Yunyin was a bit too much. After all, with Yunyin's god-level charm, her suitors could be said to be everywhere. If Ryudo killed a suitor, wouldn't he become a homicidal maniac like I am? He didn't just simply pursue Yunyin and provoke me. Sensible once said that there was a bastard called John Teddy who specialized in deceiving women, and he also collected some special photos. It should be him. This person deserves to die. Although Sensible hadn't actually investigated John, Ryudo's words were true. After all, he was a transmigrator and had some understanding of most of the characters that appeared in the plot. In the history of John Teddy, this scumbag, there were at least dozens of girls that he defiled and took photos of. The most exaggerated was that there were even a few girls that didn't submit to him that were killed by John using various methods. The reason for John's evil habit was very simple. It actually stemmed from his sense of superiority. I'm an American. I'm a superior. The meaning of life for you East Asians is to be plundered by me, to be conquered by me. This is God's charity to you. This evil thought was deeply ingrained in John's heart, so much so that when he met a girl that didn't want to be plundered by him, it was as if he was severely insulted and had a strong killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. You're just a lowly person, yet you dare to reject the charity of a superior person. She must be a demon. She should go to hell. After listening to Ryudo's description, even Colored Glaze couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief. How can this be? There's actually such a scumbag in this world. He's really a piece of trash that has broken through the limits of the lowest level. Do you still think there's something wrong with what I did? No problem. Colored Glaze nodded and explained, but he's also in the Great Beauty Association. Before we kill him, we have to dig out the relevant information. After learning that John was such an evil person, Luli couldn't help but wonder if his appearance in the Great Beauty Association was just a coincidence. Also, was it really just an accident that John got close to Annie Jinshin and took a fancy to Yunyin based on Jinshin's description? One should know that the Tsukujiri Group was a large-scale high-tech company. The company's output was in the trillions, and it was a monster group that owned tens of thousands of patents. It was a technological overlord in the Far East. Most importantly, the Tsukujiri Group wasn't listed. Most of the power was still in the hands of the founder, Kyoji. The entire company was basically under his control. Kyoji only had one daughter. After the couple passed away, this daughter would naturally be the only legal successor of this technological empire. In this case, the meaning of marrying Yunyin was completely different. After all, as long as he could convince Yunyin, he could obtain absolute control of the Tsukujiri Group. Did John want Yunyin because of his own selfish desires? Or was there someone behind him who wanted to take over the Tsukujiri Group? Or was it the Great Beauty Association that wanted to take over the Tsukujiri Group? Thinking of this, Colored Glaze felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if there was an unexpected conspiracy behind this. She wanted to gather as much information as possible. But to be honest, Ryudo didn't care much about these conspiracies. He would just deal with whatever came his way. In fact, he only wanted John's life. After all, senior sister Yunyin was already Long Do's official girlfriend. It was really annoying for a foreigner like him to keep thinking about his girlfriend. Just based on this point alone, he deserved to die. And so, on that night, a kidnapping case targeting John Teddy slowly began. Not long after, at the entrance of the Tsukujiri villa, Enchanting was sending off a guest. Enchanting, you can drop me off here. John came to the door and turned to Jinshin with a smile. Thank you very much for your oil painting. I'm very satisfied with it. Although it was just on the surface, John was indeed quite knowledgeable when it came to painting. He praised it so much in front of Jinshin, which made Jinshin feel that this young man was quite knowledgeable. That's good. Come over when you're free. I will. See you next time. After the two members of the Great Beauty Association exchanged some pleasantries, John got into a car and slowly left with a few bodyguards following him. When Jinshin returned to the living room, she realized that Yunyin was sitting there alone. The Colored Glaze and Ryuto, who were supposed to be together, were long gone. Mom, that person left? He left. Where's Miss Colored Glaze? What about your other friend? They left an hour ago. They said they had something important to take care of back home. I see. Then there's nothing I can do. I wanted to introduce the Great Beauty Association to them. Seeing Kamiyoshi's daughter and the fierce-looking young man leave without a word, Jinshin couldn't help but reveal a regretful expression. However, just as the mother and daughter were chatting, three high-profile white sedans were driving along the winding mountain road outside the Yugi Villa towards the street below. The Tsukujiri Villa was located halfway up the mountain. If one wanted to drive up or down, they had to pass through this winding road. Phew, that's about it for today. I'll have to work harder next time and take down that girl as soon as possible. Right now, John was sitting in the back seat with his legs crossed in an arrogant manner. He took out a luxurious lighter from his chest and lit up a cigar. After taking a puff, he revealed a relaxed expression. In the eyes of the experienced John, dealing with the foolish mother and daughter wasn't difficult at all. Thus, the plan to take over the Tsukujiri Corporation shouldn't be too difficult. If he was fast enough, he might be able to finish it in a few years. As for how to finish it in a few years, he just had to make Tsukujiri Kyoji and Jinshin accidentally die after marrying Miss Tsukujiri. That was John's specialty. When he thought about how he would be able to own such a huge company and become the leader and pioneer of the technology world, where there would be countless beauties, flowers, and applause wherever he went, John was so excited that his body turned numb and he almost peed his pants. What? You're saying I didn't invent the technology? What does that have to do with anything? As long as the company is mine, it's fine. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Just like that, wretched laughter kept coming out from the back seat of the car. However, the two burly men in suits sitting in the front seat and the front passenger seat didn't react at all. Their faces were cold, their bodies were sturdy, and their eyes were like torches. It was obvious that they were professionals in the security industry. They were elites that John brought from his hometown. In addition to the two bodyguards, there were also several bodyguards in the two cars in front and behind. After all, as the young master of the Teddy Group, John would always bring a bodyguard team of more than a dozen people with him wherever he went to ensure his personal safety. The strength of this group of bodyguards was quite good, and there were many of them. It was not easy to get past their obstruction and attack John. Of course, for some people, that wasn't the case. As the three cars sped forward unhurriedly on the winding mountain road, in the dark night, a figure that almost blended into the darkness appeared on the mountain wall on the side of the road. It was a tall and slender young man wearing a black trench coat and a white mask on his face. He had been waiting here for a long time. The man in the black trench coat, who stood on the mountain wall about 50 meters high and looked at the cars on the road below, was naturally Ryuto, who hadn't worn this uniform for a long time. When the car carrying John drove over here, Ryuto stared at the car in the middle as if he was observing prey. At the same time, he gave orders to his subordinates on the other side of the headset and microphone. Narukai, Minato, target in place, do it. Yes, boss. After hearing Ryuto's words, Narukai, who was waiting in a heavy truck on the other side of the mountain wall, also nodded to Minato with an axe. Huh. As the axe in Minato's hand fell, the rope that tied the huge rolling wood piled up like a hill to the top of the truck broke, and the wood that was already unstable rolled to the side of the road. Rumble, 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 rumble. For a time, dozens of rolling wood that was 7 or 8 meters long and tens of centimeters wide rolled down from the mountain wall quickly, smashing directly at the front of the 3 cars that were coming this way. What? This is. After seeing a large pile of wood suddenly falling from the sky, the car driving at the front quickly stepped on the brakes at the fastest speed, but the car still hit a pile of rolling wood and almost flipped over on the spot. As for the 2 cars following behind, although they were better, they were forced to stop. After all, the road ahead was almost completely blocked by the wood falling from the sky, and it was impossible for vehicles to pass through. The bodyguard team hired by John was elite, so they immediately realized that this was definitely not an accident, but someone deliberately wanted to stop the car. So the captain, who was in charge of the command core of the entire security work and was also sitting in the second car with John, quickly commanded through the headset, "Go back? Go back immediately. Don't." But before he finished speaking, Ryudo, who was on the mountain wall above his head, also made a move at the same time. Chapter 209. Want to go back and run? Not a chance. Not long ago, Long Do, who had been looking down from the 50-meter high cliff, was holding a huge object that was at least 2 meters long and made of 2 thick steel bars twisted together. Gangsters don't die barehanded. Activate. At the same second when the second vehicle carrying John was forced to stop, Dragonfight activated his special ability and hurled the huge steel bar down like a javelin. He squatted down slightly, and his waist quickly rotated with strength. That big thing that weighed at least a few dozen caddies fell down like an arrow from a bow. With a loud roar, it penetrated the front cover of the car. If the giant steel bar only penetrated the front cover of the car, it would be fine, but everyone in the car could clearly see that the part of the steel bar that sank was far higher than the height of the car. In other words, the giant steel bar thrown out by Ryudo was like a huge nail that nailed the car to the ground. What kind of terrifying strength was this? What kind of unimaginable scene was this? At this time, although the car's wheels were still slowly turning in the opposite direction, the car couldn't move back even a millimeter. It was nailed to the ground, and there was no chance to run. Damn it! Master John, get down. Don't move. Just when the car was completely penetrated by the giant steel bar and was deeply embedded in the ground, the captain responsible for protecting John immediately yelled at the trembling and bewildered John, who didn't know what happened. What? What's going on? What's going on? In John's past illusions, he had imagined this situation countless times. Suddenly, an unknown crisis appeared. As a handsome man destined to save the world, he would inevitably rush out to kill the enemy and save everyone. But the moment this unexpected incident occurred, he actually didn't need the captain's reminder. He quickly covered his head with both hands and crouched down under the back seat and curled up as much as possible. I'm not afraid. I'm just waiting for the best time to appear. The protagonist always appears last. While hiding under the back seat, John unconsciously comforted himself frantically in his mind. Unfortunately, this level of comfort was of no use at all. He was only deceiving himself. Everyone get out of the car. Prepare to meet the enemy. After confirming that his car couldn't be driven away, the bodyguard captain could only grit his teeth and issue this order. He quickly took out a small black pistol from under his seat, ready to fight to the death with the enemy. The other bodyguards also took out anti-explosion shields, stun batons, pistols, and even shotguns. They were ready to get out of the car and fight the enemy. At the very least, they had to kill the first batch of enemies and give John a chance to change cars and escape. However, just as the captain of the bodyguards kicked open the car door and rushed out to meet the enemy, a dark figure took advantage of the darkness to descend from the sky like a ghost. It landed on the roof of the car that John was in. It had to be said that the bodyguards in charge of protecting John were indeed capable. They protected the surroundings of the car very tightly. However, in front of the current Ryudo, this level of protection was meaningless. Before the others could react, the black shadow that descended from the sky had already reached its hand into the roof of the car below. That pair of gloved palms suddenly tore and lifted outwards. The entire roof of the car was broken open with his bare hands. It exposed the passengers inside. Generally speaking, among all the parts of a car, the roof was the thinnest and had the weakest protection. That thin layer of iron was like a bubble in front of Long Do's current strength. It had no protective effect at all. After breaking open the roof, the dark figure quickly rushed in and grabbed John, who was shivering under the seat, by the back of his neck, and grabbed him like a chicken. "Goodbye, everyone." Ryudo, who quickly took John out of the car, flipped back to the roof of the car, jumped up while avoiding the bodyguards around him, and threw out the hook in his hand. In the previous night's battle, Dragonfight had already understood how useful this rope hook was. If it was used smoothly, it could even move in 3 dimensions as easily as Spider-Man. Therefore, Ryudo had also practiced using the hook, and now he was quite familiar with it. The next moment, the grappling hook he threw out accurately hooked onto a big tree on the mountain wall dozens of meters away. Then, he grabbed John's shoulder with one hand and quickly coiled the rope with the other. Then, he flew up into the sky. From Ryudo descending from the sky, tearing open the roof of the car and taking John away, to him using the hook to quickly escape. The entire process took at most 2 to 3 seconds. It was so fast that it was unbelievable, like a nightmare. What is going on? Who is this person? Even a deity came to kidnap? Suddenly, all the bodyguards who were ready to fight the kidnappers outside were dumbfounded. After all, even if they were professionals, they had never seen such a ridiculous kidnapping method. Descending from dozens of meters high, tearing open the roof of the car with bare hands, grabbing and escaping with a hook. Are you filming a Hollywood blockbuster? Speaking of which, if a kidnapper like you has the ability to rob the cash truck, why did you have to kidnap young Master John alone? Isn't this a waste of talent? But complaining was complaining. This group of bodyguards still had to quickly find young Master John, even if it was just a little bit of tracking the kidnappers. But after hurriedly sending people to search around, the captain of the bodyguards didn't find anything meaningful other than an unlicensed abandoned truck. He could only sigh and say, "Phew, this is big trouble." Quickly inform young Master John's family that young Master John was kidnapped by kidnappers. Let them prepare the ransom or something. Logically speaking, this group of professional bodyguards should bear the greatest responsibility for failing to protect their employer, and they should be very depressed. But in fact, including the captain of the bodyguards, this group of bodyguards didn't look depressed at all. Instead, they were rejoicing that they had survived a disaster. Because they were very clear about one thing. The strength of the kidnappers was so terrifying that even if they didn't use this kidnapping method of tearing open the roof of the car, they could still kill all of these bodyguards and swagger away. But the group of kidnappers didn't choose to do so, which could be said to be a great thing for the bodyguard group because they were considered to have survived. Failure at work was not terrible. The key was to save their own lives. Anyway, the other party was a god, and it was not shameful for the employer to be kidnapped by a god. As for the employer's life, he could only pray for himself. Anyway, in the view of the captain of the bodyguards, kidnappers generally just wanted money. As long as the Teddy group could afford the ransom, young Master John should still be able to come back alive. Of course, the premise of this assumption was that the kidnappers came for money, not for personal vendetta or other things. Obviously, John himself thought so, although he had fainted when Ryudo grabbed his neck and lifted him out of the car. Voila! After some time, a burst of bone-chilling coldness, accompanied by the discomfort of being soaked all over, woke John up from his coma. Pfft! Who is? When he was awakened by someone splashing water on him, John instinctively wanted to curse, but halfway through, he remembered what happened before. No, something is wrong? Have I been kidnapped? Suddenly, John realized that he seemed to be sitting on a chair with his hands firmly tied behind his back. His eyes were also covered with a piece of black cloth, which made him unable to see the surrounding environment. Good Lord, this was a 100% standard kidnapping suit. The only thing missing was a stinky sock stuffed in his mouth. Are you awake, idiot? As a cold voice entered John's ears, a hand pulled the black cloth from his face, and what followed was a fierce light. Ugh. Ah. From extreme darkness to an intense burst of light, Hardedef felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. He also felt an intense pain in his head, which made him scream involuntarily. Mercy, let me go. You can have as much money as you want. My family is very rich. Because he could not bear this level of torture, John immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. However, his surrender didn't have any effect. The strong light was still shining fiercely at his eyes. After a long time, when John was dizzy and almost fainted again, but he could not pass out because of the strong light, the violent light finally stopped. At this time, John could only shout weakly, good man. Spare me. Ha 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 ha. After hearing his very spineless words, there was a burst of laughter in the room. John could vaguely distinguish that the laughter should come from 3 men. One of them was younger, and the other 2 were more rugged. Boss, this guy is too useless. Isn't it just a strong light shining on him, and he almost peed in his pants? That's right. This level of interrogation is like scratching an itch in our underworld. What a young master who has never seen the world. 2 of them seemed to be amused by John's embarrassment at this time, and they laughed and mocked him. On the other hand, the third person strode to John's side, rubbed his head, and said with a smile, "Don't say that. He's a hero who's going to save the world. He's the main character on the stage. Only such a spotlight is worthy of him. Right, Brother John?" Don't. Huh? Just when John instinctively wanted to say, don't dare, he suddenly felt that the voice next to him was somewhat familiar. At this time, his eyes that were blinded by the strong light could faintly see something. So John turned his head and happened to see the young man about 16 or 17 years old, who seemed to be still in high school, smiling devilishly at him, the hero who saved the world. Chapter 210. This guy is, who is he? When he saw Ryudo's handsome face without a mask, Hardedef instinctively wanted to yell, but he realized that he didn't know his name at all. Indeed, the 2 of them only shook hands in the Suki villa. Ryudo didn't say his name, so Hardedef didn't know who this brat was. However, at this time, Ryudo smiled and said, "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I am Ryuto Kiryo, the leader of the Rulong group." Tong Sheng. Ryudo? After hearing this name, Hardedef first thought about it and felt that the name was familiar. But 2 seconds later, his face turned pale. This was because he recalled the heroic legends of the young master of the Dragon Group that he had heard from many people. It was said that the Rulong Group's Sakata consultant wanted to go out alone and establish the Sakata Group. However, the young master had taken action out of anger. He had charged into the Sakata Gumi's headquarters alone and killed all the traitors in one night. Then, he had captured Sakata Gumi and sentenced him to death. It was said that not long ago, this young master kidnapped the young lady of the Saito Club and then received the highest bounty of 1 billion yen in history and was hunted by the entire underground world. But this young master laughed and sent away the group of idiots that came to kill him and wanted to take his head. In just one night, the number of casualties was in the tens of thousands. It was said that this young master of the Rulong Group had fighting skills comparable to Bruce Lee, a body comparable to the Terminator, and guerrilla fighting ability comparable to Rambo. He could smash a wall with one punch, jump over a wall that was more than 10 meters tall, and sprint faster than a car. The only thing he lacked was the Kamehameha. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to change his style to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Of course, Hardedef always scoffed at this kind of legend. After all, he knew that Ryudo was just a brat in his teens, just a high school student, just a Japanese high school student. What's so great about him? Humph, those legends must have been made up by him to scare those cowards, right? However, when he found out that he had been kidnapped and the kidnapper was Ryuto Kiryo, he was shocked. Only then did John realize that the stories he had heard before weren't made up. To be able to bypass a professional bodyguard team of more than a dozen people to kidnap him, and the planning time was only a short 1 hour. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Gulp. Thus, Hardedef couldn't help but gulp and ask with trepidation, "Young Master Ryudo, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Misunderstanding? No, I don't think there's any misunderstanding between us. She graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. That, right, your family is still Teddy Group, right? His father is one of the top 500 companies in the world, and his father is one of the richest people on the Are You Convinced list. He has 100,000 employees. Actually, the most important thing is that when I take a closer look, you're really quite handsome and sunny. You really look like a typical movie protagonist. As Ryudo spoke, he took out a small knife from nowhere and used the sharp blade to draw on John's face. When he felt the sharp blade with a bone-piercing chill across his face, John almost wet his pants. He hurriedly broke out in cold sweat and whispered, "No, no, no, I'm just joking. Young Master Ryudo, don't take it seriously." A rich kid like John could usually bully weak girls, but he had never experienced such a situation. The kid's face was ashen, and he was sweating like an ant on a hot pan. His previous attitude of, "I'm the protagonist," was nowhere to be found. That's strange. Ryudo sneered. The American hero who is responsible for saving the world and always stands at the center of the stage is actually this kind of person? Didn't the protagonists in the movies go through all kinds of torture without changing their expressions? That movies are just movies. They're all fake. Fake. Don't take it seriously. Is that so? I don't believe it. You're so brave. You definitely won't be afraid of pain, right? After sensing the change in Ryudo's tone, John hurriedly shouted, "Wait. Let's talk nicely. Don't. Woo 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 woo." But before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly came from Hardedef's left hand. At the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound. In the blink of an eye, it really happened in the blink of an eye. Long Do silently reached out and grabbed one of Hardedef's fingers that were tied behind his back. Then, he pulled the finger back to the point where it could touch his wrist at the same time, in order not to hear John's screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ryudo also considerately reduced the noise. That is, he used his other hand to choke the kid's neck. John instinctively wanted to shout under the severe pain, but the palm that was choking his neck immediately tightened, making him only whimper like a chicken. "From now on, you answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, you have to accept the test given to you by God. Do you understand?" After breaking a living person's finger like breaking chopsticks, Ryudo's face even showed a happy smile, and his attitude was so calm that it made people shiver. In addition to Ryudo, Narukai and the male puppet who were watching together were also unaffected, as if they had long been accustomed to this level of torture. After all, in the world of extreme Tao, this level of torture was simply a common occurrence, and this was just an introductory lesson. Ryudo choked John's throat hard for more than 10 seconds. He was very particular about the strength he used, just enough to make John unable to make a sound, but not suffocate to death. Huff. Huff huff huff. But when Ryudo let go of his hand, John's face was pale, and he was panting with sweat all over his head. The severe pain in his hand seemed to stimulate every nerve in his body. Ryudo's cold eyes and decisive actions made him understand that this extreme Tao young master was definitely not joking with him. "I'll die. If I don't cooperate, not only will I die, but I'll also die after being tortured to the point where I'd rather die." For John, who had everything since he was born, he naturally didn't want to die, especially in the hands of such a subhuman. Damn it. Now I have to cooperate with him. In short, I have to leave alive first. After thinking it through, Hardedef forcefully endured the pain and squeezed out a flattering smile on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Long Do, just ask whatever you want. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." "Very well. What is your purpose in pursuing Yunyan? Who sent you?" "Huh." Ryudo's first question was a bit strange, so much so that John couldn't help but be stunned. Generally speaking, the purpose of a man pursuing a woman should be mostly simple. It was nothing more than wanting to play billiards and get a hole in one shot. But under certain circumstances, some people may not pursue women for such ordinary reasons, such as John now. In John's countless attempts to pick up girls in the past, he only did it for the purpose of playing billiards. But coincidentally, his pursuit of Yunyan this time was not so simple. Because a month ago, John met a Japanese man with the same title as him. That guy called himself Father Jia and was the president of the Great Beauty Association. The two were congenial, so they quickly became good friends and often went out to drink and play together. At a dinner table, the president once said to John, "With your talent and military skills, it's too much of a waste for you to just be the young master of the Teddy group. You should find a way to make a big impact." "Oh? Then what do you suggest?" "Actually, there is a member in our association. She is the CEO's wife of the Sakujiri group. You can start with her and take control of the group." "CEO's wife? I'm not interested in old women, so forget it. I didn't ask you to seduce her. The CEO of the Sakujiri group has a daughter. She is 17 years old this year and is a great beauty. She should be to your liking." After hearing the president's words and looking at Yunyan's photo, John thought for a second and nodded in agreement. What a joke. The Sakujiri group was such a large technology company, and there was also such a great beauty like Miss Sakujiri. Who wouldn't want it? As a result, Hardedev purposely got close to Auntie Jinshin in the later gatherings, and finally found a chance to go to the Sakujiri bungalow to get to know that Miss Sakujiri. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Long Do. Hardedev definitely didn't dare to tell Ryudo the whole story. After rolling his eyes, he revealed an unnatural smile and replied, "Young Master Ryudo, what are you talking about? When a man pursues a woman, she will naturally crack. However, he didn't finish his sentence this time. This time, two crisp sounds rang out at the same time, accompanied by an even more intense pain. Oh, woo 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 woo. Just as John opened his mouth and screamed in pain, the man next to him cleverly picked up a rag and pressed it into his mouth. Other than soundproofing, the rag could also prevent this guy from biting his tongue because of the pain. If that happened, he would have to put on a band-aid for him, which was very expensive. Was this person an idiot? How dare you tell me such an obvious lie? Looking at John's figure twitching crazily in pain, Ryudo couldn't help but shake his head. In terms of lying, Ryudo was an expert. If he could be deceived by such an idiot, it would be too ridiculous, so he didn't hesitate to break two of John's fingers. He actually dared to lie to me, which means that the fear I gave him is still not enough. It's quite boring to keep breaking fingers. It's time to use the next trick. At this time, Ryudo looked at Narukai, who was busy in this dim basement not far away, and asked at the same time, "Narukai, is the pot hot?" "Oh, okay." Narukai also turned his head and glanced at Ryuto. Then he turned off the small gas stove in front of him and brought over a small pot that was boiling hot. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."